In a land where dust clings to every breath and the horizon stretches beyond hope, a stagecoach thunders through the untamed Montana territory. Secrets hide in the locked mail pouch. Danger lurks in the shadows of the plains, and one driver's resolve will be tested against betrayal and gunfire. Join this gripping tale of survival and reckoning, where every mile traveled carries the weight of truth and the promise of redemption. Saddle up for a journey into the heart of the Wild West. Listen now to uncover the mysteries that lie ahead. Chapter 1. The grit in her veins. The dust tasted of endings. Maggie O'Neill spat, the gritty saliva landing soundlessly in the thick brown powder that coated everything in Harmony Creek. It coated the rough-sawn planks of the boardwalk, the faded lettering on the General Mercantile, the drooping heads of the thirsty horses tied to the hitching posts, and it certainly coated her. It settled in the creases of her worn buckskin trousers, clung to the stray copper strands escaping her braid, and lined the back of her throat like a permanent shroud. She'd long ago decided it was the taste of survival, or maybe just resignation. Out here, on the frayed edge of the map where civilization bled into wilderness, the two often felt indistinguishable. She ran a gloved hand along the flank of Zeus, the near wheeler of her 6-horse team. The big roan shuddered, blowing softly through his nostrils, his dark eyes liquid pools reflecting the vast, indifferent blue of the Montana sky. "Easy, boy," she murmured, her voice low and rough, sanded down by years of shouting over the rumble of wheels and the crack of the whip. Almost time. Time. It moved differently out here. Sometimes it dragged like a wounded animal across the endless plains. Other times it flew with the lethal speed of a bullet. For Maggie, time was measured in miles clicked off, in the aching burn of her shoulders after a long haul, in the setting sun that painted the horizon with strokes of fire and blood arrange, promising another night under the cold, watchful eyes of the stars. She was 23, though the lines etched faintly around her eyes and the set of her jaw spoke of more years, or perhaps just harder ones. Driving stage wasn't a woman's work, folks said. It was too rough, too dangerous, too demanding. But Maggie hadn't had much choice in the matter. Life had a way of stripping away choices like bark from a lightning-struck tree. Her father, Silas O'Neill, had been one of the best drivers on the Overland Trail until a runaway team in a rocky gully had shattered his leg and his nerve along with it. He taught her everything he knew, how to read the weather in the clouds, how to listen to the rhythm of the horse's breathing, how to feel the road through the soles of her boots and the taut leather of the reins. He taught her grit, and when he couldn't drive anymore, the grit had been all she had left to offer the Harmony Creek stage line. Jedediah Finch, the station master, a man whose face looked like a poorly folded map of these same territories, hadn't wanted to hire her. A slip of a girl, he'd scoffed, spitting tobacco juice near her worn boots. Handling 6 tons of coach and horseflesh plus passengers dependent on you, through bandits and blizzards and God knows what else. But Silas had vouched for her, his pride warring with his desperation. And Maggie, standing straight despite the tremor in her hands, had met Jed's skeptical gaze without flinching. "I can handle the ribbons, Mr. Finch, and I ain't afraid of the road." She hadn't been lying. Fear was a luxury she couldn't afford. Respect, however, was earned mile by hard-won mile, and Maggie had earned hers. Lightning O'Neill, some called her, half in jest, half in grudging admiration for the way she could push a team, making up time where others lost it. Her coach seeming to fly over ruts and rocks that would cripple a lesser driver. She knew the Concord coach like an extension of her own body, its groans, its creaks, the precise way it listed on sharp turns, the exact tension needed on the brake lever descending a steep grade. Today's run was east, towards Redemption Gulch, a name that always struck Maggie as darkly ironic. Few found redemption there, only hard rock, harder whiskey, and the occasional shallow grave. It was a long haul, 2 days with an overnight stop at the desolate Rock Creek station. She checked the thorough braces again, thick leather straps that served as the coach's suspension, testing their tension. Everything had to be perfect. A loose strap, a worn bolt, a spooked horse. Any small thing could spell disaster miles from anywhere. The air in the stable yard was thick with the familiar sense of hay, horse manure, axle grease, and brewing coffee from Jed's office. A blacksmith's hammer rang rhythmically from down the street, a steady beat against the nervous energy thrumming in Maggie's own chest before each departure. It never entirely went away, that low hum of apprehension. It was the companion of every stage driver who knew the risks. The sudden storms that could turn prairie grass into a slick death trap, the washed-out creek beds, the hidden ravines, and always, the shadow of violence that lurked just beyond the horizon. Lately, that shadow felt longer, darker. Talk in the saloons and around the station stove centered on stolen mail pouches, shipments gone missing between stations. Not just petty theft, but organized, daring robberies targeting the valuable correspondence and payrolls that flowed like lifeblood along the stage routes. Whispers named ghosts, disgruntled railroad men, even renegade Indians, but no one knew for sure. All Maggie knew was that the weight of the locked leather pouch under her seat felt heavier these days, its contents a temptation drawing unseen eyes. "Maggie!" Jed's gruff voice cut through the morning air. He emerged from the small, cluttered office, waving a sheaf of papers. He was built like a barrel cactus, short, stout, and prickly. But beneath the crust, Maggie suspected there was something almost resembling concern. Almost. She walked towards him, her stride purposeful, boots scuffing the dust. "Morning, Jed. Coach is ready. Horses are sound." He squinted at her, then at the gleaming coach. Its sturdy frame painted a practical, dust-hiding brown. "Good. Got a full load today, and something extra." He tapped the passenger manifest. "Got a fella heading east, booked clear through. Name of Carter, Ethan Carter." Maggie raised an eyebrow. Most folks traveled shorter hops between towns. Clear through to Redemption Gulch usually meant business, and rarely the pleasant kind. "Miner? Gambler?" Jed shrugged, scratching his beard stubble. "Didn't say. Quiet fella. Dressed neat, like city folk, but harder around the edges, if you catch my drift." He lowered his voice slightly. "Paid in crisp government notes. Asked a lot of questions about the mail schedule." Maggie's hand instinctively tightened into a fist. Mail schedule. Government notes. Quiet fella, hard edges. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. "Federal?" she asked, keeping her voice even. "Could be," Jed admitted, his gaze sharp. "Could be anything. Just keep your eyes peeled, Maggie. More than usual. That mail pouch today." He hesitated, looking around the empty yard as if the dust devils themselves might be listening. "There's talk. Rumors flying thicker'n flies on a carcass. Some folks reckon the trouble ain't just random bandits." "You think it's someone on the inside?" Maggie felt a chill despite the warming sun. The stage line was a rough family, but a family nonetheless. The idea of betrayal stung sharper than the threat of outside violence. "Ain't paid to think," Jed grumbled, stuffing the papers back into his pocket. "Just paid to run the coaches on time and keep the mail safe. Which reminds me." He handed her the heavy, locked mail pouch. Its familiar weight felt different today, imbued with a sense of foreboding. "Guard this like it's your own soul, girl. There's talk of inspectors poking around. Trouble for the line if things keep disappearing." Maggie gripped the pouch. Her soul felt like a worn, dusty thing most days, but she understood the responsibility. The mail connected this ragged fringe of the world to everything else. Letters bearing news of births and deaths, money orders keeping families afloat, official documents holding the thin threads of law and order together. It mattered. "It'll get there, Jed, or I'll know the reason why." He nodded, a flicker of something, maybe trust, in his eyes. "See that it does? Passengers are starting to arrive. Henderson's bringing the strongbox." She watched him stump back towards the office, then turn back to her team. Passengers, a necessary burden. Sometimes they were jovial drummers heading to the next boomtown, sometimes grim-faced prospectors chasing elusive dreams, sometimes weary families seeking a fresh start. their hopes packed tighter than their luggage. And sometimes they were trouble. Like maybe this Ethan Carter. She took a deep breath, letting the dry air fill her lungs, trying to shake off the unease. This was her job, her life. The feel of the reins in her hands, the power of the team surging before her, the vast, unforgiving landscape rolling out like a canvas. It was brutal, lonely, and dangerous, but it was hers. It was the only place she felt truly alive, truly herself. The first passengers began to trickle into the yard, a stout woman in black bombazine clutching a reticule like a weapon, her face set in lines of disapproval. A young, hopeful-looking couple holding hands tightly, their eyes wide with the adventure or perhaps the fear of it all. A grizzled old-timer, smelling faintly of cheap whiskey and desperation, likely heading towards the goldfields with more hope than sense. Standard fare. Maggie oversaw the loading of luggage into the rear boot, her movements efficient, her presence commanding a quiet respect born of competence. She spoke little, offering only brief nods or curt instructions. She wasn't here to make friends. She was here to get them through. Then she saw him. Standing slightly apart near the corner of the stable was a man who didn't quite belong. Jed's description had been apt. He was dressed in a dark gray suit, remarkably clean despite the omnipresent dust, with a string tie knotted neatly at his throat. He wasn't tall, but carried himself with an air of quiet authority. His hat, a low-crowned, flat-brimmed affair, was pulled low, shadowing his face, but she could see a square jaw and watchful eyes that seemed to take in everything without moving. He held a single, well-made leather valise. Ethan Carter. He wasn't overtly threatening, yet something about his stillness, his coiled energy, sent a fresh wave of unease through Maggie. He looked like a man accustomed to waiting, to observing, a man who kept his thoughts locked tight behind a carefully constructed facade. Was he a lawman? A Pinkerton agent? Or something else entirely? The questions hung in the air unanswered. Henderson, the shotgun messenger, a burly man whose main qualification was looking intimidating and handling the heavy greener shotgun, arrived with the strongbox, its iron bands glinting dully. He exchanged a nod with Maggie, his face impassive, and secured the box under the driver's seat, near where the mail pouch already rested. 2 layers of temptation, right beneath her feet. "All aboard!" Jed's voice boomed, startling the passengers into action. They clambered into the coach, arranging themselves with varying degrees of awkwardness on the uncomfortable benches. Maggie waited, her gaze sweeping the yard one last time, checking the harnesses, the wheels, the horses. Ethan Carter moved then, stepping forward with fluid grace. He didn't jostle or hurry, simply waited for the others to settle before handing his valise up to Henderson to be stowed and then stepping lightly into the coach. He took a seat near the front, facing backward, his back to Maggie's driving box. From her perch, she wouldn't be able to see his face easily during the journey. Intentional? Perhaps. She took another deep breath, the familiar pre-departure ritual settling her nerves, pushing the uncertainty about Carter and the mail thefts to the back of her mind. Focus on the road, focus on the team, focus on getting through. With practiced ease, she gathered the thick bundle of reins, the ribbons, sorting the 6 pairs of lines between her fingers until each horse felt connected to her will. She felt the familiar weight, the slight pull and counterpull of the horses eager to move. Zeus shifted, jingling his harness. The lead pair, Comet and Arrow, tossed their heads. She nodded curtly to Henderson, who settled onto the seat beside her, the heavy shotgun resting across his knees. He checked the loads, the metallic click, sharp in the morning air. "Ready, Maggie?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. Maggie settled herself firmly on the driver's box, her boots braced against the footboard. She scanned the street ahead. Clear for now. She glanced back at the coach, confirming the door was latched securely. Then she looked forward again, towards the endless ribbon of dusty road that snaked out of Harmony Creek and vanished into the shimmering heat haze of the plains. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the reins. The grit was more than just dust on her skin. It was in her blood, in her bones. It was the legacy her father had left her, the only inheritance that mattered out here. She took a firm grip, shifted her weight, and called out, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the morning quiet, a sound that signaled the start of another gamble against distance, danger, and time. "Yeah, get up!" The whip cracked like a pistol shot high above the leader's ears, not touching, just urging. The 6 horses surged forward as one, a wave of muscle and straining leather. The heavy Concord coach lurched, groaned, and then began to roll, wheels biting into the dust, leaving Harmony Creek and its fragile semblance of safety behind. The journey had begun, carrying its load of passengers, secrets, and the unsettling weight of the man in gray towards the uncertain promise of Redemption Gulch. The wind picked up, whispering secrets through the canvas side curtains, tasting of dust and something else, something indefinable, like the first hint of a coming storm. Chapter 2. A rider in shadow gray. The Concord coach swayed and jolted, a lumbering beast navigating an ocean of dust and sun-baked earth. From her high perch on the driver's box, Maggie O'Neill felt every rut, every rock, transmitted through the thick leather reins into her hands, up her arms, settling into the familiar ache in her shoulders. The rhythmic clatter of hooves, 24 iron-shod feet striking the packed dirt, was the dominant sound, punctuated by the creak of the thoroughbraces, the jingle of harness chains, and the low groan of the sturdy wooden frame. It was the music of her life, a rough symphony played out against the vast, silent backdrop of the Montana Territory. Beside her, Henderson sat stoically, the greener shotgun held loosely but ready across his lap. His eyes, narrowed against the glare, constantly scanned the horizon, sweeping from the shimmering heat devils rising off the plains to the low, distant hills that bruised the perfect blue sky. He rarely spoke unless necessary, a man comfortable in the silence, his presence a solid, if taciturn, reassurance. Maggie appreciated his professionalism, the way he became part of the landscape, watchful and unobtrusive. Inside the coach, the passengers endured. Maggie could hear the occasional muffled cough, the fretful cry of the young couple's unseen baby, the low murmur of conversation quickly swallowed by the rumble of the wheels. She imagined them crammed together, knees bumping, swaying with each lurch, breathing the fine dust that inevitably seeped through the canvas curtains despite their best efforts to keep them closed against the relentless sun. It was a shared misery, the price of passage across these empty miles. Her attention, however, kept drifting back to the man Jed had pointed out, Ethan Carter, the rider in shadow gray. Though she couldn't see him directly, she felt his presence like a subtle shift in the coach's balance. He hadn't uttered a word since boarding, hadn't joined the low-voiced complaints about the heat or the rough ride that occasionally reached her ears. His silence was different from Henderson's practiced stoicism. It felt observant, calculated. She tried to picture him back there, wedged between the stout woman in black and the hopeful young husband. Was he staring out at the passing landscape with those watchful eyes? Was he studying his fellow passengers, gauging their measure? Or was he lost in thoughts as guarded and impenetrable as his quiet demeanor? The uncertainty gnawed at her, a low-level hum beneath the familiar demands of driving. Jed's warning about the mail, the rumors of inside help, Carter's arrival coinciding with heightened tension. It all felt like loose threads waiting to be pulled, threatening to unravel the precarious order of her world. The sun climbed higher, bleaching the color from the sky, pressing down with a palpable weight. The air grew thick and still, amplifying the scent of hot leather, sweating horses, and the dry, earthy smell of the plains. Maggie adjusted her hat, pulling the brim lower to shield her eyes, feeling the trickle of sweat tracing a path down her temple, carving a clean line through the layer of dust on her skin. Zeus, her near-wheeler, tossed his head, impatient with the pace, and Maggie gentled him with a soft click of her tongue and a barely perceptible tightening on his line. "Easy, boy," she murmured again, her voice almost lost in the ambient noise. Plenty of road ahead. She knew this stretch well. It was deceptively flat, lulling the unwary into complacency, but riddled with hidden prairie dog towns whose holes could snap a horse's leg, and sudden eroded gullies masked by tall grass. Her eyes scanned constantly, reading the terrain, anticipating the dips and swells, guiding the team with small, precise movements of her wrists. It was an intricate dance, a constant negotiation between her will, the horse's power, and the treacherous indifference of the land. They passed landmarks known only to drivers and seasoned travelers, a solitary, lightning-scarred cottonwood standing sentinel by a dry creek bed, a cluster of strangely shaped rock formations the old-timers called the Devil's Teeth, the sun-bleached bones of a long-dead buffalo half buried in the dust, a stark reminder of the untamed forces that shaped this place. Each mile covered felt like a small victory, a pushing back against the vast emptiness. Henderson shifted beside her, breaking the long silence. "Water stops soon," he grunted, nodding towards a faint smudge on the horizon that indicated the sparse trees lining Cottonwood Creek. Maggie nodded. "Team's holding steady, making good time." "Too good, maybe," Henderson muttered, his gaze lingering on the hazy distance behind them. Maggie tensed. "See something?" He squinted, then shook his head slowly. "Nah, just feeling twitchy. This mail business has everyone spooked." He spat over the side. "Jedediah's worried the line's reputation will go sour. Bad for business." "It's more than business," Maggie said quietly, gripping the mail pouch beneath her seat with her boot heel, feeling its solid, reassuring weight. "It's people's lives in those letters, money keeping folks fed." Henderson grunted again, a non-committal sound. He was paid to guard the box and the passengers, not philosophize about the mail. But Maggie couldn't shake the feeling that the stolen pouches represented something more than lost revenue, a fraying of the fragile connections that held this frontier world together. As they neared Cottonwood Creek, the landscape grew slightly greener, the air tasting less of dust and more of damp earth and decaying leaves. Maggie slowed the team, easing them towards the shallow crossing. The horses eagerly dipped their muzzles into the sluggish, lukewarm water, drinking deeply. Passengers seized the opportunity to stretch their legs, emerging stiffly from the confines of the coach, blinking in the harsh sunlight. The stout woman immediately began complaining about the lack of proper facilities. The young couple walked a little way off, the husband pointing out something in the distance to his wife, their faces alight with a shared private moment. The old prospector sat on a rock, pulling a tarnished flask from his coat pocket. Ethan Carter emerged last. He moved with the same unhurried grace, stepping down onto the creek bank without disturbing so much as a pebble, it seemed. He didn't stretch or complain. Instead, he walked a short distance upstream, away from the others, and stood looking intently at the ground, his back to the group. Maggie watched him, intrigued despite herself. What was he looking for? Tracks? Signs of passage? He knelt, picked something up, examined it briefly, then tossed it aside and continued his slow patrol along the bank, his gaze sweeping the muddy edges and the surrounding brush. He moved like a man who knew how to read sign, though he lacked the weathered look of a seasoned tracker. It was another contradiction, another piece that didn't quite fit the puzzle he presented. Maggie busied herself checking the horses, running her hands down their legs, looking for any signs of strain or injury. Zeus nudged her shoulder affectionately, looking for the piece of dried apple she sometimes carried. "Not now, big fella," she whispered, scratching behind his ears. "Work to do." She glanced back towards Carter. He had stopped again, near a clump of willows, and was staring towards the east, the direction they were heading. His posture was tense, alert, like a predator scenting the air. What did he see, or sense? Jed's voice echoed in her mind. Quiet fella, harder around the edges, asked a lot of questions about the mail schedule. Federal agent seemed the most likely answer, investigating the robberies. It would explain his watchfulness, his meticulous observation, his interest in the route. But why the secrecy? Why not simply announce his presence, requisition assistance? Unless he suspected the rot went deeper than random banditry. Unless he suspected someone within the stage line itself, as Jed had hinted. Someone like Henderson? Or even Jed? Or... The unsettling thought flickered. Could they suspect her? Lightning O'Neill, always pushing her team, always making good time, maybe too good sometimes? She pushed the thought away angrily. Her loyalty was to the road, to her team, to the memory of her father who had poured his life into this work. She guarded the mail and the passengers with everything she had, but the mere possibility that someone might doubt her stung like alkali dust in an open wound. "Time to move!" Henderson's voice cut through her thoughts. He banged the butt of his shotgun against the coach doorframe, startling the passengers back towards their rolling prison. They climbed back in, grumbling renewed, faces already filmed with fresh dust. Carter returned from his reconnaissance without a word, his expression unreadable, and resumed his seat. Maggie took her place, Henderson beside her, the brief respite over. She gathered the reins, feeling the familiar connection to the powerful animals before her. The horses, refreshed by the water, started willingly, pulling the heavy coach out of the creek bed and back onto the main trail. The sun beat down relentlessly. The landscape rolled on, immense and indifferent. For the next few hours, the journey continued uneventfully, falling back into its monotonous rhythm. Yet the underlying tension remained, a low thrum beneath the surface. Maggie found her gaze drifting more often to the back trail in the coach's Huangdongdi reflection in the window glass, searching for any sign of pursuit. She listened intently to the sounds around them, filtering out the normal clatter, alert for the distant beat of hooves that didn't belong to her team. Inside the coach, a new dynamic seemed to be developing. The stout woman, Mrs. Pendergast, apparently finding Carter's silence an affront, began directing pointed questions at him. Maggie couldn't hear the exact words over the rumble, but she caught snippets carried on the wind. Business in Redemption Gulch? Such a long journey alone? Respectable folk ought to. Carter's replies, if any, were lost to Maggie. But judging by the increasingly sharp tone of Mrs. Pendergast's voice and the frustrated sighs that followed, he wasn't proving very forthcoming. Maggie almost smiled. The man knew how to deflect unwanted attention, at least. Later, as the afternoon sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, Henderson nudged her arm. He pointed subtly towards a low ridge running parallel to the road, perhaps half a mile distant. Maggie followed his gaze, her eyes straining in the fading light. At first, she saw nothing but rocks and sparse, scrubby pines. Then, a flicker of movement, a lone rider silhouetted against the darkening sky, too far away to make out details, but the shape was clear. A man on horseback, pacing them. Her heart gave a sudden, hard thump against her ribs. It could be anyone, a hunter heading home, a lone prospector. But the way the rider kept pace, staying just out of clear sight, felt wrong, predatory. "See him?" Henderson murmured, his hand tightening on the shotgun. "Aye," Maggie breathed, her knuckles white on the reins. "Been there long?" "Just noticed. Keeping parallel. Could be nothing." "Could be trouble," Maggie finished, her voice tight. She didn't crack the whip, didn't urge the horses faster. That would signal awareness, maybe panic. Instead, she maintained their steady pace, projecting an air of calm competence she didn't entirely feel, but her senses were screamingly alert. Every shadow seemed deeper, every distant sound potentially menacing. She risked a quick glance towards the reflection that showed the inside of the coach. Carter was no longer looking out the window. His head was slightly cocked, as if listening intently. Even in the distorted image, she could see a new alertness in his posture, a subtle tensing of his shoulders. He knew. He'd either seen the rider too, or sensed the shift in atmosphere radiating from the driver's box. The lone rider stayed with them, a persistent shadow on the ridge, until the light failed completely, swallowing the landscape in shades of gray and deep indigo. When Maggie looked again, the silhouette was gone, vanished into the gathering dark. But the relief she expected didn't come. Instead, a colder dread settled in her stomach. He hadn't attacked. He hadn't approached. He had simply watched, observed, like Carter. Was there a connection? Was the rider scouting for a larger group waiting further down the road? Or was he interested in something or someone specific on this coach? The miles crawled by in the deepening twilight. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of sagebrush and dry grass. Stars began to prick the vast velvety expanse above. Cold and diamond-hard, the passengers inside had fallen quiet, perhaps sensing the unspoken tension or simply succumbing to exhaustion. Maggie focused on the road, barely visible now, relying on instinct, the feel of the reins and the wisdom of her lead horses, Comet and Arrow, who seemed to navigate the darkness with a sixth sense. Henderson remained vigilant beside her, the shotgun now held more purposefully, its twin barrels glinting faintly in the starlight. Suddenly, Arrow, the near leader, snorted sharply and shied, pulling against the reins. The whole team faltered, harness chains rattling loudly in the stillness. "Whoa now! Easy!" Maggie called, her voice sharp but controlled, trying to soothe the spooked animals while simultaneously scanning the darkness ahead. Henderson raised the shotgun, peering into the gloom. What had startled them? An animal darting across the trail? Or something else? From inside the coach came a sharp, indrawn breath, followed by a low, urgent whisper. Maggie couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Fear. Then a voice cut through the night, calm and steady, yet carrying an undeniable edge of command. It came from inside the coach, from the man who had barely spoken all day. "Driver!" Ethan Carter called out, his voice clear and precise, reaching her easily over the nervous stamping of the horses. "There's something on the road ahead, or someone. Best pull up, now." Chapter 3. Wheels Against the Wilderness. Ethan Carter's voice, cutting through the sudden, tense silence that had fallen after Arrow's panicked shy, was unnervingly calm. "Best pull up, now." It wasn't a request. Maggie's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every instinct screamed at her to lay the whip across the leaders' backs, to bolt into the oppressive darkness, trusting speed and horseflesh to outrun whatever waited ahead. But Carter's tone, devoid of panic yet sharp with certainty, held her frozen for a fraction of a second. And Arrow's continued nervous snorting, the ripple of unease spreading through the entire team, told her running blind might be just as dangerous. Something tangible was out there, something that spooked a seasoned lead horse. "Whoa!" she called out, her voice tight but carrying command. She pulled back firmly but smoothly on the reins, feeling the resistance of 6 powerful animals wanting to flee. "Steady now. Easy." The coach groaned to a halt, the sudden stillness amplifying the frantic pounding in Maggie's ears. The air felt thick, charged with unseen menace. Henderson shifted beside her, the metallic scrape of the shotgun, cocking echoing loud in the night. His knuckles were white where he gripped the weapon, his face a grim mask in the faint starlight. "What is it?" Henderson muttered, peering intently into the blackness that swallowed the road ahead. "Can't see a damn thing." "Doesn't matter what you see." Carter's voice came again from inside the coach, still low and controlled. "They're there. Both sides. Both sides." The words sent a fresh chill down Maggie's spine. Not an accident, then. An ambush. A wave of fear washed over her, cold and nauseating. Fear for the passengers trapped inside, for Henderson, for her team. Fear for herself. But beneath the fear, the grit her father had instilled in her began to harden into resolve. Panic was a luxury she couldn't afford. She was the driver. This was her coach. Her responsibility. "Henderson," she said, keeping her voice low and steady, mimicking Carter's calm though her insides churned. "Stay sharp. Watch the right." She kept her own eyes fixed forward and to the left, straining to pierce the gloom. The horses stamped nervously, their warm breath pluming in the cool night air. Inside the coach, a woman, Mrs. Pendergast, Maggie guessed, let out a whimpering sob. The baby began to cry, a thin, reedy wail that frayed the edges of the tense silence. "Quiet in there!" Maggie snapped, sharper than she intended, needing focus, needing control. The crying subsided into muffled sniffles. Then, Figures began to coalesce out of the darkness, like shadows detaching themselves from the deeper black beneath the sparse trees lining the trail. 2 men materialized on the left, 2 more on the right. They moved with a practiced silence, spreading out slightly, their forms indistinct but undeniably menacing. Moonlight glinted dully off the long barrel of a rifle held by one man, the unmistakable shape of a holstered pistol on another's hip. They stopped about 20 yards from the coach, forming a loose cordon, close enough to be threatening, far enough to make a sudden charge difficult. "Well now," a rough voice drawled from the group on the left. "Looky what the night dragged in. Pulling up so polite like, appreciate that." Maggie's grip tightened on the reins. Her other hand instinctively hovered near the butt of the old Colt Peacemaker tucked into the waistband of her trousers, a companion piece her father had insisted she carry, though she prayed nightly she'd never have to use it in earnest. It felt woefully inadequate against 4 armed men. "State your business," Henderson called out, his voice rough but holding firm. The twin barrels of the greener were leveled steadily towards the men on his side. A chuckle drifted from the darkness. "Ain't complicated. We'll be taking the strong box and that mail pouch folks been talking about. Hand 'em over nice and easy. Nobody gets hurt." The mail pouch. Jed's warnings, Carter's presence, the rider on the ridge. It all clicked into place with sickening certainty. This wasn't random. They knew what this coach carried. "Not happening," Maggie said, her voice surprisingly level. Defiance felt better than fear. "This is an overland stage line coach carrying U.S. mail. You interfere, you're tangling with the government." She hoped the words sounded more convincing than they felt. Another chuckle, colder this time. "The government's a long way off, little lady. Out here, we make the rules tonight. Now the box and the pouch. Don't make us ask again." One of the men on Henderson's side took a step forward, raising his rifle slightly. Henderson's shotgun didn't waver. "Take another step, you eat buckshot," he warned, his voice flat. The air crackled with tension. Maggie could feel the fear radiating from the coach behind her, a palpable thing. She held the reins tight, feeling the power of the 6 horses coiled beneath her, ready to explode into motion at her command. But where could they go? Charging forward meant running directly into 2 guns. Turning sharply risked overturning the heavy coach in the darkness on uneven ground. They were pinned. Suddenly, the window curtain beside Carter's seat, inside the coach, was pulled back a fraction of an inch. Maggie caught a glimpse of movement, the faint gleam of metal in the starlight. Was Carter armed? He hadn't made a sound since the men appeared. "You got passengers in there," the lead bandit called out, his voice taking on a harder edge. "Women, children. Think about 'em before your guard gets trigger-happy." It was a calculated threat, aimed at unnerving them, breaking their resolve. Maggie felt a surge of anger. Using the innocent passengers as leverage, before she could formulate a response, Ethan Carter spoke again, his voice projecting easily from inside the coach, still unnervingly calm, but with a new layer of ice. "You seem well informed about the cargo," he said. "Perhaps too well informed for common road agents." There was a sudden stillness from the bandits. Carter's observation, dropped so precisely into the tense standoff, seemed to momentarily wrong-foot them. "Who the hell is that?" the leader demanded, peering towards the darkened coach window. "Just a passenger," Carter replied smoothly. "One who notes that targeting specific mail shipments suggests inside knowledge. Knowledge someone might pay dearly for, or hang for." Maggie's breath caught. He was deliberately provoking them, yes, but also planting seeds of doubt, hinting at betrayal within their own ranks, perhaps? Or was he signaling something else, testing their reaction? The bandit leader swore violently. "Enough talk. Throw down the box, now, or we start shooting." He raised his rifle, aiming not at Henderson, but deliberately towards the body of the coach, towards the passengers, towards Carter. Time seemed to slow. Maggie saw the glint of the rifle barrel, saw Henderson tense, saw the faint outline of Carter's head near the window. Her mind raced. Give in? Fight? In that split second of agonizing indecision, Carter acted. The report of a pistol shot cracked through the night, shockingly loud coming from inside the coach. It wasn't the heavy boom of Henderson's shotgun, nor the deeper crack of a rifle. It was the sharper, distinct sound of a handgun. Simultaneously, the man aiming the rifle cried out, stumbling backward, clutching his shoulder. He hadn't been hit lethally, it seemed, but the shot had been precise, disabling. All hell broke loose. "Now, driver, go!" Carter's voice roared, stripped of its earlier calm, now pure, urgent command. Maggie didn't hesitate. The shot, Carter's command, it broke the spell of terrified paralysis. Adrenaline surged through her like wildfire. "Yeah!" she screamed, pouring every ounce of her fear and fury into the sound, simultaneously cracking the whip high over the leaders' heads. "Go! Go! Go!" The team, already spooked and needing little encouragement, lunged forward with explosive force. The coach bucked violently, throwing Maggie hard against the seat back, but her grip on the reins held firm. She leaned forward, bracing herself, becoming one with the surging power beneath her. Gunshots erupted from both sides of the road. A bullet whined past Maggie's head, sickeningly close. Another thudded into the thick wooden side of the coach. Henderson roared, firing the greener shotgun. The heavy blast echoed through the night, followed by a cry of pain from the right side of the road. He'd hit someone. Maggie didn't look back. Her focus was absolute, narrowed to the barely visible track ahead, to controlling the panicked, thundering team. 6 horses, nearly 3 tons of coach, careening through the darkness at a full gallop. It was barely controlled chaos. A broken wheel, a hidden ditch, a stumble from a lead horse, and they'd all be dead or dying. She hauled on the reins, guiding the leaders, feeling the immense strain in her arms and shoulders, using every ounce of skill and instinct her father had taught her. The coach slewed wildly, wheels bumping and bouncing over unseen obstacles, threatening to tip with every lurch. Inside, she could hear terrified screams and the thud of bodies being thrown about. Another shot rang out from inside the coach. Carter again. Then Henderson fired the second barrel of the shotgun. More shouts, curses fading behind them as the coach rocketed down the trail. Maggie risked a fleeting glance back. The figures of the attackers were receding rapidly, swallowed by the darkness and the dust cloud kicked up by the horses and wheels. One man was down on the ground. Another was being helped by a third. They weren't pursuing. Not yet, anyway. They'd been caught off guard, momentarily routed by the unexpected resistance, particularly the accurate fire from within the coach, but she didn't dare slow down. Adrenaline still pounded through her veins. They needed distance. They needed the safety, however temporary, of Rock Creek Station. She pushed the team hard, demanding every ounce of speed they possessed, the wind whistling past her ears, carrying away the sounds of the ambush. The miles blurred. Maggie lost track of time, focusing only on the rhythm of the pounding hooves, the feel of the road beneath the wheels, the strain in her arms. The darkness remained profound, but the immediate threat seemed to have receded. The wild gallop slowly eased into a fast ground-eating trot as the horses began to tire, their breathing coming in ragged gasps. Maggie let them settle into the fastest pace they could sustain, still scanning the darkness around them, listening for any sound of pursuit. Silence fell, broken only by the coach's rumble and the horses' laboring breaths. Inside, the passengers were eerily quiet now, likely stunned or too terrified to speak. Henderson methodically began reloading the greener, the clicks and snaps of the mechanism precise and comforting in the darkness. Maggie finally allowed herself a shaky breath. Her hands were trembling, not from cold, but from the aftermath of adrenaline and sheer terror. They had survived, for now, thanks in large part to the quiet man in shadow gray, Ethan Carter. Not just an observer, a man of action, a man with a gun, and the skill to use it precisely, disablingly, even from within a jolting coach in near darkness. Federal agent seemed less a guess now, more a certainty, an agent who didn't shy away from violence when necessary, who could issue commands with absolute authority, who seemed to understand the ruthless calculus of survival on the frontier. She found herself looking at the closed curtain of the window nearest his seat with a mixture of gratitude, suspicion, and a strange, unsettling curiosity. Who was Ethan Carter? And why did his presence feel both like a shield against the danger, and somehow part of the danger itself? The first faint streaks of dawn were beginning to paint the eastern horizon, diluting the oppressive blackness with pale gray and rose, when the rough outlines of Rock Creek Station finally emerged from the gloom ahead. A cluster of low buildings, stable, bunkhouse, main station house with its weak lantern glow, huddled by a bend in the creek, looking small and vulnerable against the vast landscape. It wasn't much, but tonight it looked like sanctuary. Maggie eased the team down to a walk, the horses blowing wearily, their flanks dark with sweat despite the cool morning air. She pulled them to a halt near the stable, the familiar sounds of the station, a dog barking, the low murmur of voices from inside, washing over her like a balm. She sat for a moment, letting the reins slacken slightly in her trembling hands, the immense fatigue settling deep into her bones. The immediate crisis was over, but as the adrenaline faded, it left behind a chilling awareness. The attack hadn't been random. They had been targeted. Someone knew about the mail pouch, maybe even about the government notes Carter carried. And Carter was a man prepared for deadly trouble. The door to the coach creaked open. Ethan Carter stepped out, adjusting his string tie, his dark suit remarkably unruffled despite the chaos. He paused, looking not at Maggie, but back down the trail they had just traveled, his expression thoughtful, unreadable in the dim pre-dawn light. Then he turned his gaze up towards her on the driver's box. His eyes met hers, holding a flicker of something she couldn't quite decipher: appraisal, shared experience, perhaps even a grudging respect. "Good driving, Miss O'Neill," he said quietly, his voice once again calm, betraying nothing of the violence that had erupted just hours before. "You handle your team well under fire." The compliment, delivered so matter-of-factly, felt strangely intimate after the shared danger. Maggie could only nod, her throat too tight, too raw from shouting and dust to form words. The wilderness had tested them, thrown its violence against the wheels of her coach, and somehow they had endured. But the feeling lingered, cold and sharp. The journey was far from over, and the dangers lurking in the shadows were perhaps closer than she knew. Chapter 4: Whispers on the Wind. The exhaustion hit Maggie like a physical blow the moment she finally let the tension drain from her shoulders. Climbing down stiffly from the driver's box, her legs threatened to buckle. Every muscle screamed in protest from the long hours of driving, compounded by the violent strain of controlling the panicked team during the escape. Dust coated her face like a mask, gritting between her teeth, stinging her eyes. The pre-dawn air, though cool, did little to soothe the raw ache deep in her bones. Rock Creek Station was barely stirring. A lone lantern cast a sickly yellow glow from the window of the main house. A squat log structure chinked with mud. Smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney, carrying the faint scent of bacon and stale coffee. A sleepy-eyed hostler, barely more than a boy, emerged, rubbing his eyes from the adjoining bunkhouse as Maggie began the laborious process of unhitching the weary team. "Trouble, Maggie?" the boy, Billy asked, his voice still thick with sleep as he took in the lathered horses and the general air of disarray. "You could say that," Maggie replied tersely, her voice hoarse. "Ambush. Back about 10 miles. 4, maybe 5 men." She didn't elaborate, didn't have the energy. Let the station master deal with the details. Her priority was the horses. She ran a hand down Zeus's trembling flank, murmuring soothing words. The big roan leaned into her touch, his sides heaving. The coach door creaked open again, and the passengers began to disembark, looking pale and shaken in the dim light. Mrs. Pendergast emerged first, her black bombazine dusty and askew, her face pinched with indignation and lingering fear. "Outrageous!" she declared to the empty air. "Utterly outrageous! Attacked by ruffians! Shot at, thrown about like sacks of grain. The Overland stage line will hear about this. There must be recompense." The young couple followed, the wife clutching her now quiet baby tightly, her eyes wide and dark with remembered terror. Her husband put a protective arm around her, his own face grim. The old prospector stumbled out, clutching his side and muttering curses under his breath. He'd likely been thrown hard against the coach wall. Ethan Carter was the last one out, moving with that same unnerving composure. He surveyed the scene, the exhausted horses, the shaken passengers, the primitive station, his gaze sharp and analytical. He offered Maggie a brief nod, acknowledging her earlier words, before turning his attention to the coach itself, walking slowly around it, examining the thick wooden panels. His fingers traced the gouge where a bullet had struck home, his expression thoughtful. A stout, grizzled man emerged from the main house, pulling on suspenders over his long johns. This was Silas Croft, the Rock Creek station master, a man whose temperament usually ranged from surly to outright hostile. Seeing the state of the coach and passengers, however, seemed to momentarily stun him into silence. "What in blue blazes happened, O'Neill?" Croft finally demanded, his voice raspy. Maggie straightened up from checking Arrow's foreleg. "Ambush, Croft. 4, maybe 5 riders. Tried to take the strongbox and the mail pouch." Croft swore, running a hand through his thinning gray hair. "Damn it all, again? That's the 3rd time this month someone's hit a coach on this stretch. Heard rumors, but—" His eyes narrowed, scanning the passengers, lingering for a moment on Carter's well-dressed figure before returning to Maggie. "Anyone hurt?" "Man took a shot to the shoulder." Carter spoke up unexpectedly, his voice cutting cleanly through the morning chill. He indicated the rifleman he'd disabled, and their reception wasn't entirely passive. He glanced towards Henderson, who gave a grim nod, patting the greener. "We encourage them to pursue other interests." Croft absorbed this, looking from Carter to Henderson, then back to Maggie. "Any idea who they were?" Maggie shook her head. "Too dark. Moved like they knew what they were doing, though, knew we had the mail." "They knew," Carter affirmed quietly, his gaze meeting Maggie's. There was an unspoken confirmation in that look, a shared understanding of the implication, inside information. "Right," Croft grunted, seeming overwhelmed. "Get the passengers inside. Billy, see to the team. Fresh horses needed, O'Neill?" "This team needs rest more than anything," Maggie said. "But yes, a fresh 6 if you have 'em sound. We lost time, need to make it up if we can. Depends how long we're held up here." She looked pointedly at Carter. Was he planning to conduct an investigation here? Delay them further? Carter seemed to read her thoughts. "Minimal delay, Miss O'Neill. We press on as soon as feasible. But a brief rest is warranted for all." He turned to Croft. "I'll need to speak with you, station master. Privately." Croft bristled slightly at the authoritative tone, but seemed to recognize something in Carter's demeanor, perhaps the glint of officialdom Jed had suspected. "Aye, inside. Coffee's hot, such as it is." Maggie watched them go, Carter moving with quiet purpose, Croft looking flustered and wary. Henderson followed them, carrying the strongbox. The passengers trailed behind, eager for the relative comfort and safety of the station house, leaving Maggie alone in the growing light with Billy and the exhausted horses. The station house interior was rough but functional. A long plank table dominated the main room, surrounded by mismatched benches. A stone fireplace radiated welcome warmth against the morning chill. The air smelled of wood smoke, frying bacon, and the lingering scent of unwashed bodies and stale tobacco. Mrs. Pendergast immediately began complaining about the lack of amenities, while the young mother found a corner to tend to her baby. The old prospector slumped onto a bench, pulling out his flask again. Maggie entered quietly after settling the horses with Billy, accepting a tin mug of scorching bitter coffee from Croft's weary-looking wife, Martha, a thin woman whose silence seemed as ingrained as the lines on her face. Maggie found a spot near the door, leaning against the rough log wall, sipping the coffee and letting the warmth seep into her chilled hands. She felt detached, observing the scene almost as an outsider. The fear and adrenaline had ebbed, leaving behind a profound weariness and a low, simmering anger. Anger at the men who had attacked them, anger at the vulnerability of her position, anger at the secrets that seemed to swirl around this mail route like the dust devils outside. Carter, Croft, and Henderson were huddled near the fireplace, speaking in low tones. Maggie couldn't hear the specifics, but Carter seemed to be doing most of the talking, gesturing occasionally, his voice calm but insistent. Croft listened, nodding intermittently, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Henderson stood impassively, contributing little, ever the silent guardian. Maggie's gaze kept drifting towards Carter. His presence dominated the room despite his quietness. There was an intensity about him, a focused energy that set him apart. He moved with the economy of someone accustomed to dangerous situations, his eyes constantly scanning, assessing. She remembered the precise crack of his pistol shot in the darkness, the command in his voice. He was more than just a passenger, more than just an agent investigating theft. He felt like a force, one that had intersected her path with potentially devastating consequences. She finished her coffee and slipped back outside, needing air, needing space from the close confines of the station house and the simmering fear within it. The sun was fully up now, bathing the desolate landscape in a clear, harsh light. The wind had picked up, whispering around the corners of the buildings, carrying the dry scent of sage and dust. It felt lonely, exposed. Rock Creek Station was a tiny speck of human endeavor in a vast, uncaring wilderness. She walked towards the stables, needing the familiar comfort of the horses. Billy was diligently rubbing down Zeus, his movements slow but steady. "They all right?" Maggie asked, running a hand over the roan's neck. "Tired, Maggie. Real tired," Billy said, looking up at her with worried eyes. "That was some running you did." "Had to," Maggie replied simply. She checked the other horses, murmuring to them, assessing their condition. They were spent, but unharmed. Good horseflesh, the best the line provided. They deserved the rest. As she moved towards the back of the stables, checking harness racks, she heard voices drifting from the small, cluttered station office attached to the main house. The door was slightly ajar, and the wind carried the sound. It was Croft and someone else. Not Carter. Maybe one of the station hands returning from an overnight task. "Told you it was risky," Croft was saying, his voice low and agitated. "Too many eyes now. Federal man poking around." "Wasn't supposed to be no federal man," a rougher voice replied, unfamiliar to Maggie. "Just the driver and the guard, easy pickings. How was I to know?" "You were supposed to make sure," Croft hissed. "Get word out, scout the coach properly. 4 men and you couldn't even handle a girl driver and a gray-haired shotgun? Now Carter's asking questions I can't answer." "Wasn't just the guard," the other voice grumbled defensively. "Passengers started shooting. Sharpshooter, too. Nicked Jedediah's cousin, Cal." Maggie froze, pressing herself against the rough wooden wall of the stable, out of sight. Her blood ran cold. Croft, the station master, involved? And Jedediah's cousin? Jedediah Finch, the man back in Harmony Creek who ran the main office, the man who had reluctantly hired her? The tendrils of betrayal seemed to reach further than she'd imagined. "Cal hurt bad?" Croft asked, his voice tight with anxiety. "Shoulder wound. He'll live. But they scattered. Lost the nerve after the shooting started from inside. Said the driver—" The voice hesitated. "Damn woman drove like a bat out of hell. Couldn't keep up." A sliver of grim satisfaction pierced Maggie's fear. They hadn't caught her. But the confirmation of Croft's involvement, the connection to Harmony Creek, the casual mention of the planned robbery as easy pickings, it left a bitter taste in her mouth. The danger wasn't just external, it was woven into the fabric of the stage line itself. "Well, keep your damn mouth shut," Croft snapped. "Nobody knows nothing." Act normal. Carter's sharp. Don't give him reason to suspect. What about the driver, O'Neill? She hear anything? Doubt it. Too busy keeping that coach upright. Besides, she ain't one for gossip, keeps to herself. Croft paused. Just get back to work. And tell the others. Lay low. Wait for word. This ain't over. The conversation ended. Maggie heard footsteps moving away inside the office. She waited, heart pounding, scarcely daring to breathe until she was sure she was alone again. Then she slowly sank back against the stable wall, the rough timber biting into her back. Croft, Jedediah's cousin among the attackers. How deep did it go? Was Henderson involved? He'd seemed loyal enough during the fight, but he was quiet, hard to read. And Jedediah himself? The man who held her father's meager savings, who controlled her livelihood? The thought was sickening. She felt suddenly, utterly alone, surrounded by potential enemies, entrusted with cargo that people were willing to kill for, accompanied by a federal agent whose motives remained opaque. Who could she trust? She pushed herself upright, forcing her weary limbs to obey. She couldn't afford to show weakness, couldn't afford to let anyone see the turmoil inside her. She had to get the coach, the remaining passengers, and Ethan Carter to Redemption Gulch. She had to do her job. She walked back towards the main house, her face set in determined lines, though her mind raced. She needed to warn Carter. But how? Accusing the station master based on an overheard conversation was risky. Croft could deny everything, turn it back on her. Carter, despite his intervention, was still an unknown quantity. Giving him information might put her in even greater danger if he couldn't be trusted. She saw Carter standing near the coach again, talking quietly with Henderson. Henderson was checking the coach's wheels and thoroughbraces, his movements methodical. Carter watched him, occasionally asking a question. There was an intensity in Carter's observation, a scrutiny that made Maggie uneasy. Was he testing Henderson, or just being thorough? As she approached, Carter looked up, his gaze sharp. Miss O'Neill, Croft is providing a fresh team. We should be ready to depart within the hour, if you're up to it. His eyes searched hers, as if gauging her readiness, her resilience. She met his gaze steadily, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel. I'm ready when the team is, Mr. Carter. Good. He paused, then lowered his voice slightly, though Henderson was just out of earshot, busy with a wheel hub. That unpleasantness last night, it confirms certain suspicions. The attackers were expecting an easier time. They knew about the mail. Maggie nodded curtly. Seemed that way. Should she tell him what she'd overheard? The risk felt enormous. Croft was watching from the doorway of the station house, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes held a new wariness. These stations, Carter continued, his gaze sweeping the desolate surroundings, can be lonely places, vulnerable. Information travels slowly, but sometimes it travels selectively. He looked back at her. Trust is a valuable commodity out here, and easily broken. Was that a warning? A test? Or simply an observation? His gray eyes were impossible to read. I trust my horses, Maggie said evenly, and my own judgment. It was only half true. Her judgment felt clouded, uncertain. Carter gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Wise priorities. He glanced towards the station house again, where Croft had disappeared back inside. We'll need to be vigilant on the next leg. Our welcoming committee may not be entirely discouraged. Vigilant. That was an understatement. Maggie felt as if danger lurked in every shadow, every whisper on the wind carrying potential threats. The fresh team was being led out now, sturdy-looking bays and sorrels, but lacking the deep familiarity she had with her own horses. Another layer of uncertainty. She climbed back onto the driver's box, the worn leather of the seat a familiar anchor in a sea of doubt. Henderson took his place beside her, shotgun reloaded and ready. The passengers, subdued and anxious, filed back into the coach. Carter was the last to board, pausing at the door to give Maggie one last look. Stay alert, Miss O'Neill, he said softly, then stepped inside, pulling the door shut behind him. Maggie gathered the new set of reins, the unfamiliar leather stiff in her hands. She took a deep breath, tasting the ever-present dust, listening to the lonely sigh of the wind across the plains. Croft stood in the doorway, watching them leave, his face unreadable. The whispers she had overheard echoed in her mind, chilling reminders of the betrayal hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary. The wilderness outside was dangerous, but the wilderness within the hearts of men felt infinitely more treacherous. With a sharp command and a crack of the whip, she urged the fresh team forward, plunging back into the vast, uncertain landscape, the weight of secrets heavier than any strongbox. Chapter 5. Where Bullets Fly and Trust Begins. The miles unspooling from Rock Creek Station felt different, heavier. The vast, sun-drenched landscape that usually offered Maggie a sense of hard-won freedom now seemed charged with menace. Every distant bluff potentially concealing a rifleman, every dip in the road a possible trap. Croft's betrayal, confirmed by the whisper she'd overheard, lay like a cold stone in her gut. The station master's neutral expression as they pulled away had been a mask, poorly concealing the anxiety, or perhaps the calculation beneath. He knew they were heading back into danger he likely had a hand in arranging. The fresh team, while strong, lacked the intuitive connection she shared with Zeus and the others. They responded to her commands, certainly, but without that deep, ingrained understanding forged over countless miles. She had to be more deliberate, more forceful with the reins, her concentration stretched thin between managing the unfamiliar horses and constantly scanning the terrain. Beside her, Henderson was a study in stoic vigilance. He hadn't spoken much since the station, merely nodded grimly when Maggie had tersely informed him they were rolling again. Now he sat with the greener shotgun held slightly more purposefully than before, his gaze sweeping relentlessly across the horizon. Was his silence professional detachment or something else? Did he know about Croft? Was he part of it? Maggie couldn't shake the suspicion, a corrosive doubt that added another layer to her isolation. Every time he shifted position, every time his gaze lingered a moment too long in one direction, she felt a jolt of apprehension. Inside the coach, the passengers were unnaturally subdued. The previous night's terror had stripped away the petty complaints and nervous chatter, leaving behind a heavy pall of fear. Even Mrs. Pendergast seemed to have exhausted her capacity for indignation, sitting stiffly upright, her lips pressed into a thin white line. Maggie could only imagine the atmosphere in there, cramped, dusty, thick with unspoken anxiety. And Carter. His presence was a constant awareness at her back. She hadn't spoken directly to him since his quiet, "Stay alert," but she felt his watchfulness. Was he aware of the depth of the betrayal at Rock Creek? His earlier comment about inside knowledge suggested he suspected, but did he know Croft was actively working against them now? She wrestled with the urge to warn him about what she'd overheard. The risk was immense. Accusing Croft based on a snatched conversation could backfire spectacularly. Carter was still an unknown, a federal agent whose true motives and allegiances remained veiled. Telling him might make her a target for both sides if he couldn't be trusted. Yet withholding the information felt like complicity, like letting him walk or ride blindly into another trap. The sun beat down, reflecting mercilessly off the pale, dusty ground. The new horses settled into a steady rhythm, their hooves drumming a relentless beat against the hard-packed earth. Maggie focused on the trail, forcing herself to read the subtle signs, the way the grass bent, the scattering of pebbles, the faint tracks left by previous travelers or perhaps by animals. Her senses felt heightened, raw, every nerve ending tingling with anticipation. They were perhaps 2 hours out from Rock Creek, navigating a stretch of rolling prairie dotted with sparse clumps of sagebrush and occasional rocky outcrops, when Henderson suddenly stiffened. "Riders," he said, his voice low and tight. "3 of 'em. Coming up fast from the southeast, trying to cut us off at the pass up ahead." Maggie's head snapped up. She followed his pointing finger. Far off, maybe 2 miles distant, but closing rapidly across the open ground, were 3 dark specks kicking up plumes of dust. They weren't trying to hide. They were riding hard, converging on a narrow gap in a low ridge that the trail wound through about a mile ahead. the only way through for the coach without a long, time-consuming detour. Her blood ran cold. This wasn't a stealthy ambush like last night. This was a direct, desperate attempt to intercept them. Croft hadn't waited long. "They mean to box us in," Maggie breathed, her knuckles whitening on the reins. The pass was narrow, flanked by steep, rocky slopes, a perfect place to trap the coach. "Can we beat him to it?" Henderson asked, already checking the shotgun's loads. Maggie assessed the distance, the speed of the riders, the capability of her team. "It'll be close, damn close, but sitting here is suicide." "Then drive, girl," Henderson grunted. "Drive like hell." This time, Maggie didn't hesitate. With a sharp cry and a resonant crack of the whip that sent the leaders surging forward, she urged the team into a full gallop. "Yeah, get up, move!" The coach leaped forward, jolting violently. Inside, frightened cries erupted. Maggie ignored them, pouring all her focus, all her will into the horses. She leaned forward, low over the footboard, feeling the wind whip strands of hair across her face, tasting the acrid dust kicked up by the pounding hooves. The race was on. The coach thundered across the prairie, wheels bouncing dangerously over uneven ground, the frame groaning in protest. Maggie fought the reins, keeping the team stretched out, running flat, guiding them with subtle shifts of pressure, praying the unfamiliar horses had the stamina, the heart. The pursuing riders spurred their mounts, angling sharply to intercept. They were gaining, the gap closing relentlessly. Maggie could make out their figures more clearly now. Hard-looking men, rifles held ready. They weren't the same group as last night, she thought, though it was hard to be sure at this distance and speed. These men looked leaner, meaner, riding with a grim determination that spoke of high stakes. The entrance to the pass loomed closer, a narrow slash between rock-strewn slopes. If they could just reach it. Suddenly a puff of smoke erupted from the lead rider, followed an instant later by the sharp crack of a rifle shot echoing across the plains. The bullet sang past Maggie's ear, chillingly close. "They're firing," Henderson yelled, ducking instinctively. He brought the greener up, but the range was still too great for the shotgun to be effective against riflemen. Another shot, this one thudding heavily into the rear boot of the coach. Panic flared inside Maggie, cold and sharp. They were trying to disable the coach, or worse, hit one of the horses. A downed horse at this speed would mean a catastrophic wreck. "Faster!" she screamed, though the horses were already giving their all, their breath tearing in ragged gasps, lather foaming on their necks. Just as they reached the mouth of the pass, disaster struck. The near lead horse stumbled, caught its hoof on a loose rock hidden by the dust. It didn't go down completely, but the momentary falter, the break in rhythm, was enough. The coach slewed violently, threatening to jackknife. Maggie fought desperately to regain control, hauling on the reins, her arms screaming with the effort. They careened into the pass, but their momentum was broken. The pursuing riders, seeing their chance, spurred their horses, closing the final distance with terrifying speed. They were almost upon them. "Get ready!" Henderson shouted, bracing himself. The shotgun aimed back towards the pursuing riders, now barely 50 yards behind and fanning out slightly. From inside the coach, Carter's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. "Driver, swing wide left. Use that outcrop for cover, now!" Maggie glanced instinctively to her left. A jagged outcrop of rock jutted out from the canyon wall about 30 yards ahead, offering partial cover. But swinging the coach wide at this speed, with the pass narrowing, was incredibly risky. Yet Carter's certainty, the tactical sense in his command, registered even through her panic. Trust him? Or rely on her own instinct to keep driving straight, hoping to outrun them in the narrow confines? In that split second, looking at the grim faces of the riders closing in, rifles raising, she made her choice. Trust the man who had proven his nerve, his tactical eye. "Hold on!" she yelled back, not knowing if anyone heard over the din. She hauled hard on the left reins, simultaneously applying pressure with her right foot on the brake lever, not enough to lock the wheels, but enough to help initiate the skid. The coach responded with a terrifying lurch, wheels screaming as they slid sideways on the rocky ground. Dust billowed, obscuring everything for a moment. For a heart-stopping second, Maggie thought they were going over. Then, with a teeth-jarring jolt, the coach slammed to a halt, the right side partially sheltered by the jutting rock formation. The near lead horse whinnied in pain. It must have wrenched its leg in the stumble and the subsequent sharp turn. The pursuing riders, momentarily surprised by the sudden maneuver, were forced to rein in hard to avoid crashing into the coach or each other. "Now Henderson!" Maggie screamed, drawing the Colt Peacemaker her father had given her. The heavy weight felt unfamiliar, clumsy in her trembling hand. Henderson needed no urging. He fired both barrels of the greener in quick succession into the bunched riders. The roar of the shotgun blasts echoed deafeningly in the narrow pass. One rider cried out and tumbled from his saddle. Another's horse reared violently, throwing its rider before bolting back down the pass. The third rider, momentarily shielded by the chaos, recovered quickly. He spurred his horse forward, rifle blazing. Bullets hammered into the side of the coach, splintering wood. Maggie flinched, trying to make herself small behind the flimsy protection of the driver's box. She raised the Colt, aiming over the backs of the horses, but her hand was shaking too badly. Suddenly, the coach door burst open. Ethan Carter leaped out, landing lightly on the balls of his feet despite the uneven ground. He held a sleek, modern-looking revolver, not the one she'd heard last night, perhaps, but equally deadly. His dark suit seemed absurdly out of place amidst the gunfire and dust, yet he moved with lethal grace. Ignoring the bullets kicking up dust around him, Carter took 2 quick steps away from the coach, raised his revolver in a 2-handed grip, and fired. Once, twice. The shots were deliberate, precise. The remaining attacker jerked in the saddle, his rifle falling from his grasp. He clutched at his chest, swayed for a moment, then slid sideways, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Silence descended, abrupt and shocking, broken only by the panicked whinnying of the injured lead horse, the harsh gasping breaths of the other animals, and the faint, terrified whimpering coming from inside the coach. Maggie stared, the heavy Colt still gripped uselessly in her hand. Dust slowly settled, revealing the scene. 2 men down, apparently dead or dying, the third riderless horse vanishing back down the pass, and the first man Henderson had hit trying to crawl towards the dubious cover of a rock, dragging a shattered leg. Carter stood for a moment, pistol still raised, scanning the pass in both directions, ensuring there were no more threats. Then, seemingly satisfied, he lowered the weapon, though he didn't holster it. He turned, his gaze sweeping over Henderson, who was hastily reloading, then landing on Maggie. His gray eyes met hers across the short distance. The usual mask of cool detachment was gone, replaced by the raw intensity of recent combat. There was no judgment in his look, only a shared understanding of the violence they had just weathered, the precipice they had stood upon. He gave her a single, sharp nod, an acknowledgement of her driving, her nerve, her crucial decision to trust his command in that critical moment. Maggie slowly lowered her own pistol, her hand still shaking. She felt a strange lightness in her head, the aftermath of adrenaline. She had faced gunfire, relied on the command of a stranger, and somehow they were still alive. The barrier of suspicion between her and Carter hadn't vanished, but it had been breached. In the crucible of violence, a fragile strand of trust had been forged, born not of liking or understanding, but of mutual reliance in the face of death. "Check the passengers," Carter said to Henderson, his voice tight but controlled. He then walked quickly towards the downed rider who was still moving, kicking the man's dropped rifle further away before kneeling beside him. Maggie finally found her voice, though it came out raspy. The near leader. Stumbled. Hurt its leg. She swung down from the box, forcing her trembling legs to hold her, and hurried towards the front of the team. The horse, Arrow, stood with its left foreleg held awkwardly off the ground, trembling violently. Maggie ran a gentle hand down the leg, feeling the heat and swelling just above the fetlock. A bad sprain, possibly worse. Not crippled, perhaps, but unable to continue pulling the heavy coach at any speed. She looked up, meeting Carter's eyes as he finished briefly questioning the wounded, now silent attacker. He seemed to understand the situation immediately from her expression. "Can he walk?" Carter asked. "Maybe slowly," Maggie said, "but he can't pull. We can't make time like this." Carter glanced back down the pass, then towards Redemption Gulch, still many miles away. The sun was beginning its downward arc. They were exposed, vulnerable, with a damaged coach, an injured horse, wounded passengers inside, and enemies who now knew exactly where they were and that they were hampered. "We need to get off this main trail," Carter said decisively. "Find a defensible spot to hole up until dark at least. Assess the damage properly. Tend to the wounded." He looked at Maggie again, his expression grim but resolute. "Miss O'Neill, is there anywhere nearby? Somewhere hidden?" Maggie thought quickly, forcing her tired brain to work. Her father had taught her not just the main routes, but the hidden waterholes, the old trappers' trails, the box canyons known only to few. There's an old line cabin," she said slowly, picturing the map in her mind. "About 2 miles north of here, tucked into a ravine. Sheltered, water nearby. If we can get the coach that far, we have to try," Carter stated. He turned to Henderson, who had just emerged from the coach, looking grim. "Mrs. Pendergast took some splinter fragments, superficial. Prospector got thrown hard again, might have cracked a rib. Young mother's hysterical but unharmed. Baby's fine," Henderson reported succinctly. "Right," Carter said. "Help Miss O'Neill cut the injured horse out of the traces. We'll lead him alongside. We move out as quickly as possible. Henderson, keep that shotgun ready. Our friends might have reinforcements." As Maggie worked with Henderson to free the trembling arrow from the harness, her mind raced. Carter was taking command naturally, decisively, and she was following his lead, sharing her knowledge of the terrain without hesitation. The whispered conversation she'd overheard at Rock Creek seemed like a lifetime ago. Telling him now felt less like a risk, more like a necessity. This man, whoever he was, seemed to be their best chance of surviving not only the immediate threat, but the deeper conspiracy that was tightening around them like a noose. Trust hadn't fully arrived, perhaps, but in the dust and blood of the narrow pass, its difficult birth had undeniably begun. Chapter 6. Beneath a blanket of stars and scars, the 2 miles to the hidden ravine felt like 20, moving the heavy Concord coach off the main trail and onto the rough, uneven ground, pulled by only 5 horses and hampered by the need to lead the injured arrow alongside. Was torturous work. Maggie walked beside the team now, one hand constantly on the bridle of the near wheeler. Zeus, coaxing, guiding, her voice low and steady, while Henderson rode shotgun on the box, his eyes scanning their back trail and the surrounding terrain. Ethan Carter walked point, some 20 yards ahead, his revolver held loosely at his side, moving with a hunter's awareness. He paused frequently, listening, studying the ground, ensuring they weren't stumbling into another trap or being overtly followed. The wounded bandit back in the pass had offered no useful information before lapsing into unconsciousness, Carter had reported grimly. He'd left the man there, along with his dead companions, a harsh necessity of survival on the frontier. There was no time or means for prisoners or burials when their own lives hung by a thread. The coach lurched and swayed violently, threatening to tip over on the uneven ground. Inside, the passengers endured the rough ride in stoic silence, the earlier hysteria replaced by a stunned, weary resignation. Each jolt sent waves of sympathetic pain through Maggie for the injured prospector and Mrs. Pendergast. Arrow, hobbling beside her, occasionally whinnied softly in distress, the sound tearing at Maggie's heart. She murmured soothing words, stroking his neck, but knew the horse was suffering. The landscape was stark and unforgiving, sun-baked rock, sparse, thorny brush, and the ever-present dust. Yet as they turned into the narrow mouth of the ravine Maggie had remembered, a subtle change occurred. The air grew slightly cooler, shielded from the direct sun by the high rocky walls. A trickle of water, fed by some hidden spring, snaked along the ravine floor, nurturing a thin line of hardy cottonwoods and willows. It felt like a hidden sanctuary, a place the world had overlooked. Tucked back against the steepest wall of the ravine, almost invisible until they were nearly upon it, stood the line cabin. It was small, dilapidated, built of rough-hewn logs chinked with dried mud, its roof patched with sod and hope, a testament to some long-forgotten trapper or prospector's lonely endeavor. It wasn't much, but it offered solid walls and a defensible position. "This is it," Maggie said, relief washing over her in a dizzying wave. She guided the weary team to a halt near the cabin, the horses immediately lowering their heads towards the thin ribbon of water. Carter scouted the perimeter quickly, checked the cabin itself. Empty, dusty, smelling faintly of old wood smoke and rodent droppings before nodding his satisfaction. "It'll do. Defensible. Water for the horses. Get the passengers inside. Henderson, take the first watch up where the ravine narrows. Keep sharp." Henderson nodded curtly and moved towards the entrance of the ravine without a word. Maggie helped the shaken passengers out of the coach. Mrs. Pendergast, despite her earlier complaints, managed a tight-lipped nod of thanks, clutching a handkerchief to the minor scratches on her face. The young husband helped the old prospector, who was groaning softly with each movement, into the relative comfort of the cabin. The young mother, whose name Maggie learned was Sarah, held her baby close, her eyes still wide with fear but softening with gratitude as Maggie offered her a water skin. "Thank you," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling, for getting us through that." Maggie managed a weary smile. "We're not through yet, but we're safer here for now." While Carter tended briefly to the passengers' minor injuries inside, his movements surprisingly gentle and efficient, suggesting some medical knowledge, Maggie turned her attention to the horses. With Billy's help seemingly a lifetime ago, she unhitched the exhausted team herself, leading them to the water, checking each one carefully for injuries sustained during the wild ride. Apart from Arrow's badly sprained leg, they seemed physically sound, though utterly spent. She rubbed them down as best she could with handfuls of dry grass, murmuring encouragement, her connection to the animals a grounding force amidst the chaos. Arrow's leg was definitely the biggest concern. She gently cleaned the swelling area with precious water and tore strips from her own spare shirt to create a makeshift cold compress, hoping to reduce the inflammation. The horse leaned his head against her shoulder, a gesture of trust that tightened her throat. His future, like theirs, felt uncertain. As dusk began to paint the rim of the ravine in soft purples and grays, Carter emerged from the cabin. He walked towards Maggie, who was sitting on an overturned bucket near the tethered horses, exhaustion finally catching up with her. "Passengers are settled," he said quietly, stopping a few feet away. The old man likely has cracked ribs, painful but not life-threatening if he rests. Mrs. Pendergast's pride is wounded more than her skin. The young couple is frightened but resilient. He paused, looking towards Arrow. "How's the horse?" "Bad sprain," Maggie said, her voice flat with fatigue. "He won't be pulling the coach anytime soon. Maybe not ever again on a long haul." The words hurt to say. Arrow was a fine leader, intelligent and courageous. Carter nodded slowly, accepting the assessment. "We'll have to make do with 5 when we move out. Slower going, but manageable if the terrain allows." He looked at her then, his gray eyes searching her face in the fading light. "You did well back there, Miss O'Neill. Your driving and your nerve saved us." The quiet sincerity in his voice warmed her despite the evening chill. "You too, Mr. Carter. That shot and telling me where to turn." She hesitated. "You seem to know your way around an ambush." A faint, wry smile touched his lips, gone almost before it appeared. "Let's just say I've had occasion to observe various tactical situations, sometimes from the less advantageous side." He looked away towards the darkening sky where the first stars were beginning to emerge, diamond-sharp in the clear desert air. "My name is Ethan, by the way. Given the circumstances, perhaps formalities are unnecessary." "Maggie," she replied, the single word feeling strangely significant. Sharing names felt like another small step across the chasm of suspicion. Silence fell between them, companionable rather than awkward. The only sounds were the soft murmur of the creek, the occasional stamp of a horse's hoof, and the vast, profound hush of the wilderness settling into night. Henderson was a silent statue guarding the ravine entrance. Inside the cabin, a low murmur of voices could be heard, but mostly quiet reigned. "Those men today," Maggie said finally, needing to voice the thoughts swirling in her mind, needing to gauge his reaction. "They weren't the same as last night's." Ethan nodded, his gaze still on the stars. "No. Different operation. Less finesse, more brute force, but likely connected." "Croft," Maggie said, the name falling like a stone into the quiet. "Silas Croft, at Rock Creek Station. He's involved. I overheard him talking to one of the men, likely one of last night's crew. Mentioned Jedediah Finch's cousin being shot by you." Ethan turned his head slowly, his eyes locking onto hers. There was no surprise in his expression, only a deepening intensity, a confirmation of something he already suspected or knew. "Tell me exactly what you heard." Maggie recounted the hurried, whispered conversation, Croft's anxiety, the mention of the federal man, the plan gone wrong, the instruction to lay low. As she spoke, Ethan listened intently, his face impassive, absorbing every detail. When she finished, he remained silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, thoughtful. "Jedediah Finch," he murmured, almost to himself. "His cousin. That explains the local connection, the specific knowledge of the mail pouch contents. Croft at the station provides the timing, the confirmation of passage." He looked back at Maggie. "This runs deeper than simple mail robbery. Finch manages a significant portion of the overland contract in this territory, controls information, payrolls, schedules." "What are they after?" Maggie asked. "It feels like more than just the random payroll in a strongbox." Ethan ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of weariness that momentarily softened his hard edges. "I believe they're targeting specific government communiques, financial transfers, perhaps even evidence related to ongoing investigations into corruption involving territorial contracts, railroad grants. Things powerful men would pay dearly to intercept or destroy." He sighed. "I was sent to investigate the mail thefts, yes, but also to follow whispers of a more organized conspiracy undermining federal authority and commerce in the territory. It seems those whispers were closer to shouts. And you walked right into the middle of it," Maggie observed quietly. He gave another wry, fleeting smile. "Or perhaps they walked into me. My arrival likely accelerated their plans, made them bolder, more desperate." His smile faded. "Which puts everyone on this coach in considerably more danger than I anticipated." The admission hung in the air between them. He wasn't just an agent, he was potentially the target, or at least the catalyst that had brought this down upon them. Yet his honesty, his willingness to acknowledge the risk he represented, deepened the fragile trust Maggie felt growing between them. He wasn't hiding the danger, wasn't minimizing it. So, Finch in Harmony Creek, Croft here. Who else? Maggie wondered aloud. Henderson? She glanced towards the silent figure guarding the ravine. Ethan followed her gaze, his expression unreadable. Henderson? Possible. He fits the profile. Quiet, knows the routes, handles the strong box, but he hesitated. He fought back today. Fought hard. Could be self-preservation. Could be loyalty. It's difficult to say. Men out here often wear masks. Like you? Maggie asked, the question slipping out before she could stop it. Ethan met her gaze directly, his gray eyes holding hers. There was no offense in his expression, only a weary acknowledgement. Sometimes, Maggie, a mask is necessary for survival, to protect oneself or to protect others. He looked away again, towards the vast blanket of stars spreading across the night sky. I have a past, things I carry, reasons for being circumspect. The admission, vague as it was, felt intimate. He wasn't just a federal agent, he was a man with scars, with history, like her, like everyone trying to carve out a life in this harsh, demanding land. "We all carry things, Ethan," Maggie said softly, thinking of her father, his broken body and spirit, the weight of responsibility she'd shouldered since. "Scars just show where we've been." He looked back at her, a flicker of surprise, perhaps, or understanding in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say more, but then seemed to think better of it. Instead, he gestured towards the cabin. "You need rest. You've been driving for nearly 2 days straight under considerable stress. I'll take the next watch with Henderson." Maggie hesitated. Exhaustion pulled at her like a physical weight, her eyelids heavy, her body aching, but the thought of sleeping, of letting down her guard completely, felt impossible. "I can manage." "No," Ethan interrupted gently but firmly. "You need to conserve your strength. We don't know what tomorrow brings, and we'll need you clear-headed and steady on those reins. Get some sleep, Maggie." His insistence, the genuine concern in his voice, finally broke through her resistance. She nodded slowly. "All right, but wake me if anything." "I will." She stood up stiffly, her muscles protesting. As she turned towards the cabin, Ethan spoke again, his voice low. "Thank you, Maggie, for the information about Croft, and for trusting me enough to share it." She paused at the cabin door, looking back at him. He stood silhouetted against the star-dusted sky, a solitary figure bearing the weight of secrets and danger. "Just trying to get us through this, Ethan. Same as you." Inside the cabin, the air was close but warm. The young mother, Sarah, had managed to get the baby to sleep, bundled in shawls on a makeshift bed of saddle blankets. The old prospector snored softly, his breathing shallow. Mrs. Pendergast sat rigidly on a bench, pretending to sleep but likely wide awake with fear. Maggie found an empty space on the floor near the dying embers of the small fire someone had cautiously kindled, pulling her own bedroll tight around her shoulders. Sleep felt distant, her mind still racing with images of the ambush, the sound of gunfire, Croft's treacherous words, Ethan's calm-eyed presence amidst the violence. Who was he, really? What secrets lay beneath that controlled exterior, and could she truly trust him? Trust felt like a foreign currency out here, easily counterfeited, rarely genuine. Yet something about Ethan Carter, his competence, his unexpected honesty about the danger, the fleeting glimpses of vulnerability beneath the mask, resonated with her. Lying there in the darkness, listening to the soft breathing of the other passengers, the distant stamp of a horse, the whisper of the wind outside, Maggie felt the profound loneliness of her responsibility settle over her once more. But tonight it felt slightly different. It wasn't just her against the wilderness anymore. There was Ethan, and Henderson, perhaps. A fragile alliance forged in gunfire and shared peril. Beneath the vast, indifferent blanket of stars, surrounded by the scars of the day's violence and the older scars they all carried within, Maggie finally closed her eyes. Sleep didn't come easily, haunted by flickering images of dust and blood. But when it finally claimed her, it was the sleep of sheer exhaustion, a temporary surrender in a battle far from over. The whispers on the wind had become shouts, and the road ahead remained shrouded in dangerous uncertainty. Chapter 7. Secrets Held by Station Walls. Dawn broke not with gentle color, but with a stark, unforgiving gray light that seeped into the ravine, leaching the warmth from the previous night's fragile truce. Maggie awoke stiffly from the hard-packed earth floor of the line cabin, the lingering chill penetrating her bedroll. The small fire had died down to pale ashes, and the air inside was stale, thick with the scent of sleep, dust, and fear. Around her, the other passengers stirred fitfully. The old prospector, groaning softly, tried to shift his position on the rough bench where he'd spent the night, his face etched with pain. Sarah, the young mother, was already awake, quietly tending to her baby, her movements economical, her face pale but composed in the dim light. Mrs. Pendergast sat bolt upright, her eyes wide and alert. Though whether from lack of sleep or sheer terror, Maggie couldn't tell. Her facade of indignation seemed to have crumbled overnight, leaving behind a raw vulnerability that was almost more unsettling. Maggie slipped out of the cabin quietly, needing the clean, cool air, needing space to think. The ravine was quiet, bathed in the oblique morning light that sharpened the edges of the rocks and threw long shadows. The horses stood patiently near the creek bed, heads drooping slightly, conserving energy. Arrow, the injured leader, had his hurt leg lifted, favoring it heavily. A pang of guilt and sorrow shot through Maggie. He was her responsibility, his injury a direct result of the violence forced upon them. She saw Ethan Carter standing near the mouth of the ravine, speaking quietly with Henderson. Henderson held the greener shotgun loosely, his posture relaxed yet watchful as he scanned the approach. Ethan stood with his back to Maggie, but even from a distance she could sense the focused intensity in his stance. They had likely shared the watch through the night, two solitary figures guarding the fragile sanctuary. As she approached the horses, Ethan turned, catching her movement. He gave Henderson a final word, then walked towards her, his stride measured, his expression thoughtful. He looked tired, the skin around his gray eyes tighter than yesterday, but his gaze was as sharp as ever. "Morning, Maggie," he said, his voice low. "Sleep any?" "Some," she admitted, running a hand along Zeus's sturdy neck. The big roan nudged her gently. "Enough. How was the watch?" "Quiet," Ethan replied. "No sign of pursuit. Either they gave up after yesterday's reception or they're waiting," Maggie finished grimly. "Knowing we're slowed down, knowing Croft will eventually send word we didn't make it to Redemption Gulch on schedule." Ethan nodded, his gaze drifting towards the damaged coach, then back to the injured horse. "Exactly. This cabin buys us time, but not safety. We need to assess our situation properly and make a plan." Together, they began the morning's grim inventory. The coach, while sturdy, had taken a beating. Several bullet holes scarred its thick panels, thankfully none penetrating deeply enough to endanger the passengers directly during the chase, though splinters had flown. One wheel rim looked slightly buckled from the sharp turn and skid into the ravine, usable perhaps, but a definite weakness. The thoroughbraces seemed intact, but would need careful checking. Their supplies were meager. The jerky, hardtack, and coffee meant for the journey, supplemented by whatever scant provisions Croft's wife, Martha, had pressed upon them at Rock Creek, likely without her husband's knowledge or blessing. Enough for another day, maybe two if rationed carefully, but water, drawn from the ravine's small creek, was their most critical immediate need, especially for the horses. Arrow's leg was visibly swollen, hot to the touch. Maggie examined it gently, the horse standing patiently under her ministrations, trusting her despite the pain. "It's bad, Ethan," she said quietly, straightening up. "He can walk. Slowly, maybe. But pulling? No. We'll be down to 5 horses." Ethan crouched beside her, examining the leg himself with surprising knowledge, his fingers probing gently. "A severe tendon strain, I'd guess. Maybe a fracture in the fetlock joint. Needs rest, proper care. Neither of which we can offer him out here." He sighed, rubbing his eyes wearily. "Damn shame. He's a fine animal." The simple statement of empathy for the horse resonated with Maggie, another small chip in the wall of his reserve. "He's the best leader I've ever driven," she said softly. They moved to the coach, examining the wheel, the axles, the harness left draped over the box. Henderson joined them, having been relieved by Ethan for a brief rest. The shotgun messenger was taciturn as always, offering curt observations about the coach's condition, his face giving nothing away. Maggie watched him closely, remembering Croft's overheard words, Ethan's cautious assessment. Did Henderson know his boss at Rock Creek was a traitor? Was his silence calculated? Or was he simply a man focused on the immediate threat, unaware of the deeper rot? "Wheel will hold for a while on smoother ground," Henderson grunted, tapping the slightly buckled rim. "But hit another bad rock patch, it could go. Axle grease is low, too." "We have a spare container under the seat," Maggie recalled. "Should be enough." As they worked, checking harnesses, applying grease, making minor repairs with the limited tools available, Ethan spoke again, his voice low enough not to carry to the cabin. Finch. Jedediah Finch back in Harmony Creek. He's the key, I suspect. Croft is just a pawn, useful for his position on the route. Maggie tightened a buckle on a harness, her knuckles brushing against Ethan's as he reached for the same strap. A jolt, unexpected and electric, shot up her arm. She pulled her hand back quickly, her face flushing, hoping the dim morning light hid her reaction. Ethan didn't seem to notice or pretended not to, his focus entirely on their conversation. Finch controls the flow of information, Ethan continued thoughtfully. He'd know which pouches contained government dispatches, payroll schedules, manifests for valuable cargo. He could coordinate the attacks, provide the intelligence needed for targeted robberies. But why? Maggie asked, forcing herself to concentrate. Just for money? Jed always seemed grasping, maybe, but not ruthless, not a killer. Money is always a powerful motivator, Ethan said. But sometimes it's about power, control, or fear. Perhaps Finch is being coerced. Or perhaps he's part of something larger. This conspiracy I mentioned, undermining federal interests, maybe backing rival factions trying to gain control of territorial resources. He paused, looking directly at her. The mail pouch you carry, the one they were so determined to get last night and again yesterday. It contains sensitive financial documents, drafts and orders related to funding for federal marshals and troops in the territory. Intercepting that wouldn't just be theft. It would disrupt law enforcement, sow chaos. The scale of it, the cold calculation, chilled Maggie more than the morning air. This wasn't just about stolen letters or payrolls. It was about destabilizing the fragile order of the territory itself. And she, unwittingly, was caught square in the middle, hauling the fuse towards the powder keg. So, Redemption Gulch, Maggie began, is likely compromised, Ethan finished. If Finch is involved, he'll have eyes and ears there. Maybe even the local sheriff, if the corruption runs deep enough. Walking in there expecting help could be walking into a final trap. The realization sank heavily. Their intended destination was no longer a haven. They were isolated, hunted, with dwindling supplies, a damaged coach, and an injured horse. The secrets held within the temporary refuge of the ravine walls felt suddenly suffocating. Henderson finished checking the last harness and straightened up, his expression unreadable. Coach is as ready as she'll be, lest the wheel being weak. Horses need water and rest. What's the plan, Carter? He addressed Ethan directly, a subtle acknowledgement of the shift in command. Ethan looked from Henderson to Maggie, then towards the cabin where the passengers waited anxiously. The plan, he said slowly, weighing his words, is that waiting here is not an option. Croft knows we survived, knows we're likely hampered. He'll send word back to Finch or send more men himself. We need to move, and we need to disappear. Disappear where? Maggie asked, anxiety tightening her chest. The trail to Redemption Gulch is the only established route, which is why we won't take it, Ethan stated. We go cross-country, northeast. There's a smaller settlement, Willow Creek, about 50 miles that way. Not on the main stage line, mostly serves local ranchers and a few minor mines. Less likely to be under Finch's direct influence. It's rough terrain, slower going, especially with only 5 horses and a bad wheel, but it's our best chance of avoiding another intercept and getting word out. Maggie stared at him. Cross-country? With a heavy Concord coach, weakened and undermanned? Through potentially unmapped territory? It sounded insane. Yet, the alternative, heading towards the certain danger of Redemption Gulch or waiting here to be cornered, felt worse. It's risky, she said, voicing the obvious. Water sources are scarce off the main trails. The ground could be treacherous. We could break the coach down completely miles from anywhere. All true, Ethan acknowledged calmly, but staying on the predictable path is riskier. Finch and Croft will expect us to push for Redemption Gulch, or maybe double back. Going cross-country is unexpected. It buys us a chance. He met her gaze, holding it. I believe it's the only chance we have, Maggie. For the passengers, for ourselves, and for getting this information through. He subtly tapped the leather satchel he always kept close. Maggie guessed it contained more than just personal belongings. Perhaps his own reports, evidence, the real reason he was out here. Henderson shifted his weight, spitting onto the dusty ground. Cross country's hard going, but sitting here waiting to get shot ain't appealing either. He looked at Maggie. You know this territory better'n anyone, driver. Think we can make it? Is there water between here and this Willow Creek? All eyes were on her. Her knowledge, her skill, her decision. The weight felt immense. She thought of the old faded maps her father had kept. Maps marked with creeks that sometimes ran dry, with terrain labeled simply Badlands or Unknown. She thought of the stories other drivers told, of coaches lost, of travelers vanished without a trace. But she also thought of Ethan's logic, the cold calculus of survival. He was right. The predictable path was death. The unknown held risk, but also, perhaps, hope. And she remembered a particular notation on her father's map, a tiny symbol indicating a reliable spring in the direction Ethan proposed, a place few knew about. It would still be a gamble. There might be water, she said slowly, meeting Ethan's steady gaze. A spring. Maybe a day's travel from here, if we push hard and the coach holds. She took a deep breath. It's dangerous, maybe impossible, but it's better than waiting here to die or riding into Finch's arms at Redemption Gulch. A silent understanding passed between her and Ethan, a shared acceptance of the desperate gamble. All right, then, Ethan said, his voice firm, decision made. We move out as soon as the horses are watered and rested a bit longer. Ration the food and water strictly. Henderson, you ride the box with Maggie. Your eyes and that shotgun are needed. I'll scout ahead on foot as much as possible. We travel until dark, find a defensible spot, repeat tomorrow. He turned to brief the passengers, his tone calm and reassuring despite the grim reality, explaining the change in plans, emphasizing the need for cooperation and resilience. Maggie watched him, a complex mix of fear, admiration, and a growing, deeply unsettling warmth spreading through her chest. He was asking the impossible of them, of her, yet his quiet confidence, his clear-headed command, made it feel almost achievable. She went back to the horses, checking their tethers, murmuring encouragement. The ravine, which had felt like a sanctuary just hours before, now seemed like a cage they needed to escape. The cabin walls held too many secrets, too much fear. The wilderness outside was vast and dangerous, but it also offered the illusion of freedom, the possibility of evasion. As she gave Arrow one last comforting pat, her eyes met Henderson's across the narrow space. His face was, as usual, impassive. But for a fleeting second, she thought she saw something flicker in his eyes. Doubt? Fear? Or was it something else? Something colder, more calculating? The uncertainty gnawed at her. Could they trust him on this desperate journey into the unknown? Or was the greatest danger still riding beside her? The secrets held by the station walls were nothing compared to the secrets potentially hidden behind a fellow traveler's guarded eyes. The road ahead wasn't just uncertain, it was treacherous in ways that maps could never show. Chapter 8. The Judas Kiss of Kin. Leaving the relative shelter of the ravine felt like stepping off a cliff into blinding sunlight. The vast, indifferent expanse of the Montana Territory stretched before them, a canvas of muted browns, ochres, and the pale, washed-out blue of the sky. There was no trail here, only the undulating, rock-strewn ground, sparse clumps of resilient sagebrush, and the shimmering heat haze distorting the horizon. Every mile would have to be fought for, carved out by the straining horses and the groaning coach. Maggie handled the reins from the box, Henderson once again seated beside her, shotgun across his knees. The 5 horses pulled unevenly, missing Arrow's accustomed leadership and steady pace at the front. Zeus, Maggie's reliable near-wheeler, seemed to sense the added responsibility, pulling with dogged determination, but the team lacked its usual fluid power. Maggie had to constantly adjust, anticipate, coaxing them over difficult patches, her arms already beginning to ache with the increased strain. Ethan moved ahead, sometimes walking 50 yards in front, sometimes jogging further out to scout rises in the terrain, his dark suit blending surprisingly well with the shadows cast by rocks and brush. He moved with an economy of motion, his eyes constantly scanning, reading the land like a man born to it, despite his city appearance. He signaled back occasionally, pointing out a smoother path, warning of treacherous dips, indicating the general northeasterly direction towards the elusive promise of Willow Creek. Inside the coach, the passengers endured the jarring, brutal ride. Every lurch, every bump, sent shockwaves through the sturdy frame, tossing the occupants about. Maggie winced, imagining the agony of the old prospector's likely cracked ribs, the terror of Sarah clutching her baby, the stoic misery of Mrs. Pendergast. Their survival depended entirely on her skill, on Ethan's guidance, on Henderson's watchful eyes, and on the fragile hope that the damaged coach wouldn't disintegrate beneath them. The sun climbed, relentless and unforgiving. The heat became oppressive, radiating off the baked earth, amplifying the smells of dust, hot leather, and straining horseflesh. Maggie's throat felt raw, coated with grit despite the bandana she'd tied over her nose and mouth. Water discipline was crucial. They sipped sparingly from their canteens, saving the precious liquid primarily for the horses, whose endurance was paramount. Arrow, tethered by a lead rope to the back of the coach, hobbled along gamely, his head low. Maggie glanced back frequently, her heart aching at the sight of his labored movement. Leaving him behind wasn't an option. Not for her, but his presence slowed them, a constant, painful reminder of their vulnerability. Henderson remained unnervingly silent beside her. He scanned the terrain, yes, his gaze sweeping methodically, but his face was a mask. Maggie couldn't shake the unease she felt around him. Was his quiet diligence genuine? Or was he biding his time, waiting for an opportunity? Ethan trusted him enough to leave him guarding her in the coach, but Ethan also acknowledged the necessity of masks. Whose mask was Henderson wearing? Midday found them halted in the meager shade of a lonely rock outcrop, barely large enough to shield the horses' heads from the direct sun. They chewed dryly on hardtack and jerky, washing it down with miserly swallows of lukewarm water. Ethan rejoined them, his face grim, coated in dust, his dark suit stained with sweat. "Saw tracks back there," he reported quietly to Maggie and Henderson, keeping his voice low so the passengers wouldn't overhear and panic further. "2 riders, maybe 3. Crossed our path about a mile back, heading northeast as well, moving parallel." Maggie's stomach tightened. "Following us? Or just coincidence?" "Hard to say," Ethan admitted. "They weren't trying to hide their trail, but they weren't making straight for us either. Could be anyone. But..." He left the implication hanging in the hot, still air. It was unlikely to be friendly travelers this far off the established routes. "Croft's men," Henderson grunted, spitting dust. "Or Finch's, sent to make sure we don't make it." "Possibly," Ethan agreed, "which means we keep moving, stay alert. They might be scouting, waiting for nightfall or a better place to ambush." The brief rest ended too soon. Back on the trail, or lack thereof, the afternoon seemed to stretch into an eternity. The terrain grew rougher, forcing Maggie to navigate carefully around treacherous patches of loose rock and sudden washes carved by long-forgotten rains. The weakened wheel groaned ominously with every jolt. Her arms burned, her shoulders felt knotted with tension, but fear and adrenaline kept her focused. She found herself relying increasingly on Ethan's signals from ahead. He had an uncanny eye for the lay of the land, guiding them along paths she might have missed, avoiding obstacles that could have crippled the coach. There was a competence about him, a calm certainty in his movements and gestures that inspired a grudging confidence. He moved like a man who understood the wilderness, who respected its dangers but wasn't intimidated by them. Where had a man in a city suit learned such skills? The question lingered, another piece of the puzzle that was Ethan Carter. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of angry orange and bruised purple, Ethan signaled them towards a cluster of low hills offering slightly better cover than the open plain. He had found another small seep of water, barely enough to replenish their canteens and give the horses a vital drink, but a blessing nonetheless. It seemed a defensible spot for the night. While Henderson took up watch again and Maggie tended to the exhausted horses, giving special attention to Arrow, Ethan spoke quietly with the passengers, trying to keep their spirits up, rationing out the meager evening meal. Maggie watched him interacting with them, his quiet reassurance to Sarah, his careful check on the old prospector, whose name they learned was Silas, ironically the same as her father, even his patient deflection of Mrs. Pendergast's renewed, though weaker, complaints. He possessed a surprising bedside manner, a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the lethal efficiency he displayed during the firefights. Later, as full darkness enveloped them and a sliver of moon rose, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape, Maggie found herself sharing the second watch with Ethan. Henderson had taken the first shift and was now rolled in his blanket near the coach, ostensibly asleep. The passengers were quiet inside the coach itself tonight, preferring its cramped, perceived security over the exposed ground. Maggie sat on a flat rock near the tethered horses, her colt resting on her lap, listening to the night sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant yip of a coyote, the soft sigh of the wind through the sparse grass. Ethan stood a few yards away, leaning against a boulder, gazing out into the darkness. The silence stretched between them, comfortable now, underscored by the shared danger and the fragile trust forged in the crucible of the past 2 days. "Thinking about Finch?" Maggie asked softly, breaking the silence. Ethan didn't turn. "Among other things." He paused, thinking about how easily betrayal takes root, especially where greed and fear intertwine. "Like with Croft?" "And Finch," Ethan affirmed. "Kinship means little when weighed against ambition or desperation. A cousin, a station master. Finch likely used those ties, twisted them, promised wealth, perhaps, or threatened ruin." He finally turned, his face shadowed, his eyes catching the faint moonlight. "The Judas kiss, they call it. Betrayal cloaked in familiarity, the most dangerous kind." The phrase hung in the air, heavy with implication. Maggie thought of Croft's familiar, grizzled face, now tainted by treachery. She thought of Jedediah Finch, the man who held her father's trust, potentially orchestrating murder and chaos from his dusty office in Harmony Creek. A cold knot formed in her stomach. "Henderson," she said, voicing the suspicion that had simmered all day. "He worked for Croft. Knows Finch. Could he be—" Ethan considered this, his gaze drifting toward the sleeping figure near the coach. "It's the question that keeps circling, isn't it? He fought bravely yesterday. He's been diligent today. Yet," he sighed, a sound of profound weariness, "he's quiet. Too quiet, perhaps. Keeps his thoughts locked away. He could be Finch's insurance policy, placed with us to ensure we don't get too far if the initial attacks fail, waiting for the right moment." "So what do we do?" Maggie asked, her hand tightening unconsciously on the Colt. "We can't exactly accuse him without proof. We need his gun, his eyes." "Exactly," Ethan agreed grimly. "We watch him. We stay alert. We give him no opportunity. And we hope our judgment is sound." He pushed away from the boulder, walking slowly towards her. "It's a risk we have to take, just like driving this coach cross-country." He stopped beside her rock, looking down at her. The proximity felt charged, different from their earlier interactions. In the shared isolation of the night watch, under the vast, indifferent sky, the professional barriers seemed to thin. She could see the lines of fatigue around his eyes more clearly, the faint scar that traced along his jawline, barely visible in daylight. It spoke of past violence, of a life lived on the edge long before he'd stepped onto her stagecoach. "You carry scars too, Maggie," he said softly, his gaze dropping momentarily to her hands, calloused and competent on the reins, but also capable of holding a weapon, not just from driving stage. His perception startled her. She looked down at her hands, then quickly away towards the darkness. "My father, he taught me to drive. After his accident, he expected a lot." She rarely spoke of her father, the memories too tangled with love, disappointment, and the crushing weight of his broken dreams. "It's a heavy load to carry," Ethan said, understanding more than she'd explicitly stated. "Responsibility for others, especially when it's thrust upon you." Was he talking about her or himself? "You seem to know something about that," Maggie ventured. He looked out into the night again, a shadow crossing his face. "I made choices, followed orders, believed I was doing right." He hesitated, then continued, his voice barely a whisper. "Sometimes the lines blur, between duty and complicity, between justice and vengeance. Sometimes the path you thought was clear leads you into a darkness you never anticipated." His words resonated with a depth of regret, a hint of past trauma that made Maggie's own burdens feel lighter for a moment. This guarded, competent federal agent was also a man haunted by his past, wrestling with his own demons. It made him more real, more relatable, and paradoxically, more trustworthy in her eyes. A man who acknowledged the gray areas was perhaps less dangerous than one who saw only black and white. "We all just do the best we can, Ethan," she said quietly. "Try to navigate by the stars we're given." He looked back at her, a faint smile touching his lips. "Aptly put, driver." The shared moment of vulnerability, of understanding, hung between them, fragile but potent. Suddenly, a horse snorted nervously. Both Maggie and Ethan tensed, instantly alert, their brief connection dissolving back into watchful readiness. They scanned the darkness, listening intently. "Probably just a coyote," Ethan murmured after a moment, though he didn't relax his stance. "Or those riders," Maggie whispered back. "Maybe they circled around, waiting." They remained vigilant, senses strained, searching the moon-dappled landscape for any sign of movement. The night seemed to hold its breath. The silence pressed in, heavy with unspoken threats. After several long minutes, Ethan straightened up. "False alarm, I think, but it's a reminder we can't afford mistakes." He glanced towards Henderson's sleeping form again, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Keep your pistol close, Maggie." "Always do," she replied grimly. The rest of the watch passed uneventfully, but the tension remained, a low hum beneath the surface of the night. The shared vulnerability, the brief glimpse behind Ethan's mask, had forged a stronger connection, but the suspicion surrounding Henderson, the awareness of the unseen riders potentially shadowing them, and the looming threat of Finch's network poisoned the fragile peace. As the first hints of dawn began to dilute the eastern sky, Henderson stirred, rising silently from his bedroll. He nodded a curt greeting, his face giving nothing away, and took the shotgun, preparing to resume his watch as Maggie and Ethan finally sought a few hours of precious, uneasy sleep before facing another day's brutal trek. Maggie found a spot near the coach wheel, pulling her blanket tight. She watched Henderson take up his position, his silhouette stark against the lightening sky. Was he their protector or their betrayer? Was his presence a shield or the ultimate Judas kiss, waiting for the moment of greatest vulnerability to strike? The question remained unanswered, a dangerous variable in their desperate equation for survival as they pushed deeper into the unforgiving wilderness, guided only by fading hope and the uncertain light of a new day. Chapter 9. Ghosts of the Open Road. The third day of their cross-country ordeal dawned hot and brassy, the sun climbing into a sky already bleached of color. The meager seep they'd camped near had yielded barely enough water to wet their throats and offer a scant drink to the horses. The invisible spring Maggie hoped to find, the one marked on her father's faded map, was still the better part of a day's travel away, assuming the map was accurate and the spring hadn't run dry in the intervening years. Hope felt as thin and fragile as the parched air they breathed. The coach groaned in protest as they coaxed it back into motion, the weakened wheel emitting a worrying wobble, even on the relatively smoother ground Ethan had scouted near the hills. Every mile felt like a victory hard won, paid for in the sweat of the horses and the fraying nerves of the passengers. Maggie's arms ached constantly now. A deep, burning fatigue settled into her muscles from wrestling the 5-horse team over the unforgiving terrain. Arrow hobbled behind, his presence a constant drag, both physically and emotionally. Maggie found herself glancing back frequently, her heart twisting each time she saw him struggling to keep up. Several times, Ethan had quietly suggested leaving the horse behind, a practical, if harsh, calculation for the group's survival. But Maggie refused, her jaw set stubbornly. "He got hurt pulling this coach," she'd stated flatly. "We're not leaving him to the coyotes." Ethan hadn't pressed the issue, perhaps recognizing the steel in her voice, or perhaps understanding the bond between a driver and her horse went deeper than mere pragmatism. Ethan continued scouting ahead, a solitary, dark figure moving with tireless vigilance across the landscape. His earlier report of tracks continued to haunt them. Were the riders still out there, shadowing them, waiting, or had they given up? The uncertainty was a constant companion, almost as draining as the physical exertion. Henderson, beside Maggie on the box, remained an enigma. He performed his duties with stoic efficiency, his eyes constantly scanning, the shotgun held ready. He spoke little, offering only necessary observations about the terrain or the state of the team. Maggie watched him covertly, searching for any sign, any flicker of expression that might betray his true allegiance. But his face remained unreadable, a mask of professional detachment. The suspicion simmered unresolved, a dangerous undercurrent to their desperate journey. Ethan, too, seemed wary, exchanging few words with the shotgun messenger, their interactions purely functional. Inside the coach, the atmosphere had settled into a kind of numb endurance. The initial terror had subsided, replaced by weary resignation and the gnawing discomforts of heat, thirst, and the constant, jarring motion. Sarah kept her baby quiet, humming soft lullabies that were barely audible over the rumble of the wheels. Silas, the old prospector, bore his pain in silence, his face gray and drawn. Even Mrs. Pendergast seemed to have accepted their plight, her usual complaints replaced by a tight-lipped, watchful quiet. They were bound together by shared misfortune, a fragile community adrift in a hostile wilderness. The landscape itself seemed to weigh upon them. They moved through vast, empty stretches where the sun beat down mercilessly, the silence broken only by the wind and the sounds of the coach. It was a land that felt ancient, indifferent to their struggles, a place where ghosts seemed to linger just beyond the edge of vision. Ghosts of prospectors who'd chased dreams into oblivion, ghosts of native tribes displaced from their ancestral lands, ghosts of travelers swallowed by the immense, unforgiving distances. Maggie found her thoughts drifting to her own ghosts. Her father, Silas O'Neill, his booming laughter silenced, his powerful frame diminished by injury and bitterness. He'd poured his life into the stage line, into the rhythm of the road, only to have it snatched away. Had he resented her for taking his place, for succeeding where he could no longer tread? Or had some part of him felt pride? He'd never said. Their conversations in his later years had been strained, punctuated by long silences and the clink of the whiskey bottle he kept too close. He was another ghost haunting this open road, his memory a complex mix of love, duty, and unspoken regrets. She thought, too, of choices she hadn't made, opportunities missed back east before her father's accident had irrevocably tied her to Harmony Creek and the stage line. A different life, perhaps quieter, safer, but one that felt impossibly distant now, like a dream half remembered upon waking. Had she chosen this life, or had it chosen her? Out here, under the immense sky, the question felt vast and unanswerable. A sudden jolt snapped her back to the present. The coach lurched violently, accompanied by a sickening crunch of splintering wood. "Whoa, hold up!" Maggie yelled, hauling back hard on the reins, bringing the startled team to a jarring halt. The weakened wheel, it had finally given way, striking a hidden rock with disastrous force. Maggie leaped down from the box, her heart sinking. Henderson was already there examining the damage. Ethan came jogging back, his face grim. The sight confirmed her fears. The wheel was shattered, spokes splintered, the rim bent into a useless shape. They weren't going anywhere in this coach now. Not like this. Silence fell, heavy and absolute. The passengers peered anxiously from the coach windows, their faces pale. Even the horses seemed to sense the finality of the breakdown, standing with heads lowered, sides heaving. "Well," Henderson said gruffly, stating the obvious, "that's that then." Maggie leaned her forehead against Zeus's warm flank, feeling a wave of despair wash over her, stranded, miles from anywhere, with dwindling water, an injured horse, hunted men potentially nearby, and a broken coach. The spring on her father's map suddenly felt like a cruel mirage. Ethan surveyed the wreckage calmly, his mind already working. "All right, panic solves nothing." He addressed the passengers, his voice steady, projecting confidence he likely didn't feel entirely. "The coach is disabled. We can't repair it here. We'll have to proceed on foot and horseback." On foot? Mrs. Pendergast looked ready to faint. Silas groaned, clutching his ribs. Sarah held her baby tighter, her eyes wide with fresh fear. "How?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "It's Miles." "The baby." "We take the horses," Ethan explained patiently. 5 sound ones. We can rig pack saddles from the harnesses, carry essentials, water, food, the mail pouch, my satchel, basic medical supplies. We travel lighter, faster. Miss O'Neill knows the direction of a potential water source. It's our best chance. "What about him?" Mrs. Pendergast gestured weakly toward Silas. "And the child? We can't all ride." "We make it work," Ethan said firmly. 2 can ride double on the sturdiest horses. Silas will ride. Sarah and the baby will ride. Mrs. Pendergast, you'll ride. Maggie, Henderson, and I will rotate walking and riding the remaining horse. He looked directly at Maggie. "Unless you have a better idea?" Maggie shook her head, numbly accepting the grim necessity. It was the only logical plan, however fraught with difficulty. Abandoning the coach felt like cutting adrift, losing the last symbol of civilization, but it was unavoidable. The next hour was a flurry of desperate activity under the blazing sun. They salvaged what they could from the coach: water skins, the remaining food, blankets, the precious mail pouch which Maggie secured tightly, the strong box, too heavy to carry, its contents likely less valuable now than water, Ethan decided, leaving it hidden under brush. Ethan's satchel, a small medical kit, ropes, knives, and ammunition. Maggie and Ethan worked together, improvising pack saddles from the heavy coach harnesses, securing the meager supplies onto 3 of the horses. Henderson stood guard, watchful as ever. The passengers huddled nearby, silent and apprehensive. Then came the hardest decision. Arrow. He couldn't possibly keep up with the group now, not even walking. His injured leg wouldn't stand the pace. Maggie knelt beside him, stroking his neck, tears blurring her vision. He nudged her hand, his dark eyes trusting, unaware of the verdict necessity demanded. Ethan came and stood beside her quietly. "Maggie," he began gently. "We can't." "I know," she choked out, cutting him off. She couldn't bear to hear the words. She pressed her face into Arrow's mane, breathing in his familiar scent, whispering apologies he couldn't understand. Making the decision felt like tearing out a piece of her own heart, but leaving him to suffer a slow death from thirst or predators was unthinkable. Ethan placed a hand briefly on her shoulder, a gesture of shared sorrow, of understanding the brutal choices the wilderness forced upon them. He drew his revolver. Maggie turned away, unable to watch, squeezing her eyes shut as the single sharp report echoed through the silent landscape. When she looked again, Arrow lay still. Ethan stood over him for a moment, his face grim, then holstered his weapon without a word. The finality of the act settled over the small group like a shroud. Another ghost joined the Legion, haunting the open road. Mounting the horses, distributing the riders, felt like organizing survivors after a shipwreck. Silas, weak and pale, was helped onto Zeus, the steadiest mount. Sarah, clutching her baby, shared a gentle mare with Mrs. Pendergast, who looked terrified but climbed on grimly. Maggie, Ethan, and Henderson took the remaining 3 horses, rotating, riding, and walking to conserve the animals' strength. They set off, leaving the broken coach behind like a monument to their failed journey, a stark reminder of their vulnerability. The pace was slow, dictated by the walkers and the condition of the horses. Maggie walked beside Ethan for the first stretch, leading the horse Silas rode. The silence between them was heavy, filled with the unspoken grief for Arrow and the gnawing fear of the unknown ahead. "The spring," Ethan said finally, breaking the silence. "How certain are you?" Maggie swallowed, forcing down the lump in her throat. "As certain as anyone can be of a memory on an old map. My father marked it as reliable. He didn't mark things lightly." She hoped desperately it was true. Their lives depended on it. They walked on. A small, desperate caravan moving slowly across the immense, indifferent land. The sun beat down, the heat shimmered, and the ghosts of the road seemed to press closer. The ghost of her father, the ghost of Arrow, the ghosts of all who had been broken or consumed by this wilderness. As the afternoon wore on, Ethan, walking point, suddenly dropped to one knee, signaling for silence. Maggie froze, pulling Zeus to a halt. Henderson instantly raised his shotgun, scanning their surroundings. Ethan pointed towards a shallow depression off to their right. Partially hidden by scrub brush lay the remains of a recent campfire. Not old, maybe only a day or two, and nearby, scuffed into the dust, were the clear prints of shod horses. 3 sets. The riders. They were close, and they were definitely following. Ethan crept forward, examining the campsite, then returned, his face set in grim lines. "They camped here last night. They know we're on foot now. They're likely close, watching, waiting for us to tire, for darkness, for the right place." Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Maggie's exhaustion. They were being stalked like prey. The hunters were closing in. "What do we do?" she whispered, her gaze darting nervously towards the silent hills surrounding them. Ethan looked towards the sinking sun, then in the direction Maggie had indicated the spring lay. "We keep moving. Push for the spring. It's our only hope for water, and maybe, just maybe, a defensible position if it's located as your father's map suggested, tucked into rocks perhaps." He looked at her, then at Henderson, his voice low but clear. "From here on, weapons ready. No more rotating. Everyone who can ride, rides. Henderson, you take the rear. I'll take point. Maggie..." He hesitated. "Stay close to the passengers. Keep them moving." The final desperate leg of the day's journey began. They pushed the horses harder, anxiety lending a frantic edge to their movements. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle in the brush caused hearts to pound. Maggie rode beside Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast now, murmuring encouragement, her own hand hovering constantly near the colt at her hip. Darkness fell quickly, the brief twilight swallowed by a moonless night. They stumbled on, guided only by the stars and Maggie's memory of the map. The terrain became rougher, rockier, suggesting they were nearing the hills where the spring might be found. Hope flickered faintly. Then, from the darkness ahead, came Ethan's sharp, urgent whisper, "Down, ambush!" Gunfire erupted simultaneously from the rocks above and ahead of them, orange flashes stabbing the blackness. Bullets whined past, thudding into the ground, one striking sparks off a rock near Maggie's horse. Chaos erupted. Horses reared. Passengers screamed. Maggie fought to control her terrified mount, yelling for Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast to dismount, to find cover behind the horses or rocks. Ethan was already firing back from behind a boulder ahead. Henderson, at the rear, unleashed a blast from the greener towards muzzle flashes higher up on the slope. Caught in the crossfire, Maggie dragged a terrified Mrs. Pendergast from her horse, shoving her behind a low outcrop. She saw Sarah scrambling with the baby, seeking shelter. Silas had slumped over Zeus's neck, whether from fear or injury, she couldn't tell. More shots rained down. It wasn't just 3 riders anymore. It sounded like more. Had they been reinforced? Or had the original group simply waited for the perfect killing ground? Maggie drew her Colt, firing towards a flash on the ridge, the recoil jarring her arm. They were pinned down, exposed, outnumbered. The ghosts of the road had finally caught up, demanding their due in blood and terror. Chapter 10. Racing the Devil's Own Wind. The night exploded into a terrifying cacophony of sound and light. Gunfire echoed off the unseen rocks, muzzle flashes briefly illuminating scenes of chaos, horses rearing in panic, passengers scrambling for cover, the dark shapes of attackers moving on the ridges above. Bullets whined like angry insects, kicking up dust and stone fragments dangerously close. They were caught in a deadly crossfire, pinned down in the rocky, uneven ground near the base of the hills where Maggie hoped the spring lay hidden. "Stay down!" Ethan's voice roared from somewhere ahead, barely audible over the din. He was returning fire steadily from behind a large boulder, drawing much of the attackers' attention. Maggie shoved Mrs. Pendergast, who seemed frozen with terror, deeper behind the meager cover of the rock outcrop. "Don't move!" she yelled, then scrambled towards Sarah, who huddled protectively over her crying baby behind the trembling bulk of the mare they'd shared. "Are you hit?" "No, I don't think so," Sarah sobbed, her voice choked with fear. Maggie risked a quick glance toward Silas on Zeus. The old prospector wasn't moving, slumped low over the horse's neck. Zeus, blessedly calm despite the gunfire, stood his ground, though trembling violently. Was Silas unconscious, hit, or just paralyzed by pain and fear? Henderson, positioned further back, fired the Greener shotgun again, the heavy boom momentarily silencing some of the rifle fire from the rear ridge. "Too many of 'em, Carter!" he yelled. "At least 5 or 6 up there." 5 or 6, against the 3 of them, plus 3 terrified, mostly helpless passengers. The odds were impossible. This wasn't just the 3 riders who had been tracking them. This was a coordinated, prepared ambush. Croft or Finch had sent a dedicated extermination party. They weren't meant to survive the night. Maggie felt a surge of desperate anger. They hadn't come this far, endured so much, lost Arrow, only to be slaughtered like sheep in this godforsaken patch of rock and dust. She raised her Colt again, firing towards a muzzle flash high on the left ridge. It was likely useless, firing blindly into the darkness, but doing nothing felt worse. A bullet struck the rock just above her head, showering her with stinging fragments. She ducked instinctively, her heart hammering against her ribs. They couldn't stay here. They were completely exposed. "Ethan!" she screamed, pitching her voice to carry over the gunfire. "We have to move. Find better cover." "Where?" Ethan yelled back, his voice strained. He fired twice in quick succession. "We're pinned." Maggie scanned the darkness frantically. Her eyes, adjusting slowly, tried to make out the terrain features illuminated by the sporadic muzzle flashes. The hills rose steeply around them. The ground was littered with boulders and outcrops, but none offered complete protection from attackers positioned on the high ground on multiple sides. Then she remembered the map. The spring. Her father had marked it near the base of a distinctive cliff face, possibly tucked into a cleft or small cave. If they could just reach it. "The spring!" she shouted back to Ethan. "My father's map. It should be close. At the base of the cliff, north side. Might be cover there. A cave, maybe." There was a pause in Ethan's firing. He was considering it, a desperate gamble based on a dead man's memory and a faded pencil mark. "All right," he yelled finally. "We make a break for it. On my signal, lay down covering fire. Passengers, stay low, follow Miss O'Neill. Henderson, cover our retreat." It was madness, running through open, albeit dark, ground under heavy fire. But staying put was certain death. "Ready?" Ethan shouted. "Ready!" Maggie yelled back, checking her Colt, taking a deep breath. She grabbed Sarah's arm. "When I say go, run towards those taller rocks. Keep the baby down." She glanced at Mrs. Pendergast, whose eyes were wide with terror. "Follow Sarah! Run! Now!" Ethan roared. He unleashed a rapid volley of shots towards the ridge ahead, forcing the attackers there to momentarily duck. Maggie fired her Colt twice towards the left flank. From the rear, Henderson's shotgun boomed again. "Go! Go!" Maggie screamed, shoving Sarah forward. Sarah scrambled up, clutching the baby, and ran, stumbling over the uneven ground towards the darker shapes of larger rocks Maggie had indicated. Mrs. Pendergast followed, surprisingly agile in her terror. Maggie grabbed Zeus's reins, hauling the horse forward, hoping Silas could somehow hold on. The other horses, panicked by the noise and sudden movement, bolted in different directions, reins flying, becoming instant targets or simply vanishing into the night. Only Zeus, loyal and steady, stayed with her. Bullets chewed the ground around them. Maggie ran, bent low, pulling the stumbling horse, her lungs burning, praying Silas wouldn't fall. She could hear Ethan shouting encouragement, his pistol cracking steadily behind them, covering their desperate flight. Henderson's shotgun roared again, closer now, as he presumably fell back, firing as he moved. They scrambled the 50 yards towards the base of the cliff face Maggie had glimpsed, guided more by instinct than sight in the confusing darkness. Rocks offered slightly better cover here, deeper shadows. Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast collapsed behind a waist-high boulder, gasping for breath. Maggie hauled Zeus into the relative shelter beside them, finally daring to check on Silas. The old prospector moaned softly as she touched his shoulder. He was conscious, barely. "Leg," he gasped. "Took a hit. Burning?" Maggie felt down his leg in the darkness. Her hand came away wet and sticky. Blood. He'd been shot. How badly, she couldn't tell. Ethan slid into cover beside them, reloading his revolver with swift, practiced movements. His breathing was harsh, his face grim. "Henderson?" Maggie asked breathlessly. Ethan shook his head, his eyes dark. "Don't know. He was covering us. Drew a lot of fire." There was a raw edge to his voice. Maybe guilt. Maybe just the grim reality of combat. Had Henderson sacrificed himself? Or had he finally shown his true colors and deserted them? Or worse, joined the attackers? The uncertainty was another wound. The firing from the attackers seemed to lessen slightly, becoming more sporadic. Were they regrouping, moving to flank their new position? Or were they just waiting, knowing they had their prey trapped? "The spring?" Ethan asked urgently, scanning the cliff face looming above them in the dark. Maggie peered into the shadows, trying to orient herself based on the remembered map details. "Should be right around here somewhere, along the base. Look for a cleft, an overhang." Leaving the others huddled behind the rocks, Maggie and Ethan began cautiously exploring the base of the cliff, moving from shadow to shadow, weapons ready. The attackers seemed content to snipe occasionally now, perhaps unsure of their exact location in the deeper darkness near the cliff. Then Maggie saw it, a dark opening, partially obscured by thorny bushes, low down near the ground. It looked like the entrance to a small cave or erosion hollow, and nearby, unmistakable even in the darkness, was the damp scent of water on the air, the faint trickle of moisture seeping from the rock face. "Ethan, here!" she whispered urgently. He joined her, examining the opening. It wasn't large, maybe 4 feet high, but it seemed to go back into the rock. And crucially, it offered solid cover from above and the sides. "This is it," Ethan breathed, relief evident in his voice. "Get the others, quickly, quietly." They helped Sarah, Mrs. Pendergast, and the wounded Silas into the narrow opening. It was cramped, smelling of damp earth and something vaguely animal, but it was sanctuary. Solid rocks surrounded them. Maggie tethered Zeus just outside the entrance, hoping the loyal horse would be partially shielded by an overhang. Ethan took up position just inside the mouth of the cave, peering out, his revolver ready. Maggie knelt beside Silas, trying to assess his wound in the near-total darkness. She tore a strip from her petticoat, pressing it against the bleeding area on his thigh, trying to staunch the flow. He groaned, his breathing shallow. He needed proper medical attention they couldn't provide. Silence fell outside, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the faint, blessed sound of dripping water somewhere deeper in the cave. The gunfire had stopped completely. "What now?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling in the dark, clutching her sleeping baby. "Are they gone?" "No," Ethan said grimly, his eyes scanning the darkness outside. They're not gone. They know we're likely cornered. They might try to rush us, or they might just wait. Wait for thirst. Wait for Silas's condition to worsen. Wait for dawn, when they could pick them off easily. The cave was a temporary refuge, but also potentially a tomb. Maggie felt a surge of despair, quickly followed by a stubborn refusal to give in. They had water, however little. They had shelter. They still had ammunition, though likely less than their besiegers, and they had each other. "There's water back there," she whispered to Ethan, indicating the deeper recesses of the cave. "I can hear it dripping. Might be a pool." "Good," Ethan nodded. "We'll need it." He paused, then looked towards the entrance. "One other thing. Henderson." "What about him?" Maggie asked, her suspicion returning. "He didn't make it here," Ethan said quietly. "Either he was hit covering us, or he chose not to follow." He met Maggie's eyes in the gloom. If he's still out there, whose side is he on now? The question hung heavy in the cramped darkness. Had Henderson fallen, a casualty of his duty, however ambiguous? Or had the ambush provided him the perfect opportunity to rejoin his allies, leaving them trapped? Was he out there right now telling Finch's men exactly where they were hidden? The silence outside stretched on, taut with menace. Every rustle of wind, every skittering sound of a small night creature made them jump. They were trapped, wounded, low on supplies, surrounded by enemies, and potentially betrayed by one of their own. Ethan shifted position slightly, easing his shoulders. "We need to rest while we can. One of us keeps watch. We'll face whatever dawn brings when it comes." He looked at Maggie. "You take first rest. You've earned it." Maggie started to protest, but the bone-deep weariness, the grief for Arrow, the terror of the firefight, all crashed down on her. She nodded numbly. She found a spot on the cool, damp earth floor, leaning her back against the rock wall. Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast huddled together nearby for warmth and comfort. Silas moaned softly beside her. Closing her eyes didn't bring darkness, only the searing images of the ambush, the muzzle flashes, the desperate scramble for cover. She thought of Henderson. Had he been a victim or the final instrument of Croft and Finch's treachery? The uncertainty was almost worse than knowing. Outside, the wind picked up slightly, whispering around the cave entrance like the voices of ghosts. It felt like the devil's own wind carrying threats and cold promises. They had raced it, fought it, and found temporary shelter. But the race wasn't over. As Maggie drifted into an exhausted, uneasy sleep, she knew the dawn would bring a new reckoning, forcing them out of the darkness and back into the deadly light. Chapter 11. Embers in the quiet dark. The darkness within the cave was absolute. A thick, velvety blackness broken only by the faint sounds of shallow breathing, Silas's occasional pained groan, and the persistent rhythmic drip of water somewhere deeper inside. The terror of the ambush had subsided, replaced by the gnawing tension of the siege. Outside, the silence stretched, punctuated only by the mournful sigh of the wind swirling around the rocky hills. The devil's own wind, as Maggie had thought of it, seeming to probe the entrance of their fragile sanctuary. Maggie hadn't truly slept. Exhaustion had pulled her under into a state of semi-awareness, her mind replaying the chaos, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every snap of a twig, every distant coyote howl brought her instantly awake, hand reaching for the Colt peacemaker beside her. Rest felt impossible when death might be waiting just beyond the cave mouth. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a couple of hours, she sensed Ethan shift beside her. He had taken the first watch, a silent sentinel at the cave entrance, barely visible even to her adjusting eyes. "My turn," she whispered, pushing herself up stiffly from the cold, damp earth. Her muscles screamed in protest, bruised and strained from the desperate run and the days of hardship. Ethan didn't argue. He relinquished his position near the opening, moving deeper into the cave. "Anything?" Maggie asked, her voice barely audible. "Nothing," Ethan breathed back. "Quiet. Too quiet, maybe. They know we're here. They're patient." He paused. "Or maybe Henderson," Maybe Henderson told them exactly where to find us, Maggie finished bitterly. The thought of the taciturn shotgun messenger betraying them after fighting alongside them felt like another layer of violation, yet his disappearance after covering their retreat remained deeply suspicious. Or maybe he drew them off, bought us time, Ethan countered, though his tone lacked conviction. We don't know, Maggie. We can't assume the worst, not yet. It weakens us. Maggie crawled to the entrance, peering out cautiously. The moonless night offered little visibility beyond the immediate rocky terrain illuminated by starlight. The wind had died down slightly, and the silence felt heavier, more oppressive. Were the attackers still out there, hidden among the rocks, their rifles trained on the dark opening? Or had they withdrawn, planning a dawn assault? She settled into her watch, the cold rock pressing against her back, the heavy Colt resting on her knee. Waiting, listening, her senses strained, trying to interpret every subtle shift in the night. The weight of responsibility settled heavily upon her. Inside the cave, trusting her vigil, were 4 souls. Ethan, weary but resolute. Sarah, terrified but holding on to hope for her child. Mrs. Pendergast, stripped of her societal pretensions, now just a frightened woman far from home. And Silas, wounded and fading, his life dependent on their improbable escape. And outside, somewhere in the darkness, lurked men who wanted them dead, led by forces manipulating events from afar. Finch, Croft, the faceless conspiracy Ethan sought. Time crawled. Maggie marked its passage by the slow crawl of the stars across the patch of sky visible from the cave mouth. Her thoughts drifted, circling back to the events that had brought her here, to this desperate hiding place. The initial unease about Ethan Carter, the ambush near Cottonwood Creek, the revelation of Croft's betrayal at Rock Creek Station, the brutal chase across the wilderness, the loss of Arrow, the final terrifying firefight. It felt like a lifetime compressed into 3 harrowing days. She thought about Ethan. The guarded federal agent had revealed layers she hadn't expected. Competence bordering on lethal efficiency, surprising gentleness with the passengers, a quiet vulnerability hinted at in shared moments of exhaustion and fear. He carried his own ghosts, his own burdens, that much was clear. What past had forged such a man capable of precise violence one moment and quiet empathy the next? Their relationship, born of necessity and shared peril, felt complex, charged with an unspoken tension that went beyond mere survival. There was a pull, an awareness between them that hummed beneath the surface of their interactions, an ember glowing faintly in the surrounding darkness. Was it just the intensity of the situation, the reliance on each other for survival, or something more? The thought was both unsettling and strangely comforting in the lonely vigil. A soft rustling sound from deeper within the cave brought her instantly alert. She raised the Colt, heart pounding, peering into the blackness. "It's just me," Ethan's low voice reassured her. He emerged from the deeper recesses carrying a water skin. Found the source. Slow seep, but clean, filling the skins. Maggie relaxed slightly, lowering the pistol. "Good. Silas needs water. We all do." Ethan came closer, crouching beside her near the entrance. He offered her the water skin he'd just filled. She drank gratefully, the cool liquid soothing her parched throat. "How is he?" Ethan asked quietly, nodding towards where Silas lay. "Not good," Maggie admitted, wiping her mouth with the back of her dusty hand. "He's weak. Feverish, I think. The bleeding seems to have slowed, but the wound needs cleaning, proper bandaging. Without help—" She didn't need to finish the sentence. Ethan sighed, the sound heavy in the stillness. "We get him to Willow Creek, somehow, if we get out of here." He scanned the darkness outside again. "Dawn isn't far off now. That's likely when they'll make their move, if they plan to." They sat in silence for a while, 2 figures pressed against the cold rock, guarding the fragile lives within. The shared watch felt intimate, a silent acknowledgement of their reliance on each other. "Ethan," Maggie said finally, needing to understand, perhaps needing a distraction from the gnawing fear. "What happened? Before? What brought you out here, really? Not just the mail thefts." He was silent for a long moment, his profile barely visible against the slightly less black opening of the cave. She thought he might deflect, retreat behind his usual guardedness, but then he spoke, his voice low and rough with remembered pain. "I was a soldier," he said. "After the war between the states. I stayed in the army for a time. Reconstruction duty down south, ugly business. Then, something happened. An operation went bad. Civilians caught in the crossfire. Friends lost. Orders I questioned too late." He paused, the silence stretching, thick with unspoken trauma. I couldn't wear the uniform anymore. Couldn't reconcile the things I'd seen, the things I'd done, with the ideals I thought I was serving. Maggie listened, her heart aching with empathy. The war had left scars on everyone, visible and invisible. Her own father had never been the same after returning from a brief, inglorious stint guarding supply lines far from the main fighting, plagued by nightmares and a bitterness that soured his remaining years. "So you joined the Treasury Department?" she prompted gently, guessing at his branch from the mention of government notes and financial investigations. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Seemed different. Following money trails, investigating fraud, corruption. Cleaner, I thought. Less bloody. A way to serve, perhaps, without compromising what little conscience I had left. He gave a short, humorless laugh. Turns out greed can be just as deadly as bullets, and corruption runs deeper than any battlefield wound. "This investigation," Maggie said. "Finch, the conspiracy. It's personal for you, isn't it? More than just a job." He turned his head slightly, his gaze meeting hers in the gloom. "Maybe. Maybe it's a chance to stop something truly rotten before it poisons everything. A chance to make a difference instead of just following orders that lead to ruin." He looked away again. "Or maybe I'm just chasing my own ghosts, trying to outrun the past on these empty plains." His confession, raw and unexpected, forged a new level of connection between them. He wasn't just a competent agent, he was a man scarred by war and disillusioned by its aftermath, seeking a different kind of justice, perhaps even redemption, in the harsh realities of the frontier. His burdens felt suddenly tangible, mirroring her own in unexpected ways. "We all carry our ghosts, Ethan," she murmured, echoing her earlier sentiment but with deeper understanding now. Maybe the trick isn't to outrun them, but to learn to walk alongside them. He looked back at her, a long, searching look. In the deep darkness, his eyes seemed to hold a flicker of warmth, an acknowledgement of her words, of the unexpected solace found in shared vulnerability. The ember of awareness between them glowed a little brighter, a tiny point of heat against the cold fear surrounding them. A faint grayish tinge began to lighten the eastern horizon, almost imperceptible at first, then slowly strengthening. Dawn was coming, the time of greatest danger. "They'll be able to see the cave entrance soon," Ethan stated quietly, his focus shifting back to the immediate threat. "If they rush us, we fight back," Maggie said, her voice low but firm. She gripped the Colt, its weight a familiar if inadequate comfort. They woke the others quietly. Sarah immediately checked on her baby, who thankfully remained asleep. Mrs. Pendergast looked pale but surprisingly composed, the previous night's terror seemingly hardening into a grim resolve. Maggie gave Silas more water, wetting his lips, whispering words of encouragement he likely didn't hear. His breathing was alarmingly shallow. Ethan positioned himself on one side of the narrow entrance, Maggie on the other. They had perhaps 24 rounds between their two pistols, not nearly enough if a determined assault came. The light grew stronger, revealing the stark details of the ravine outside. Scattered boulders, thorny brush, the steep rocky slopes rising on either side, and chillingly, the dark shapes of several men positioned strategically among the rocks, partially concealed, waiting. Maggie counted at least 4, maybe 5, their rifles glinting dully in the growing light. They hadn't left. They were settling in for the kill. One of the men, positioned on a rocky ledge slightly above and to the left, raised his rifle slowly, deliberately, aiming towards the cave mouth. Time seemed to stop. Maggie tensed, ready to fire, though knowing she was hopelessly exposed. Suddenly, before the attacker could fire, another shot cracked through the morning stillness, but it didn't come from the attackers on the ridge. It came from behind them, further down the ravine. The rifleman on the ledge jerked, cried out, and tumbled backward, disappearing from view. Confusion erupted among the other attackers. They spun around, searching for the source of the unexpected shot. Another shot rang out from the same direction, down the ravine, kicking up dust near one of the men hunkered behind a boulder. "Who is that?" Maggie breathed, staring in disbelief. Ethan peered cautiously around the edge of the cave entrance. "I don't know, but they're drawing their fire." It was Henderson. It had to be. He hadn't deserted them. He hadn't betrayed them. He'd circled around, waited, and was now fighting back, creating a diversion, maybe even trying to break the siege. Relief washed over Maggie, so potent it almost buckled her knees, quickly followed by a surge of fear for him. He was one man against several, deliberately exposing himself. The attackers, recovering from their surprise, began returning fire furiously towards Henderson's position down the ravine. The firefight raged again, but this time, the focus wasn't entirely on the cave. "He's giving us a chance," Ethan said urgently, grabbing Maggie's arm. "Maybe the only one we'll get. We have to move, now." "What about Silas?" Maggie cried, looking back at the wounded man. "We carry him," Ethan commanded. "Mrs. Pendergast, Sarah, help Maggie. We move fast. Use the confusion." Fueled by a desperate surge of adrenaline and hope, they scrambled into action. Ethan provided covering fire from the cave mouth while Maggie, Sarah, and a surprisingly strong Mrs. Pendergast carefully lifted the barely conscious Aeneas, supporting his weight between them. "Now!" Ethan yelled, firing his last few rounds towards the distracted attackers before turning and helping with Silas. They half-carried, half-dragged the wounded man out of the cave and into the gray dawn light, stumbling over the rocky ground, heading away from the main firefight, towards the relative cover of the ravine walls further down. Behind them, the sounds of Henderson's lone gun battling the attackers spurred them onward. He was buying them precious seconds with his own life. The embers of hope, fanned by Henderson's unexpected loyalty and sacrifice, flared into a desperate race against the deadly light of the coming day. Chapter 12. The unraveling thread. The scramble away from the cave mouth was a nightmare of stumbling feet, gasping breaths, and the terrifying symphony of gunfire echoing behind them. Maggie moved automatically, her body fueled by raw adrenaline, her mind numb with fear and the immediate, desperate need to get Silas to safety. She, Sarah, and Mrs. Pendergast strained under the prospector's dead weight, his intermittent groans tearing at the thin fabric of their resolve. Ethan moved beside them, half supporting Silas, half scanning the terrain, his revolver held ready, urging them onward with low, clipped commands. "Faster! Keep moving! Don't look back!" But Maggie couldn't help glancing back. The orange flashes of gunfire seemed fewer now, more sporadic. Henderson's shotgun hadn't boomed for several minutes. Had he run out of ammunition? Had he fallen? Or had he simply stopped? The silence that slowly descended felt more menacing than the noise, thick with unanswered questions and the chilling finality of abandonment or death. Zeus blessedly kept pace, led by Maggie's tight grip on his reins. The wounded Silas slumped over his back like a sack of grain. They pushed further down the ravine, away from the immediate killing ground near the cave, seeking deeper shadows, better cover. The terrain remained treacherous, littered with loose rocks and thorny brush that tore at their clothes and skin. Finally panting, muscles screaming, they found a slightly wider area, sheltered by a high, undercut bank and a cluster of large boulders, not perfect, but marginally safer than the open ground. Ethan immediately moved to scout the perimeter, melting into the shadows, while Maggie and the women gently lowered Silas to the ground. He was barely conscious now, his face pale and clammy in the growing dawn light, his breathing shallow and ragged. The makeshift bandage on his thigh was soaked through with fresh blood. Sarah knelt beside him, her face etched with concern, instinctively trying to offer comfort. Mrs. Pendergast surprisingly located their water skins amongst the few belongings they'd managed to keep hold of during the flight, offering one to Maggie with a trembling hand. Her earlier fear seemed to have coalesced into a kind of numb practicality. Adversity was stripping them down to their essential cores. Maggie took a sip, then gently moistened Silas's cracked lips. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused, filled with pain. "Cold," he whispered, shivering despite the warming air. Fever, infection setting in already. Maggie's heart sank. Without proper care, without medicine, his chances were dwindling with every passing hour. She looked around at their meager possessions scattered on the dusty ground. A couple of bedrolls, the water skins, the small pouch of remaining jerky and hardtack, Ethan's satchel, the precious mail pouch still tied securely at her own waist, and the few medical supplies from the coach, bandages, a small bottle of laudanum, some antiseptic wash. It felt hopelessly inadequate. Ethan returned, moving silently. "Clear for now," he reported, his voice low and strained. "No immediate sign of them, but they won't be far behind." He looked down at Silas, his expression grim. "How is he?" "Bad," Maggie said bluntly. "Feverish. Lost more blood." She met Ethan's eyes, the unspoken question hanging between them. How long could they keep carrying him? How long until his needs jeopardized the survival of the entire group? It was a brutal calculation, one she couldn't yet bring herself to make. "Henderson?" she asked, dreading the answer. Ethan shook his head slowly, his gaze distant. "No sign. The firing stopped completely a while back." He ran a hand over his face, wiping away dust and sweat, revealing the profound exhaustion beneath his controlled exterior. "He bought us our chance, Maggie, whether he meant to or not. He bought it with blood, his own or theirs." The ambiguity remained, a ghost haunting their escape. They took stock of their situation. The other horses were gone, scattered into the wilderness during the firefight, likely already claimed by the attackers or simply lost. Only Zeus remained, sturdy and dependable, now bearing the near-impossible burden of carrying the wounded Silas. Their food supply was perilously low, maybe enough for one more scant meal each. Water, thanks to the cave's seep, was less critical for the moment, but finding the spring Maggie hoped for was now more vital than ever. They were essentially on foot, deep in hostile territory, miles from the nearest known settlement, with wounded and vulnerable passengers and hunters likely still on their trail. The thread holding them together felt stretched almost to breaking point. Ethan seemed to sense the rising despair. He knelt, opening his own leather satchel, the one he always kept close. Maggie expected him to check his ammunition or perhaps produce a hidden reserve of food. Instead, he carefully withdrew a small, oilskin-wrapped packet. Handling it with care, he unwrapped it to reveal not official documents, but a folded piece of paper, brittle and slightly charred around the edges, covered in dense lines of code or cipher. "What is that?" Maggie asked, curiosity momentarily overriding her fear. "Something I recovered from an earlier mail theft investigation before I was officially assigned this route," Ethan said quietly, his eyes scanning the coded message. "Intercepted communication. I suspected it was related to Finch's operation, a piece of the puzzle. I've been trying to decipher it." He spread the paper carefully on a flat rock. It looked like meaningless strings of letters and numbers. "Standard Treasury Department codes are complex," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "But this seems different. Simpler in structure, yet elusive. Almost like a personalized cipher, something Finch might use for his inner circle." He pulled a small pencil stub and another scrap of paper from his satchel, beginning to work, his brow furrowed in concentration. Maggie watched him, fascinated. Here, amidst the desolation and danger, he was still the agent, still pursuing the unraveling thread of the conspiracy. It was as if that intellectual challenge, that pursuit of hidden meaning, was his anchor, the thing that kept him focused, kept him moving forward despite the surrounding chaos. While Ethan worked, Maggie tended to Silas as best she could. She used the precious antiseptic wash on his wound, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain from the old man. The bullet seemed to have gone clean through the fleshy part of his thigh, thankfully missing the bone, but the risk of infection in this environment was terrifyingly high. She applied fresh bandages, binding it tightly. Sarah helped, her earlier fear replaced by a quiet competence as she tore strips for bandages and offered Silas sips of water. Even Mrs. Pendergast assisted, holding the bandages, her face set in determined lines. Shared purpose, however grim, seemed to forge fragile bonds. After nearly half an hour, Ethan let out a low sound of frustration, rubbing his temples. "It's close. I feel it. There are patterns, repeated sequences. But I'm missing the key." He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the small, huddled group, the stark landscape. Finch is careful. He wouldn't use anything easily broken. He stared down at the coded message again. Then his eyes suddenly flickered towards Maggie. "Your father," he said slowly, "Silas O'Neill. You said he worked for the Overland Line for years. Knew Finch well, presumably." Maggie nodded, unsure where he was going. "Yes, since before Harmony Creek was much more than a trading post. Why?" "Old maps," Ethan mused. "You mentioned your father's maps. Did he have specific landmarks, nicknames for places, things only an old-timer on the line might know or use?" Maggie frowned, thinking back. He had names for everything. Devil's Tooth Rocks, Widowmaker Pass, Whispering Canyon, standard driver talk mostly, but sometimes... She trailed off, a memory surfacing. Sometimes he used different names, older names maybe, or codes almost. When talking about routes he thought were risky or places where trouble might be found. She remembered hushed conversations with other drivers, conversations that stopped when she entered the room as a child. Ethan leaned forward intently. "Codes? Like what?" "I don't know exactly," Maggie confessed, searching her memory. "It wasn't formal, more like abbreviations or references. He had this one route, a shortcut he sometimes took when running late, through rough country north of here. He called it the Serpent's Coil Run because it twisted through the canyons." She looked at the coded paper. "Could something like that be a key?" Ethan's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Maybe not the key itself, but the type of key. Something personal, something related to the routes. Landmarks known only to insiders. He looked back down at the cipher, excitement replacing his earlier frustration. Place names, abbreviations, Serpent's Coil, SC. He started scribbling furiously, testing combinations, substituting letters based on potential route abbreviations or landmark initials. The group watched in silence, sensing a potential breakthrough. Even Silas seemed momentarily more alert, his gaze fixed on Ethan. Suddenly, Ethan stopped writing. He stared at the paper, then slowly read aloud a few words he had managed to decipher, his voice tight with disbelief and dawning horror. "Transfer point. Whispering Canyon. Confirm cargo. Eliminate courier." He looked up, his face pale. "Courier. That's me. They knew I was coming. They knew what I might be carrying. Evidence against Finch, perhaps. This wasn't just about the mail pouch. It was about eliminating me." The air grew heavy. He hadn't just stumbled into Finch's operation. He was the specific target. The attacks hadn't been random attempts to get the mail. They were deliberate attempts on his life, and by extension, the lives of everyone traveling with him. "Whispering Canyon," Maggie breathed, a chill tracing its way down her spine. That's further northeast, along the route towards Willow Creek." "Exactly," Ethan said grimly. "It seems Finch anticipated I might try to avoid Redemption Gulch. He set a trap further along the line, likely relaying orders through Croft." He tapped the deciphered words. "This confirms it. Finch isn't just corrupt. He's orchestrating murder to cover his tracks. And Henderson," his gaze hardened. "If he is alive and working for Finch, he knows where we're likely heading. He knows about Whispering Canyon. The unraveling thread hadn't led to clarity or safety, but deeper into the heart of the conspiracy, revealing the terrifying personal nature of the threat. They weren't just bystanders caught in the crossfire. They, and especially Ethan, were the designated targets. Mrs. Pendergast let out a choked sob. Then we can't go towards Willow Creek either. We're trapped. No, Ethan said, his voice regaining its firmness, though his eyes held a new, dangerous light. We don't run towards the trap. We don't run back. We keep going towards the spring Maggie knows. We get water. We rest Silas. And then... He looked at Maggie, a grim determination settling over his features. Then we find a way to turn the tables. Finch thinks he's hunting us. Maybe it's time the prey started hunting back. His words were audacious, bordering on reckless given their situation, yet they resonated with Maggie's own stubborn refusal to be a victim. Running felt futile now. Fighting back, exposing Finch, felt like the only path left, however perilous. They gathered their meager belongings again. Helping Silas onto Zeus was an agonizing process, his groans heart-wrenching. Mrs. Pendergast and Sarah, though clearly terrified by the latest revelation, seemed steadied by Ethan's resolve. They set off once more, a battered, limping procession led by Ethan on point, followed by Maggie leading Zeus with the wounded Silas, and Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast bringing up the rear. The sun climbed higher, beating down relentlessly. The landscape shimmered, offering no relief, no sanctuary. The spring on Maggie's map felt further away than ever, a desperate hope in a desolate land. The thread had unraveled, revealing the deadly pattern woven by Jedediah Finch, and now, hunted and exposed, they had to find a way to cut it before it ensnared them completely. The silence behind them no longer felt like emptiness, but like the coiled stillness of a predator gathering itself to strike again. Chapter 13. Torn between two trails. The world had shrunk to the next painful step, the next rasping breath, the next rise in the unforgiving terrain. Heat hammered down from a sky the color of bleached bone, reflecting off the rocks and pale dust until the air itself seemed to vibrate. Thirst was a constant clawing presence at the back of Maggie's throat, a dull ache behind her eyes. Hunger gnawed, making the few pieces of jerky they rationed feel like sawdust and salt. Exhaustion was a leaden weight in her limbs, a fog in her brain. She walked beside Zeus, her hand resting lightly on the warm, sweat-dampened hide near Silas's leg, as much for her own balance as for guiding the horse. The old prospector was mostly delirious now, muttering unintelligibly, occasionally crying out when a particularly bad jolt sent agony through his wounded thigh and likely cracked ribs. His fever burned fiercely. Maggie could feel the heat radiating from him even through his clothes. Each shallow, ragged breath he took seemed like it might be his last, and the guilt twisted inside Maggie like a knife. They were keeping him alive, yes, but were they merely prolonging his suffering? Ahead, Ethan moved with a relentless, steady pace, his dark figure a beacon of grim determination against the shimmering landscape. He rarely spoke, saving his breath, communicating through gestures, pointing out hazards, indicating the path, occasionally signaling for brief halts in patches of scant shade where they would sip precious water and scan their back trail. His face was drawn, etched with fatigue and the constant tension of command, but his eyes missed nothing. He was the rock they clung to, yet Maggie sensed the immense strain he carried. Not just the physical burden, but the weight of responsibility for their lives, the knowledge that he was the target, the reason this hell had descended upon them. Behind her, Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast trudged onward, their faces smeared with dust and sweat, their steps shuffling with weariness. Sarah carried the baby, who fussed fretfully in the oppressive heat, his small cries almost lost in the vast silence. Mrs. Pendergast, stripped of all vestiges of her former propriety, moved like an automaton, her eyes fixed on the ground, stumbling occasionally, but always pushing herself back up. Sometimes Maggie saw Sarah murmur encouragement to the older woman, a small gesture of shared humanity in the face of overwhelming hardship. How long had they been walking since the ambush? A day? More? Time blurred, measured only by the relentless passage of the sun and the deepening ache in their bodies. The spring, Maggie's last hope, felt like a phantom, retreating before them, always just over the next rise, beyond the next stretch of desolate plain. Doubt, cold and insidious, began to creep into her thoughts. Had her father's map been wrong? Had the spring dried up years ago? Was she leading them on a fool's errand, deeper into oblivion? The thought of her father brought a fresh wave of weariness. Silas O'Neill. He'd faced his own brokenness, his own confinement after the accident. She remembered the frustration simmering beneath his forced joviality, the shadows in his eyes when he watched her ride out on the coach he could no longer handle. She'd felt responsible for him then, trying to fill the void left by his shattered leg and spirit, driving herself harder, taking risks to prove she was worthy of his legacy, even as he slowly drowned himself in whiskey. Now she felt responsible for this other Silas, this stranger whose life hung by a thread, whose presence slowed them, endangered them all. Was it penance? A cosmic echo? Or just the cruel indifference of the frontier, demanding impossible choices? The practical driver in her, the part forged by years of calculating risks and managing resources on the road, screamed that Silas was a liability they couldn't afford. He needed care they couldn't give. Every slow step they took because of him increased the chance of Finch's men catching up. Every drop of water used to moisten his lips was water taken from someone who might survive. The cold logic was undeniable, brutal. Leave him, find a sheltered spot, make him comfortable, say a prayer, and move on, save the others, save herself. But the thought brought a wave of nausea. How could she? How could she abandon a wounded man, however desperate their own situation? It went against every instinct, every shred of decency her father, despite his flaws, had tried to instill in her. It felt like betraying not just Silas, but herself, becoming as hard and unforgiving as the land around them. And looking at Ethan's resolute face, at Sarah's quiet endurance, at Mrs. Pendergast's grim perseverance, she knew they wouldn't countenance it either. They were bound together, for better or worse, until the end. Ethan signaled a halt near a sparse cluster of sun-scorched junipers offering threadbare shade. They collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted even to speak initially. Maggie checked on Silas. His breathing was fainter, his skin dry and burning hot. She dribbled a little water onto his lips from her own near-empty canteen. His eyes remained closed. Ethan crouched beside her, offering his canteen. "Drink," he commanded quietly. When she hesitated, looking towards the others, he insisted, "You need your strength more than anyone, Maggie. Drink." She took a few swallows, the lukewarm water tasting metallic, precious. Ethan then moved to check their back trail, climbing a small rise for a better vantage point. Sarah rocked her baby, humming softly, her face a mask of weariness. Mrs. Pendergast simply sat, staring blankly at the dust, her expensive, now-ruined traveling dress hanging limply on her frame. Maggie looked at Ethan's satchel lying near where he'd dropped it. Inside was the coded message, the unraveling thread of Finch's conspiracy. Ethan's determination to fight back, to expose Finch, felt distant and unreal here, under the crushing weight of their immediate survival needs. Fighting back required strength, resources, allies, none of which they possessed. Reaching Willow Creek, finding help seemed the only sane goal, however remote. Yet Ethan's path seemed set on confrontation, fueled perhaps by his own need for redemption, his own ghosts driving him forward. He returned from the rise, his expression unreadable. No dust clouds, no obvious sign, but... He knelt, picking up a stone, turning it over in his hand. "They're smart enough not to skyline themselves. They could be flanking us, watching from cover." He looked towards the hazy horizon, shielding his eyes. "We need to reach that spring before nightfall. It's our only chance for enough water to push on." He stood up, ready to urge them onward again, but Maggie hesitated. "Ethan, look." She pointed towards a fork in the terrain ahead. To the right, The ground sloped downward slightly, leading into a wider, flatter draw that looked marginally easier to traverse, though it curved away from the direct line towards the hills where she believed the spring lay. To the left, the path led directly towards the hills, but it involved climbing over a series of rocky ridges, much rougher terrain, especially for Zeus carrying Silas. "The draw might be easier going," she said, her voice rough with dust and fatigue. "Less risk of Zeus stumbling or Silas being thrown. It might even offer more cover." Ethan studied the two paths intently. "But it heads south of our line. It will add miles, maybe half a day's travel, to reach the area you think the spring is in. We don't have half a day, Maggie. Not with Silas like this, not with our water low, and not with Finch's men potentially closing in." "And if Zeus falls on those ridges?" Maggie countered, gesturing towards the harder path. "If Silas is injured further? We won't make it to the spring at all. We risk everything pushing him too hard over rough ground." It was the crux of her dilemma laid bare, the choice between a seemingly safer but slower route that might doom them through delay and thirst, or a faster, more direct but physically riskier path that might kill Silas outright or disable their only remaining horse. Two trails, both leading towards potential disaster. Ethan looked from the two paths to Silas, then back to Maggie. He saw the conflict in her eyes, the exhaustion warring with her fierce sense of responsibility. He knew the logic favored the direct route, the gamble for speed, but he also saw the human cost etched on her face. "It's your call, Maggie," he said finally, his voice quiet but firm. "You know the horse. You know the terrain better than I do, even with the map. You understand the risks to Silas better than anyone." He paused, his gray eyes holding hers. "Which trail do we take?" His deference surprised her. He was the leader, the strategist, yet he was placing this critical decision, this life and death choice, squarely in her hands. It wasn't an abdication of responsibility, she realized, but an acknowledgement of her expertise, her connection to the practical realities of their situation. It was also, perhaps, a test, a burden shared. She looked at the two paths again, the dusty, easier-looking draw curving away, the jagged, direct ridges looming ahead. She looked at Silas, his face pale as death, his life literally in her hands. She looked at Sarah, clutching her child, her eyes pleading silently for safety. She looked at Mrs. Pendergast, her face a blank mask of endurance. She looked at Ethan, his expression calm but watchful, waiting for her decision. Her father's voice echoed faintly in her memory, gruff advice from years ago. "Sometimes the easy road is the longest way home, girl, and sometimes you gotta trust the horse more than the map." Trust the horse. Trust Zeus's strength and sure-footedness. Trust her own ability to guide him. Trust that the direct path, however hard, was the only one that offered a sliver of hope against the closing net. Taking the longer route felt like surrender, like admitting defeat before the final battle was joined. Ethan wanted to fight back eventually. Taking the cowardly path now felt like betraying that resolve, however reckless it seemed. She took a deep breath, the hot, dusty air searing her lungs. She met Ethan's gaze, her decision made, the internal conflict settling into a grim certainty. "The ridges," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "We take the direct route. We go slow, careful. I'll lead Zeus myself, every step. We pray the horse holds, and we pray Silas endures." Ethan held her gaze for a long moment, searching her face. He saw no doubt, only determination. He nodded slowly. "All right, the ridges it is." He turned to the others. "Mount up. We move slow, stay alert, one step at a time." As they prepared to move again, helping Silas onto Zeus with infinite care, adjusting the makeshift pack saddles, Maggie felt a strange sense of clarity amidst the fear. She had chosen the harder path, the path of greater immediate risk, banking everything on skill, endurance, and a desperate faith in finding that elusive spring. She was torn no longer. The trail ahead was brutal, uncertain, potentially fatal, but it was the one she had chosen. and as she took hold of Zeus's reins, ready to lead them onto the treacherous ridges, she knew, with chilling certainty, that this path would test every ounce of strength, every shred of hope she possessed. The unraveling thread of their journey was leading them into the heart of the furnace. Chapter 14. The price of a badge and a broken promise. The world dissolved into a brutal rhythm of ascent and descent, measured in agonizing steps over sun-baked rock and treacherous scree. The ridges rose before them like the jagged teeth of some ancient skeletal beast. Unforgiving and indifferent, Maggie led Zeus, her hand tight on his bridle, her boots slipping on loose stones, her eyes narrowed against the blinding glare, focused utterly on the next few feet of treacherous ground. Every muscle in her body screamed protest, a symphony of aches compounded by gnawing hunger and parching thirst. Zeus, noble animal that he was, labored beneath the double burden of the steep climb and Silas's near-limp weight. His breath came in great ragged gasps, his sturdy legs trembling with effort as Maggie guided him over sharp rocks and around precarious drops. She murmured constant encouragement, her voice low and rough, stroking his neck, willing her own dwindling strength into him. Each successful step forward felt like a monumental victory, each stumble a heart-stopping lurch towards disaster. Silas occasionally moaned, a thin, reedy sound almost lost in the vast silence, shifting weakly against the makeshift saddle. He was fading, retreating into the fevered haze, his presence a constant heavy weight on Maggie's conscience as much as on the horse's back. Ethan scouted ahead, moving with a deceptive lightness over the broken terrain, his suited figure seeming almost an apparition in this desolate landscape. He'd find the least perilous path, wait for them to catch up, his face grim, offering no false reassurances, only the silent imperative to keep moving. His gaze constantly swept the surrounding ridges, searching for any sign of Finch's men, the tension radiating from him palpable. They were exposed up here, horribly vulnerable, visible for miles if anyone was watching from the right vantage point. Behind Maggie, Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast struggled onward. Sarah carried the baby wrapped tightly against her chest, her young face drawn with exhaustion, but fierce with maternal determination. Mrs. Pendergast, her fine dress now torn and filthy, her hair escaping its pins in wild strands, moved with a surprising, if awkward, resilience. The pampered woman from the stagecoach had vanished, replaced by someone grimly focused on survival, occasionally offering Sarah a clumsy hand over a difficult patch. Necessity was forging unlikely alliances, stripping away old identities. The sun beat down without mercy. Heat rose in shimmering waves from the rocks, stealing the moisture from their bodies, thickening the dust in their lungs. Maggie's lips were cracked, her tongue felt swollen. The spring, it became a mantra in her mind, a single point of focus against the encroaching despair. Water, cool, clean water, shelter, a chance to rest, to tend properly to Silas, to simply stop moving for a blessed hour. As they paused, gasping for breath on a narrow ledge, Maggie looked back the way they'd come. The ravine where they'd hidden, where Henderson had made his stand, was miles behind them now, lost in the hazy distance. Had he survived? The question echoed unanswered, another ghost added to the trail. She scanned the empty landscape, searching for telltale plumes of dust, the glint of sunlight on a rifle barrel. Nothing. Only the vast, crushing emptiness. But the feeling of being watched persisted, a cold prickle on the back of her neck. Ethan rejoined them, hunkering down beside Maggie, offering her the water skin. She took only a tiny sip, acutely aware of how little remained. "How much further?" he asked, his voice raspy. Maggie scanned the horizon, trying to match the shapes of the distant hills to her father's mental map. Hard to say for sure. Another mile, maybe 2, if I'm right. The highest peak, the spring should be near its western base. She pointed towards a craggy summit shimmering in the heat haze. It looked impossibly far. Ethan nodded, his gaze lingering on Silas. The old prospector's breathing was alarmingly shallow, his skin tinged with a grayish pallor beneath the fever flush. "He's fading fast, Maggie." "I know," she whispered, the words catching in her throat. The brutal calculation pushed forward again. Could they make it carrying him? Should they? She pushed the thought away violently. "No, not yet. We push on," Ethan said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, but his eyes held a bleakness that mirrored her own internal struggle. He stood up, signaling the others. Time to move again. As Maggie coaxed Zeus forward onto the next treacherous section of the trail, a loose rock shifted under the horse's hoof. Zeus stumbled badly, his front legs buckling. Silas cried out, a sharp, thin sound, jostled violently. Maggie threw her weight against the horse's shoulder, hauling desperately on the reins, somehow managing to keep him upright. Zeus recovered, snorting fearfully, trembling. But the incident shook Maggie to the core. It was too close. Another stumble like that, and the horse could break a leg, or Silas could be thrown onto the rocks below. Her choice, the direct, harder path, felt suddenly like fatal arrogance. Ethan was instantly beside her, checking the horse, then Silas. The old man seemed unaware, lost in his delirium. Ethan met Maggie's frightened gaze, his own expression grim. "We need to be more careful. Slower still. Slower." The word felt like a death sentence. Slower meant more time exposed, more time for their pursuers to close in, more time for Silas to slip away, more time for their water to run out. As they continued at a crawl, Ethan, walking close beside Maggie and Zeus now, ready to lend support, his gaze swept the ridge above them. He suddenly froze, holding up a hand for silence. Maggie followed his gaze. High up, perched precariously on a rocky outcrop overlooking their path, was a figure. A man with a rifle, silhouetted against the blinding sky. Not moving, just watching. One of Finch's men. They hadn't given up. They were still there, shadowing them, waiting. Fear, cold and immediate, washed over Maggie. They were trapped on the exposed ridge, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Ethan reacted instantly. He didn't shout or draw his weapon. Instead, he moved calmly to the side of the narrow trail, partially shielding Maggie and the horse with his own body, his eyes fixed on the watcher above. He raised a hand slowly, deliberately, palm outward, a universal sign of parley, or perhaps just acknowledgement. The figure on the ridge remained motionless for a long moment. Then slowly, he raised his own rifle, not aiming it, but holding it across his chest. A silent standoff. "What is he doing?" Maggie whispered, her heart pounding. "Why isn't he shooting?" "Waiting," Ethan murmured, his voice tight, never taking his eyes off the watcher. "Waiting for orders, maybe. Or waiting for us to make a mistake, or—" He hesitated. "Maybe he's just the scout, letting the others know where we are." The psychological pressure was immense. To continue moving under that unwavering gaze, knowing that death could rain down at any moment. Every step felt fraught with peril. They moved onward, agonizingly slow, the silent watcher pacing them from above. Maggie could feel his eyes on her back, a physical weight. She focused on Zeus, on the treacherous ground, forcing herself not to look up, not to betray her fear. As they rounded a bend, momentarily losing sight of the watcher, Ethan spoke, his voice low and urgent. "He knows this terrain. He let us choose this path. He knew it would slow us down, knew it was risky for the horse. He's hurting us," Maggie realized with dawning horror. "Towards what? Another ambush?" "Possibly," Ethan agreed. "Or maybe just delaying us, keeping us pinned until the main group can circle around." He glanced back towards Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast, who looked utterly terrified, having also seen the watcher. "We need to get off this ridge, find cover." But there was no cover, only the steep drop on one side and the impassable rocks rising on the other. They were caught. Then, Ethan seemed to come to a decision. His jaw tightened, and a familiar, dangerous light entered his eyes. But this time it was mixed with something else. A deep, weary resignation, a flicker of the ghosts he carried. "There might be one way," he said, his voice barely audible over the wind that had begun to pick up, whistling eerily around the rocks. "To create a diversion, to buy you time to get Silas and the others down to lower ground. Maggie looked at him, dread coiling in her stomach. What are you talking about? He avoided her gaze, looking instead towards the watcher who had reappeared on another outcrop ahead. That man up there, the way he moves, the way he's watching. I think I recognize the style. Army training. Maybe even someone I served with. Or against. He finally looked at her, his eyes filled with a pain that went deeper than fatigue. There are men who might have reason to want me dead. Reasons that have nothing to do with Finch, or the mail, or government conspiracies. Reasons buried in the past. The price of a badge. The price of past commands, past battles, past mistakes. What are you going to do? Maggie whispered, fear clutching her throat. Draw his fire, Ethan said simply. Lead him away from you, give you a chance to get down. No, Maggie protested instinctively. That's suicide, you can't. It's the only way, Maggie, he insisted, his voice low but absolute. He reached out, his hand briefly gripping her arm. His touch was surprisingly warm, steady, grounding her, even as panic surged. Get them down, head for the spring, don't stop, don't wait for me. Ethan, please, listen to me, he interrupted, his gaze intense, holding hers captive. I told you. I made choices, followed orders. A long time ago there was an operation. Partisans, they called them, fighting Reconstruction policies. We were ordered to clear a valley. Houses were burned. People who shouldn't have been harmed were caught in the middle. I tried to stop it, tried to argue, but the orders were clear. His voice broke slightly, roughened by memory. I hesitated too long. I followed the orders, and innocent people paid the price, a promise I'd made to myself, to uphold some kind of honor even in war. I broke it that day. The broken promise. It wasn't just metaphorical. It was real, etched in blood and fire in his memory. I carry that, he continued, his voice barely a whisper. Always. Maybe this. Maybe drawing fire away from you, from Sarah and the baby, from Silas. Maybe it balances the scales, just a little. He squeezed her arm gently, then released it. Get them to safety, Maggie. That's an order you can follow. Before she could argue further, before she could process the raw confession and the terrifying implication of his plan, he acted. He gave her one last look, a look that held regret, resolve, and something else she couldn't name. Then he deliberately broke cover, scrambling up the slope towards the watcher, drawing attention to himself, making himself an obvious target. Hey! Ethan yelled towards the ridge, his voice ringing out startlingly loud. Looking for me? Come and get me! He fired his revolver into the air, not aiming at the watcher, but ensuring his position was known. The watcher on the ridge reacted instantly, dropping behind cover. Almost immediately, rifle fire erupted, not just from the single watcher, but from several other positions further along the ridge, all directed towards Ethan. Go, Maggie, now! Ethan roared, scrambling behind a boulder as bullets kicked up dust all around him. Torn, horrified, Maggie hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Ethan's face, etched with sacrifice and a desperate kind of peace, flashed before her eyes. His order, get them to safety, echoed in her ears. Swallowing a sob, forcing down the urge to run to him, she turned, grabbing Zeus's reins with fierce determination. Sarah, Mrs. Pendergast, move! Downslope, now! She screamed, her voice cracking, fear lending them desperate strength. They half slid, half stumbled down the steep, scree-covered slope on the less exposed side of the ridge, away from the main line of fire now concentrated on Ethan's position. Maggie fought to control Zeus, guiding the terrified horse down the treacherous incline, praying Silas wouldn't be thrown, praying they wouldn't all tumble into the abyss. Behind and above them, the gunfire intensified, a furious exchange echoing off the rocks. Ethan was returning fire, moving from cover to cover, drawing the attackers after him, leading them away, buying his promised time. Maggie didn't dare look back. She focused only on getting down, on reaching the relative safety of the lower ground, on the desperate hope of the spring. The price of Ethan's badge, the weight of his broken promise, was being paid in gunfire and sacrifice on the high, lonely ridge, while she raced away, carrying the lives he had entrusted to her, her heart shattering with every step. Chapter 15. Hoofbeats of Reckoning. The desperate scramble down the scree slope was a blur of terror, flying rocks and burning lungs. Maggie focused solely on controlling Zeus, digging her heels in, using her own body as a counterweight, praying the horse wouldn't lose his footing on the treacherous, shifting surface. Behind her, she could hear Sarah's ragged gasps and Mrs. Pendergast's occasional choked sob, but they kept moving, driven by the horrific sounds of the firefight raging on the ridge above and behind them, the sharp crack of Ethan's revolver, the heavier retort of multiple rifles. Each shot felt like a blow, a reminder of the sacrifice being made for their escape. Ethan, his face etched with that terrible, calm resolve as he prepared to draw their fire, was seared into her mind. His confession, the burden of his past, the broken promise, the weight of command gone wrong, echoed in the chaos. He wasn't just a federal agent caught in a conspiracy. He was a man seeking atonement in the only way he knew how, offering himself up to shield the innocent, perhaps hoping to balance scales only he could see. The realization brought a fresh wave of anguish, sharper than her fear. She wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice, the waste, but there was no time, only the frantic need to survive, to justify the price he was paying. They reached the bottom of the slope, tumbling into the relative cover of a narrow, dry wash littered with boulders and thorny brush. Maggie quickly checked on Silas, still slumped over Zeus's back. He was alive, his breathing shallow, his eyes closed, mercifully oblivious to the immediate danger. Sarah collapsed onto the ground, clutching her now silently wide-eyed baby, her body trembling uncontrollably. Mrs. Pendergast leaned against a rock, gasping for air, tears streaming unnoticed down her dust-caked face. The gunfire from the ridge above seemed to be lessening, becoming more sporadic. Maggie's heart leaped with a wild, impossible hope. Had Ethan somehow prevailed? Driven them off? Escaped? Or had the silence simply fallen because he was down? The uncertainty was agonizing. We have to wait for him, Sarah whispered, looking back towards the ridge, her eyes filled with fear and a dawning understanding of what Ethan had done. Maggie shook her head, the movement sharp, painful. No. His orders were clear. Get to the spring. Don't stop. Don't wait. Her voice sounded harsh, brittle, even to her own ears. Waiting was suicide. Honoring Ethan's sacrifice meant surviving, meant getting Silas and the women to safety. It felt like a betrayal, leaving him behind, but it was the only choice he had left them. We have to keep moving. She scanned their surroundings. The wash offered temporary cover, but it also felt like a trap, easily flanked from the higher ground. The hills where she believed the spring lay were still ahead, maybe half a mile, across another stretch of exposed, rocky terrain. Which way? Mrs. Pendergast asked, her voice surprisingly steady now, the shock seemingly replaced by a grim focus. Maggie pointed towards the craggy peak she'd identified earlier, now partially obscured by the walls of the wash. That way, west base of the highest peak. Stay low, use the cover of the wash as long as we can. Summoning reserves of strength they didn't know they possessed, they started moving again. Progress was agonizingly slow. Leading Zeus through the sandy, rock-strewn bottom of the wash was difficult, and Silas's weight seemed to increase with every step. Maggie's own body felt like lead, her muscles trembling with exhaustion, her grief for Ethan a raw wound beneath the surface. Suddenly, Zeus whinnied nervously, his ears pricked, head turned towards the mouth of the wash ahead. Maggie froze, listening intently. Faintly at first, then growing rapidly louder, came a sound that chilled her blood far more than the gunfire had. Hoofbeats. Multiple horses, moving fast, coming towards them up the wash. Finch's men. They hadn't all been drawn off by Ethan. Or perhaps this was the main group, alerted by the scout, circling around, cutting off their escape. They were trapped. "Ambush!" Maggie hissed, shoving Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast behind a cluster of large boulders near the side of the wash. "Stay down! Don't make a sound!" There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide the horse effectively. Maggie quickly pulled Zeus into the deepest shadow she could find, pressing herself against the horse's warm side, drawing her colt, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. This was it, the end of the trail. The hoofbeats grew louder, echoing off the narrow walls of the wash. Riders emerged around a bend not 50 yards away. 4 of them, rifles held ready, faces hard and grim in the harsh sunlight filtering down. They reined in sharply, spotting Zeus and Maggie instantly. Maggie raised her colt, her hand surprisingly steady now. Despair had burned away the fear, leaving only a cold, hard resolve. If she was going to die here, she wouldn't die hiding. The lead rider, a burly man with cruel eyes and a stained bandana covering the lower half of his face, grinned mirthlessly, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. "Well, well, looky here, the little stage driver. Thought we'd lost you." His eyes scanned the area, missing the women hidden behind the rocks for the moment. "Where's the fancy government man?" Maggie didn't answer, her gaze locked on the rider, her finger tightening on the trigger. 4 against 1. Impossible odds. "Don't matter," the leader sneered, raising his rifle. "Finch wants you silenced too. Loose ends." Just as he leveled the rifle before Maggie could fire her own futile shot, a new sound erupted. More hoofbeats coming from behind the 4 riders, further down the wash. Fast, thundering hoofbeats. The 4 men whirled around, startled, rifles swinging towards the new threat. Around the bend behind them burst a lone rider, leaning low over his horse's neck, urging the animal on with desperate cries. The horse was lathered, running flat out, a picture of speed and exhaustion. The rider... Maggie's breath caught in her throat. It couldn't be. It was Henderson. His face was grim, streaked with grime, and what looked like blood from a cut on his forehead. He held the greener shotgun in one hand like a massive pistol, firing it from the saddle as he charged. The blast roared in the confined space of the wash. One of the 4 riders screamed and tumbled from his horse, clutching his chest. Henderson didn't slow. He dropped the now empty shotgun, simultaneously drawing a hefty revolver from his belt. He rode straight into the remaining 3 riders, firing point blank. Another man went down, his horse rearing and bolting. The leader and the last remaining rider returned fire, bullets zinging past Henderson's head. He ignored them, closing the distance, his face a mask of cold fury. He fired again, hitting the leader's horse. The animal screamed and collapsed, pinning its rider's leg beneath it. Henderson rode past the downed leader, straight toward the last man, who was fumbling to reload his rifle. Before the man could bring the weapon to bear, Henderson leaned down and swung his heavy revolver like a club, catching the man alongside the head with brutal force. The rider crumpled, sliding unconscious from his saddle. It was over in seconds, a whirlwind of sudden, shocking violence. Henderson reined in his heaving horse beside the struggling, pinned leader, his revolver leveled steadily at the man's head. Silence fell again, broken only by the gasping breaths of Henderson's horse, the moans of the wounded bandit leader, and the terrified whimpering of Sarah's baby from behind the rocks. Maggie stared, stunned into immobility, her colt still raised uselessly. Henderson? He was alive. He hadn't betrayed them. He had fought his way through or circled around and arrived like some grim, avenging angel at the last possible moment. Henderson ignored the pinned leader for a moment, his gaze sweeping the area, finding Maggie, then flicking towards the rocks where the women hid. "You all right, driver?" he rasped, his voice hoarse. Maggie could only nod, lowering her pistol slowly, her hand trembling now that the immediate threat was over. "Passengers? Safe?" Maggie managed to say. "Silas, the old prospector. He's wounded badly." Henderson's gaze flickered toward Silas slumped on Zeus, then back to the trapped leader groaning beneath his dead horse. He dismounted stiffly, moving like a man running on sheer nerve and adrenaline. He walked over to the pinned man, kicking the bandit's dropped rifle away. "Talk." Henderson ordered, his voice flat and cold. "Who sent you? How many more?" The bandit leader glared up at him, pain and hatred twisting his features. "Go to hell." Henderson cocked his revolver, the sound clicking ominously in the silence. "Wrong answer. I'm fresh out of patience." The man's bravado seemed to crumble under Henderson's icy stare. "Finch," he gasped out. "Jedediah Finch. Said to make sure the agent and the driver didn't make it through Whispering Canyon. Said to finish the job Croft's boys botched." "How many?" Henderson pressed. Just us 4 on this side. The others went after the agent on the ridge." "Ethan." Henderson looked instinctively towards the high ridges where the earlier firefight had occurred. No sound came from there now. No movement. "The agent?" Henderson asked, his voice tight. "What happened up there?" The bandit leader smirked, despite his pain. "Don't know for sure. Sounded like he put up a hell of a fight, but there were 5 of them up there. No way he—" Henderson didn't let him finish. He swung the barrel of his revolver in another short, brutal arc, striking the man hard across the temple. The bandit went limp, unconscious. Henderson straightened up slowly, holstering his revolver. He looked utterly spent, swaying slightly on his feet. He glanced back towards the ridges again, his expression unreadable, but etched with a weariness that went bone deep. Then he turned back to Maggie. "Seems Carter bought us more than time," he said quietly, his voice rough with emotion Maggie had never heard from him before. "He bought us Henderson." He met Maggie's eyes, and for the first time she saw something beyond the stoic mask: regret, fierce loyalty, and the shadow of his own difficult choices. "I worked for Croft, yes. Did things look the other way sometimes. A man's got to eat out here. But Finch, ordering women and kids gunned down, betraying his own, that ain't right. When Carter gave us the chance back at the cave, I circled around, hoped to pick off stragglers, cause a diversion. Didn't expect to find you cornered like this." He had chosen a side, not out of loyalty to Ethan, perhaps, or even to Maggie, but out of some bedrock sense of decency that even the harsh frontier hadn't completely eroded. He had made his stand. "We need to move," Henderson said, his practical nature reasserting itself. "Those others on the ridge, they hear the silence down here. They'll be coming to investigate soon." He looked at the horses belonging to the downed bandits. 3 were still standing nearby, reins trailing, plus his own exhausted mount. "We got horses now. Enough for everyone." It felt like a miracle, snatched from the jaws of disaster. They had mounts. They had Henderson back, his loyalty proven in blood. But the cost. Ethan. Maggie looked towards the silent ridges, her heart aching with a grief so profound it threatened to swallow her. Had his sacrifice been in vain? Or had he, against all odds, somehow survived? There was no way to know. Clinging to that sliver of hope felt like another form of torture. "The spring," she said, her voice choked. "We need to get Silas to the spring." Henderson nodded grimly. "Lead the way, driver." Quickly, efficiently, they caught the bandits' horses. They transferred Silas as gently as possible onto one of the fresher mounts, Henderson securing him carefully. Sarah, clutching her baby, and Mrs. Pendergast mounted the other 2. Maggie climbed onto Henderson's weary horse, leaving Zeus unburdened for now. Henderson himself took the last horse, keeping his shotgun, reloaded now, ready across the saddle horn. They urged the horses forward, leaving the scene of violence behind, heading towards the western base of the looming peak. The hoofbeats echoed in the wash, not the frantic drumming of pursuit or escape, but the steady, purposeful rhythm of reckoning. They had survived another trial, but the shadow of Ethan's sacrifice and the uncertainty of what lay ahead tempered any relief. The price of survival was proving devastatingly high, paid in blood, betrayal, and broken promises under the unforgiving Montana sun. And Chapter 16, Lost Signals in the Dust. Hope, fragile as a desert bloom after a rare rain, began to stir in Maggie's exhausted spirit as they neared the western base of the craggy peak. The terrain grew greener, subtly at first, with hardier grasses replacing the sparse, thorny scrub. Rocks took on a darker, damp-streaked appearance. and the air, blessedly, seemed to lose some of its parching dryness. Her father's map, his memory, hadn't failed her. The spring was close. They found it tucked into a shallow basin, almost hidden by a thicket of willows and a scattering of ancient, gnarled cottonwoods, a small oasis of life in the vast desolation. Water bubbled up from a fissure in the rock, clear and cold, pulling into a shallow basin before trickling away into the thirsty earth. It wasn't a gushing torrent, but it was water, beautiful and life-sustaining. A collective sigh of relief went through the small group. Sarah immediately knelt by the pool, cupping water for her baby, then drinking deeply herself. Mrs. Pendergast, abandoning all decorum, plunged her face into the cool water, emerging gasping but visibly revived. Henderson let the horses drink their fill, his watchful eyes scanning the surrounding terrain even as he allowed himself a long draught from his cupped hands. Maggie's first thought was for Silas. With Henderson's help, they carefully lifted the old prospector from the horse and carried him to the shade of the largest cottonwood. Maggie soaked strips of cloth torn from Mrs. Pendergast's seemingly inexhaustible petticoats in the cold spring water and gently bathed Silas's fevered face and neck. He moaned softly, his eyelids fluttering, but didn't regain consciousness. His breathing remained shallow, his pulse thready beneath her fingers. The water and shade were a mercy, but Maggie knew, with chilling certainty, that he needed more help than they could provide here. He was slipping away. While the others rested in the shade, savoring the simple miracle of water and stillness, Maggie found herself drawn back towards the entrance of the basin, her gaze fixed on the high, silent ridges where Ethan had made his stand. Guilt gnawed at her, sharp and insistent. They were safe. For the moment, they had water. But Ethan, what had happened up there after they fled? Had he been captured? Killed? Had he somehow impossibly escaped? Leaving him felt like leaving a part of herself behind, a raw, unfinished piece of their shared ordeal. His sacrifice demanded more than just their survival. It demanded something. Justice? Rescue? She didn't know. She only knew the gnawing emptiness, the unanswered question that echoed louder than the memory of gunfire. Henderson joined her, his face grim, following her gaze towards the ridges. He had tended to the minor cut on his own forehead, but the lines of fatigue and strain were etched deep around his eyes and mouth. "Don't torture yourself, driver," he said quietly, his voice rough. "Carter knew what he was doing. He made his choice. But we don't know," Maggie began, her voice trembling slightly. "We don't know what happened. If he's—" "Odds ain't good," Henderson interrupted bluntly, but without malice. 5 against 1, maybe more, on high ground. He was buying us time, not expecting a rescue. He spat onto the dusty ground. Man like that, seen his share, I reckon. Knew the stakes. Maggie fell silent, absorbing the harsh truth in his words. Henderson, despite his rough exterior and questionable past associations, possessed a clear-eyed understanding of the brutal calculus of survival out here. Hope was a luxury few could afford, yet letting go of it felt like another betrayal. "We owe him," she said finally, her voice low but fierce. "We owe him more than just running away." Henderson looked at her, his expression unreadable for a moment, then he nodded slowly. "Aye, we do." He paused, considering. "But going back up there now, blind? That's suicide. If Finch's men are still around, they'll be watching, waiting." "So what do we do?" Maggie asked desperately. "Just ride on to Willow Creek? Leave him? Pretend it didn't happen?" The thought felt like ashes in her mouth. Before Henderson could answer, Ethan's voice, startlingly clear in her memory, echoed, "Finch thinks he's hunting us. Maybe it's time the prey started hunting back." The audacity of it, spoken when they were at their lowest ebb, now seemed less like recklessness and more like the only path left that offered any meaning beyond mere survival. "Willow Creek," Maggie said slowly, thinking aloud. "We need to get Silas help. That has to be the priority, but—" She looked towards the northeast, the general direction of the settlement, then back towards the ridges. What if we could find out what happened? Send a signal? See if there's any sign? Henderson frowned. Risky. How? Maggie's mind raced, searching for an idea, anything. Her gaze fell on the horses, then on the surrounding terrain. Smoke signals, she murmured. Old trick, risky, draws attention. But maybe Finch's men have moved on, thinking they finished the job. Or maybe Ethan would see it, if he's somehow alive, hiding out. It was a long shot, bordering on foolish. Smoke would alert anyone within miles, friend or foe, but doing nothing felt worse. Henderson considered it, rubbing his stubbled jaw. Could work. Could also bring the whole damn hornet's nest down on us again. He looked back towards the resting passengers, towards the dying Silas. But sitting here ain't an option either. We need to move soon. Silas won't last another night out here. Just a quick scout, Maggie pleaded, while the others rest. You and I. Climb partway back up, find a vantage point. Look for signs, bodies, tracks, anything. Maybe build a small, quick fire, just enough smoke to be seen from the ridges, but hopefully not from miles away. Henderson hesitated, clearly weighing the risks. He owed Ethan, too, Maggie realized. Ethan's sacrifice had saved Henderson just as much as the rest of them when he charged into that ambush in the wash. Finally, he gave a curt nod. All right, quick scout, small fire, but we don't linger. And if we see trouble, we run. Agreed? Agreed, Maggie said, relief flooding through her, mingling with renewed apprehension. They left the others by the spring, explaining briefly they were scouting the back trail, advising them to stay hidden and quiet. Sarah nodded numbly, her focus entirely on her baby and the dying man beside her. Mrs. Pendergast merely looked terrified but didn't protest. Moving cautiously, weapons ready, Maggie and Henderson retraced their path partway back towards the ridges, staying low, using cover. The silence was profound, unnerving. Reaching a spot that offered a clear view of the higher slopes where the firefight had occurred, they scanned the area intently through the shimmering heat haze. Nothing moved, no glint of metal, no sign of life. But Maggie's sharp eyes caught something else. Dark shapes scattered amongst the rocks on the main ridge. Too far away to be certain, but they looked disturbingly like bodies. 2, maybe 3, unmoving. Were they Finch's men? Or was one of them Ethan? The distance and the heat distortion made identification impossible. Her heart clenched with a sickening mixture of hope and dread. See 'em? Henderson murmured, pointing. Maggie nodded, unable to speak. Could be Carter got some of 'em before they got him, Henderson speculated grimly. Or maybe they fought amongst themselves after. No way to know from here. They needed a signal. Gathering dry brush and twigs, they built a small pile in a sheltered spot, ensuring it wouldn't spread. Henderson struck a precious match, shielding the flame against the breeze. The twigs caught quickly, sending up a thin, pale plume of smoke that rose hesitantly into the vast blue sky. They waited, crouched behind rocks, scanning the ridges, their nerves stretched taut. Would anyone see it? If Ethan was alive, hiding, wounded perhaps, would he recognize it as a signal, a sign they were still alive, waiting? Or would it simply alert Finch's remaining men, guiding them straight to the spring? Minutes crawled by, feeling like hours. The small fire burned down quickly, the smoke dissipating. They saw no response from the ridges. No answering signal, no movement, nothing. Only the silent, unmoving shapes amongst the rocks, mocking their desperate hope. Nothing, Henderson said finally, his voice flat. Either nobody's up there looking or... He didn't finish the sentence. Disappointment washed over Maggie, cold and bitter. It had been a foolish hope, a desperate gamble that hadn't paid off. Ethan was gone. The finality of it settled in her gut like a stone. The shapes on the ridge were likely Finch's men, casualties of Ethan's final desperate stand. There was nothing more they could do here. Let's go, she said, her voice hollow. We need to get back, get Silas to Willow Creek, if we can. They made their way back to the spring, the silence between them heavy with shared grief and the grim acceptance of loss. The brief flicker of hope ignited by Henderson's arrival and the desperate smoke signal had been extinguished, leaving only the harsh reality of their situation. Back at the oasis, they found Sarah trying to spoon a little water mixed with crushed hardtack into Silas's mouth, but he couldn't swallow. His breathing was barely perceptible. Mrs. Pendergast sat beside him, stroking his hand, her face filled with a surprising tenderness. "He's going," Sarah whispered as Maggie knelt beside them, her eyes filling with tears. Maggie felt for his pulse again. It was almost non-existent. She looked at Henderson, who met her gaze with grim understanding. There was nothing more they could do. They sat with him, a silent vigil under the cottonwoods as the afternoon sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood orange and fading purple. The beauty of the sunset felt like a cruel mockery. Silas's breathing grew shallower. Then, with a final, faint sigh, it stopped altogether. Silence descended, broken only by Sarah's soft weeping and the chirping of insects tuning up for the night. The old prospector, who had endured so much, whose life had become so intertwined with their desperate flight, was finally at peace. Another ghost joined the trail. Mrs. Pendergast gently closed his eyes. "God rest his soul," she murmured, crossing herself, a gesture both incongruous and deeply human. They buried him there, near the spring, under the shade of the cottonwoods. Henderson used his knife and flat stones to dig a shallow grave in the soft earth near the water. They wrapped Silas in one of the spare blankets, a final inadequate shroud. There were no prayers spoken aloud, only the silent weight of shared loss and the profound sense of isolation in the vast, uncaring wilderness. As they stood by the fresh grave, the last light fading from the sky, Henderson cleared his throat. "We should move out, now, while we have darkness to cover us for a while. Put some distance between us and this place before morning." Maggie nodded numbly. Grief was a luxury they couldn't afford. Survival demanded movement. She looked towards the northeast, towards the uncertain promise of Willow Creek. It felt like the only path left. Ethan's talk of fighting back, of turning the tables on Finch, seemed like a fever dream now, born of desperation and his own haunted past. Reality was harsher, simpler. Run, hide, survive. But as they prepared the horses, redistributing the meager supplies, securing the vital mail pouch and Ethan's satchel, Maggie found her hand straying to the coded message tucked inside her own pocket. Ethan had believed it held the key, the truth about Finch's operation. Eliminate Courier. He had been the target. Leaving his sacrifice unavenged, letting Finch continue his reign of corruption and terror, felt fundamentally wrong. A betrayal not just of Ethan, but of whatever fragile justice existed in this lawless land. Willow Creek meant survival, maybe. But it also meant running away, leaving the thread unraveled, the conspiracy intact. Was there another way? Could they use the information Ethan had deciphered, however incomplete? Could they somehow find proof, expose Finch, even without Ethan's guidance? The conflict reignited within her. The instinct to flee warred with a burgeoning, unexpected desire for justice, for reckoning. Two trails beckoned once more, the path to survival and the far more dangerous path towards confrontation. The smoke signal had been lost in the dust, a failed attempt to connect with a ghost. But perhaps Ethan had left behind a different kind of signal, hidden in the coded message, a final clue pointing towards a reckoning Finch never anticipated. The choice, once again, felt like hers to make, under a sky now filled with cold, distant stars. Chapter 17. The Face Beneath the Mask. Night travel offered a different kind of terror. The oppressive heat lessened, replaced by a chilling coolness that seeped into their bones, magnifying their exhaustion. Darkness, while providing cover, also hid unseen obstacles, treacherous rocks, sudden drops, thorny brush that tore at clothes and skin. Every shadow seemed to menace, every night sound, the skittering of unseen creatures, the mournful cry of a distant owl, the sigh of the wind through unseen canyons, played on frayed nerves. They rode in silence now, having enough horses thanks to Henderson's intervention. Maggie rode Zeus, the familiar strength beneath her a small comfort in the vast emptiness. Sarah held her sleeping baby tightly, her face pale and strained in the faint starlight. Mrs. Pendergast, surprisingly, seemed to have found a second wind, sitting straighter in the saddle, her gaze fixed forward with grim determination. Henderson rode point, his silhouette sharp against the skyline, shotgun held ready, guiding them through the darkness with an instinct born of long familiarity with the territory, though even he seemed less certain now that they were so far off established routes. Maggie's mind was a turmoil of conflicting thoughts. The grief for Ethan was a raw physical ache, a constant presence beside the gnawing emptiness of hunger and the bone-deep weariness. His face, his voice, his quiet strength, the brief glimpses of the haunted man beneath the agent's mask, they replayed relentlessly in her memory. Mixed with the grief was a simmering anger at Finch, at Croft, at the men who had hunted them, at the brutal indifference of the land itself, and beneath it all, the unresolved conflict, Willow Creek or confrontation, survival or justice. Ethan's deciphered words, transfer point, Whispering Canyon, eliminate courier, echoed alongside his last desperate command, get them to safety. Which path honored his sacrifice more? Running away felt like letting Finch win, letting Ethan's death be just another forgotten casualty in a secret war. But seeking confrontation felt like madness, suicide disguised as righteous anger. They were 3 women, 1 baby, and 1 weary, taciturn shotgun messenger against a man who controlled information, wielded influence, and commanded killers. She felt Henderson drop back slightly, riding beside her. In the darkness, his face was mostly shadow, but she sensed his gaze on her. "Willow Creek ain't far now," he said, his voice low. "Another half-day's ride. Maybe less, if the terrain holds. Should see the smoke from the smelter soon after sunrise, if the wind's right. Willow Creek. Civilization of a sort. A doctor for Silas, had he lived. Law, perhaps, though Ethan's warning about Finch's potential influence echoed uneasily. Safety. The word felt foreign, almost unimaginable after the relentless pursuit and violence. "Good," Maggie murmured, though the word felt hollow. Reaching Willow Creek felt like an ending, but not a resolution. "We hand over the mail pouch there," Henderson continued, stating the obvious, perhaps probing her thoughts. "Find the marshal, tell him what happened. Let the law handle Finch." Let the law handle Finch. It sounded simple, logical. But Maggie remembered Ethan's cynicism, his belief that the corruption ran deep. Could they trust the law in Willow Creek? Would a local marshal dare to challenge a man as powerful and connected as Jedediah Finch, based on the wild story of a stagecoach driver and a shotgun messenger? Especially when the key witness, the federal agent himself, was gone. "And the message?" Maggie asked quietly, touching the coded paper still tucked securely in her pocket. "Ethan's cipher? The proof?" Henderson was silent for a moment. "Proof?" he said finally, his voice skeptical. "It's half-decoded scribbling, driver. Means something to Carter, maybe. But to a marshal in Willow Creek? Might just look like nonsense. Might get you labeled crazy, or worse, implicated somehow yourself." He paused. "Finch has deep roots. He'll have stories ready, explanations. He'll paint you as the desperate one, maybe claim you were in league with bandits, that Carter was crooked. Folks like Finch, they know how to twist the truth till it looks like a pretzel." His words landed like cold stones, extinguishing the faint spark of hope that the cipher might be their weapon. He was right. Without Ethan to explain it, to provide context, the coded message was likely useless, even dangerous. "So we just let it go?" Maggie asked, bitterness rising in her throat. "Let Finch get away with it all? With Ethan?" Henderson sighed, a rough, weary sound. "Sometimes, Maggie, survivin' is winnin'. Out here, justice ain't always found at the end of a rope or behind bars. Sometimes it's just livin' to see another sunrise when the folks who wanted you dead ain't." He shifted in his saddle. We get the passengers safe. We deliver the mail we still got. We did our job, what was left of it. Carter, he did his. That's maybe all the reckoning there is. His pragmatism felt like a betrayal, yet she couldn't deny the grim logic. What could they realistically do? March back towards Harmony Creek or Redemption Gulch and confront Finch themselves? It was ludicrous. They rode on in silence, the conflict within Maggie unresolved, churning like grit in her gut. Willow Creek beckoned with the promise of safety, an end to the running. Yet the thought of letting Finch prevail, of Ethan's sacrifice counting for nothing more than their escape, felt deeply, fundamentally wrong. As the first pale fingers of dawn stretched across the eastern sky, Henderson pointed. There, see it? Maggie peered intently. Far off, maybe 10 or 15 miles distant, barely visible against the brightening horizon, was a faint, dark smudge drifting upwards. Smoke. Not the thin plume of a campfire, but the thicker, darker smoke of industry. The smelter at Willow Creek. Relief, profound and unexpected, washed over her. They had made it. Against all odds, they had crossed the wilderness, survived ambushes, escaped pursuit. Willow Creek was real, within reach. Sarah saw it too, letting out a small cry of hope, hugging her baby closer. Even Mrs. Pendergast managed a watery smile, her shoulders slumping slightly as if a great weight had been lifted. The sight of civilization, however rough and remote, seemed to energize them. They urged the horses into a faster gait, eagerness overcoming exhaustion. The terrain became easier as they descended from the hills onto a more level plateau, scattered with ranches in the distance, marked by faint cattle trails leading towards the settlement. As the sun rose higher, Willow Creek gradually took shape, a collection of rough sawn buildings clustered along a muddy creek, dominated by the tall, smoking chimney of the smelter. It wasn't Harmony Creek, certainly not a bustling town, but it had a marshal's office, a general store, perhaps even an assayer and a telegraph. It represented sanctuary. They rode down the main dusty street, drawing curious glances from the few early risers. Miners heading for the hills, a shopkeeper sweeping his boardwalk, a sleepy-eyed saloon girl shaking out rugs. Their appearance, dust-caked, ragged, haunted, spoke volumes of hardship and desperation. Henderson led them directly to the marshal's office, a small log building with barred windows and a faded sign. He dismounted stiffly and banged on the door. After a moment, it opened, revealing a portly man with a florid face, sleepy eyes, and a badge pinned crookedly to his suspenders. He blinked at the ragged group, taking in their state, Henderson's shotgun, the weary horses. "Marshal," Henderson said, his voice flat. "Name's Henderson. Shotgun messenger, Overland Stage. This here's Maggie O'Neill, driver. We got passengers needin' assistance. Been through some trouble." The marshal, whose name turned out to be Barlow, seemed slow to comprehend, but the sight of the women, the baby, and their obvious distress finally spurred him into action. He ushered them inside the cramped, cluttered office, offering them water from a bucket and seats on hard benches. Maggie quickly explained their situation, sticking to the bare facts. The ambush near Cottonwood Creek, the second attack led by men likely connected to the first, the breakdown of the coach, the harrowing journey cross-country, the death of Silas from his wounds, the final ambush near the spring, and their desperate escape. She carefully omitted Ethan's suspicions about Finch and the conspiracy, and the coded message burning a hole in her pocket. Henderson's warning echoed. Without proof, without Ethan, accusing Finch was too dangerous. She mentioned Ethan only as a passenger, a brave man who had fought alongside them and drawn the attackers' fire, allowing them to escape, his fate unknown. Marshal Barlow listened, his expression shifting from sleepy confusion to shocked concern, occasionally interrupting with questions. He seemed particularly disturbed by the targeted nature of the attacks and the mention of the mail pouch. "Jedediah Finch's territory," he muttered, scratching his jaw. "Heard whispers of trouble on his routes, but organized attacks like this? Federal agent involved?" He looked genuinely troubled. "This is serious, damn serious." He offered them the limited comforts of his office, promising to find lodging for Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast at the town's small boarding house, and assuring them he would send out riders to scout back towards the spring, though he held out little hope of finding the agent alive. He also promised to telegraph the nearest army post and the overland stage line headquarters, reporting the attacks and requesting instructions regarding the mail pouch. It felt anticlimactic. After the terror and violence, the desperate struggle for survival, they were simply handing over the problem to a small-town marshal whose authority likely ended at the town limits. Finch felt impossibly distant, untouchable. Ethan's sacrifice felt diminished, reduced to a footnote in a marshal's report, as Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast were being escorted to the boarding house by Barlow's young, gawky deputy. Henderson lingered by the door with Maggie. "You did good, driver," he said gruffly, meeting her eye. "Got 'em through." "We got them through," Maggie corrected, acknowledging his crucial role, his unexpected loyalty. He shrugged, uncomfortable with the acknowledgement. "Just doing my job, mostly." He paused. "What about you? Barlow offered you a room too." Maggie shook her head. "Need to see to the horses first. Find a livery." She also needed time to think, away from the well-meaning but ultimately ineffective marshal, away from the sympathetic glances of the townspeople. Henderson nodded, understanding her need for familiar routine, for the solace of the animals. "All right, I'll stick around town a bit, see what shakes out." He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Be careful, Maggie. Willow Creek ain't Harmony Creek, but word travels. Finch has long ears. Don't go talking out of turnabout things." It was another warning, reinforcing his earlier advice. Stay quiet, survive. She nodded, appreciating his rough concern. He gave her another curt nod, then turned and walked towards the saloon, likely seeking solace of a different kind. Maggie collected the mail pouch from Barlow's desk, its weight familiar but now imbued with a heavier significance. She retrieved Ethan's satchel as well, feeling like the guardian of his last effects, his unfinished business. Then, leading Zeus and the other weary horses, she walked towards the livery stable at the end of the street. The liveryman was an old acquaintance, Caleb, a former stage driver himself whose legs had given out years ago. He took in Maggie's appearance, the state of the horses, the overland brand on Zeus, and asked no questions, merely offering a sympathetic grunt and directing her to empty stalls. As Maggie began the familiar soothing ritual of unsaddling, brushing down, and feeding the horses, letting the rhythmic work calm her frayed nerves, her hand brushed against the coded message in her pocket. Henderson was right. It was probably useless now. Accusing Finch based on half-deciphered scribbles was madness. Safety lay in silence, in letting the authorities handle it, however inadequately. She pulled the brittle paper out, intending to burn it, to destroy the last tangible link to Ethan's dangerous quest, to accept the pragmatic path of survival. But as she unfolded it, her eyes scanned the cryptic letters and numbers, the few words Ethan had managed to decipher. Transfer point, Whispering Canyon. Eliminate courier, Whispering Canyon. The name snagged in her memory. Her father had mentioned it. Not Serpent's Coil, but Whispering Canyon. He'd called it the Dead Man's Echo sometimes. Why? Because of the acoustics? Or something more sinister? Suddenly, an idea sparked, reckless and improbable. Ethan had missed the key because he didn't have the local knowledge, the driver's lore. What if the key wasn't just place names, but nicknames? Dead Man's Echo, DME? Or maybe the sender or recipient used a call sign known only to insiders? Her heart began to pound with a new, dangerous excitement, using her father's remembered nicknames, route quirks, maybe even names of troublesome station masters or rival lines Finch might communicate about. Could she unlock more? Could she find the proof Ethan had died seeking? It was insane. She wasn't a cryptographer. She was just a stagecoach driver. But she knew the routes, the landmarks, the gossip, the feel of Finch's territory in a way Ethan never could have. She possessed a different kind of knowledge. She looked down at the paper again, at the seemingly meaningless jumble. Then she looked up, towards the distant hills she'd just crossed, towards the silent ridges where Ethan had fallen. Survival felt hollow, meaningless, if Finch remained untouched, if Ethan's sacrifice achieved nothing. In that moment, standing in the dusty dimness of the livery stable, surrounded by the comforting scent of hay and horses, Maggie made her choice. She wouldn't run. She wouldn't stay silent. Henderson might be right about the risks, about the pragmatism of survival, but Ethan had shown her another path, the path of conviction, of fighting back even when the odds were impossible. He had paid the price for his badge, for his broken promise. Now she would try to ensure that price hadn't been paid in vain. She carefully folded the charred, coded message and tucked it safely away again. Willow Creek wasn't the end of the trail. It was just a pause, a place to rest, regroup, and try to uncover the face beneath Finch's mask, using the only tools she had, her knowledge, her nerve, and the ghosts of the open road whispering secrets in her ear. The unraveling thread was back in her hand, and though it felt fragile and dangerous, she knew she had to follow it, wherever it might lead. Chapter 18. When Loyalty Crumbles. The relative peace of Willow Creek felt unnatural, jarring, after the raw, relentless struggle for survival in the wilderness. Sounds that should have been comforting, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the distant rumble of ore carts from the smelter, the murmur of conversation drifting from the saloon, grated on Maggie's nerves. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every unfamiliar face felt like a possible agent of Jedediah Finch. The sanctuary she had craved now felt like a gilded cage, watched over by Marshal Barlow's well-meaning but likely ineffective authority. She spent most of the first day at the livery stable, tending to the horses with meticulous care, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of grooming, feeding, and checking harnesses that didn't need checking. Caleb, the old liveryman, wisely left her mostly alone, sensing her need for quiet occupation. Zeus seemed to recover quickly with rest and proper fodder, his quiet strength a reassuring presence. The other horses, claimed from Finch's downed men, were sturdy enough mounts, though lacking Zeus's deep-seated loyalty and intelligence. In the evening, she visited Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast at the boarding house, a clean but austere establishment run by a stern-faced widow. Sarah seemed calmer, focusing entirely on her baby, though her eyes still held the haunted look of someone who had stared death too closely in the face. Mrs. Pendergast, surprisingly, was almost solicitous, fussing over Sarah and the baby. Her former haughtiness completely evaporated, replaced by a shared vulnerability and a quiet gratitude for their survival. They spoke little of the ordeal, the memories still too raw, too painful. Maggie assured them Marshal Barlow was making arrangements, that the stage line would likely provide passage onward or back east once communication was established. They clung to that hope, the promise of returning to a world away from ambushes and dusty trails. Maggie, however, felt no such peace. While outwardly tending to chores, her mind raced, consumed by the coded message and the impossible task she had set for herself. She ate supper, thick stew and stale bread, at the boarding house dining table, barely tasting the food, her thoughts miles away, wrestling with cryptic letters and her father's fragmented memories. Later, alone in the small, bare room Barlow had insisted she take at the boarding house, ain't proper for a young woman, even a stage driver, to sleep in a livery stable, Miss O'Neill. She spread the brittle, charred paper out on the rickety table under the flickering lamplight. The meaningless jumble of letters and numbers stared back at her, mocking her ambition. Transfer point, Whispering Canyon, Eliminate Courier. Ethan's partial decryption felt like a tantalizing glimpse into a locked room, the key just out of reach. She tried applying her father's nicknames. Dead Man's Echo for Whispering Canyon, DME, EC? She substituted letters, shifted patterns, searched for repetitions, just as she'd seen Ethan do. Frustration mounted. Her father hadn't used consistent codes. His references were oblique, personal, rooted in shared experiences with other old-timers, Context she lacked. It felt hopeless. Henderson's skepticism echoed. It was nonsense without the key. She pushed the paper away, running her hands through her hair, feeling the familiar ache of exhaustion settle deep in her bones. Maybe Henderson was right. Maybe survival was the only victory available. She should give the message to Barlow in the morning, hand over Ethan's satchel, wash her hands of the whole dangerous affair, and wait for the stage line to send instructions. It was the sensible thing to do. But the image of Ethan's face, resolute and sacrificial on the ridge, wouldn't leave her. The memory of his quiet confession, the weight of his broken promise, it demanded more than sensibility. It demanded she try. She picked up the paper again, forcing herself to look closer, not just at the letters, but at the paper itself, the charring around the edges. Ethan had said he recovered it from an earlier investigation. Had it been partially burned? Why? Was that significant? And the handwriting, or rather, the printing, precise, almost mechanical, yet with tiny inconsistencies. Finch himself? Or someone writing for him? Her gaze drifted to Ethan's leather satchel resting on the floor beside the table. She hadn't opened it, respecting his privacy even in death. But now, perhaps there was something inside. A clue? A notebook? His own attempts at decryption? Hesitantly, she lifted the heavy satchel onto the table. It felt like a violation, prying into the belongings of a dead man, yet it also felt necessary. A continuation of the task he'd started. The buckle was stiff. Inside, the contents were sparse, practical. A spare shirt, neatly folded, a shaving kit, a small, well-oiled revolver, his backup piece, presumably, with a box of cartridges, a slim volume of poetry, surprisingly, Emerson, and tucked beneath everything else, a small, leather-bound notebook. Her heart quickened. This was it. Ethan's notes. She opened the notebook carefully. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting, observations about mail schedules, station masters' habits, cargo manifests, details of previous robberies along Finch's routes, notes on Croft's known associates at Rock Creek, questions about irregularities in payroll deliveries. It was a meticulous record of his investigation, confirming the depth of his suspicions long before he'd boarded her coach. Then she found it, several pages dedicated to the coded message. He had tried various standard ciphers, substitution methods, frequency analysis, all meticulously documented, all leading to dead ends. He'd noted the unusual structure, the likelihood of a keyword cipher based on something local or personal. He'd even listed potential keywords he'd considered: overland, harmony, Finch, stagecoach, gold, payroll. None had worked. Maggie scanned his notes, feeling a pang of shared frustration. He'd been so close. Then, near the bottom of the last page of cipher notes was a hastily scribbled entry, almost an afterthought. Query, RC Station Master, Croft, Silas. Known associates? Possible link to pre-overland freight lines? Old feuds? Check records in harmony. Croft, Silas. Ethan had planned to dig into Croft's past, his connections before the established overland routes, looking for older allegiances, older grudges. And he'd noted the name, Silas. Ethan hadn't known her father shared the same name, a common enough name perhaps, but the coincidence struck Maggie. Her father had driven freight wagons before the big stage lines solidified their routes. Back when Croft might have been just another struggling teamster. Had they known each other then? Had there been bad blood? What if the key wasn't just a place name but a person's name? Or a name associated with those older, rougher times? A name Finch might use, thinking it obscure, untraceable by outsiders like Ethan? Maggie's mind raced through the names her father used to mutter in his cups. Names associated with old rivalries, disputed claims, violent clashes over freight contracts in the early days. Names like Blackwood, Elias Blackwood, a ruthless freight operator Finch had eventually forced out of business, according to her father's bitter recollections. A man Finch both feared and despised. Could Finch, in some twisted irony, use his old rival's name as a key? Her hands trembled as she picked up the pencil stub Ethan had used. Blackwood. 8 letters. She started applying it as a keyword to the coded message, using a simple Visionaire cipher method Ethan had outlined in his notes as a possibility. Letter by letter, she painstakingly matched the cipher text against the repeating keyword, performing the subtractions based on letter positions in the alphabet: BLACKWOODBLCKW. Cipher text: TQFNZPXLK. Keyword: BLEKWOD. Plain text: STOPPAYM. Stop payment. It was working. Her breath hitched. She continued, faster now, excitement warring with dread. More words emerged, forming coherent, chilling phrases. Stop payment order, RC confirmed. Stop courier carries proof. Blackwood deal. Stop intercept Whispering Canyon. Or earlier, stop eliminate courier and driver. Stop no witnesses Finch. The full message lay bare, stark and terrifying under the lamplight. Stop the payment order Croft was supposed to facilitate. Eliminate the courier, Ethan, because he carried proof of the Blackwood deal. Eliminate the driver, her, to leave no witnesses. Whispering Canyon was the designated kill zone, but they were authorized to act earlier if possible. Signed, Finch. The Blackwood deal. What was that? Something illicit involving Finch and his old rival? Something Ethan had uncovered evidence of? The pieces clicked into place. The intensity of the attacks, the determination to stop Ethan at all costs, the willingness to kill everyone on the coach. It wasn't just about protecting the conspiracy. It was about silencing Ethan before he could expose some specific, damning transaction from the past, something connected to Blackwood. And Henderson, his earlier reluctance, his quietness. Had he known? Had Croft told him who the target was, why he was so important? Had Henderson's loyalty only shifted when the orders extended to killing women and children, when Finch's ruthlessness became undeniable? Maggie sat back, stunned. The decoded message spread before her. She finally had it. The proof. Finch's own words, condemning himself. But what now? Henderson's warning felt more potent than ever. Who in Willow Creek could she trust with this? Barlow seemed honest, but potentially overwhelmed. Could Finch reach even here? Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock on her door. Her heart leaped into her throat. Who would be knocking at this hour? Finch's men? Had they found her already? She grabbed her Colt, flattened herself against the wall beside the door. Maggie? A familiar, rough voice whispered through the wood. It's Henderson. Open up. Need to talk. Henderson? Relief warred with suspicion. Why was he here now? She hesitated, then slowly unlatched the door, keeping the pistol ready, but hidden behind her back. Henderson stood in the dimly lit hallway, looking agitated, his usual stoicism gone. He glanced nervously down the corridor before slipping inside, closing the door quietly behind him. Trouble, he breathed, his eyes darting around the small room, settling on the papers spread across the table. He saw the decoded message, saw Ethan's notebook. His eyes widened slightly. You figured it out? Enough of it, Maggie said cautiously, still wary. What trouble, Henderson? Barlow, Henderson said, lowering his voice further. The marshal. I was down at the saloon trying to wash the dust out. Overheard Barlow talking quiet-like to his deputy after sending off them telegrams. He didn't just wire the army or the stage line. He leaned closer, his expression grim. He sent a wire to Harmony Creek, to Jedediah Finch. Maggie's blood ran cold. Barlow had contacted Finch directly. Why? To report the incident officially, or for other reasons? He told Finch about the attacks, Henderson continued urgently. Mentioned a federal agent, fate unknown. Mentioned you, the surviving passengers, arriving here. Said he was handling the situation and would await instructions. Awaiting instructions. From Finch. The marshal wasn't just ineffective. He was compromised. He was reporting directly to the man behind the attacks. Willow Creek wasn't a sanctuary, it was another part of the web. "Finch knows we're here," Maggie breathed, horror washing over her. "He knows we survived." "Worse," Henderson said, his eyes dark with urgency. While Barlow was talking, the telegraph operator came rushing over from his office down the street, said a priority message just came in for Barlow from Harmony Creek. Finch's reply, his instructions. "We gotta get out of here, Maggie," Henderson urged, his hand gripping her arm. "Now, before Barlow gets Finch's orders. Finch ain't gonna let us live, not knowing what we know, not after you slipped through his net twice. He'll tell Barlow to shut us up, permanently, an accident maybe, or frame us for something." Loyalty, Maggie realized with sickening clarity, wasn't just about choosing sides between good and evil. Sometimes it crumbled under pressure, under fear, under the weight of long-established connections and subtle threats. Barlow, faced with a powerful figure like Finch, had likely chosen the path of self-preservation, reporting to the man he feared rather than upholding the law he represented. The choice was gone. The two trails had merged into one desperate path: escape. Again. "The women," Maggie said, grabbing Ethan's notebook and the coded message, stuffing them into the satchel. "Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast." "No time," Henderson hissed. "Finch's orders could come any second. Barlow could have deputies watching the boarding house already. It's us he wants silenced most, the driver who saw too much, the messenger who turned. We run now, maybe draw attention away from the women, give them a chance." It was a brutal logic, echoing Ethan's sacrifice. Leave the others to save themselves? But Henderson was probably right. Their presence might endanger the women more. "The horses," Maggie decided instantly. "Caleb's livery." "Go," Henderson said. "Get Zeus, the best of the others. I'll create a diversion. Meet you back at the livery in 10 minutes. He pulled his revolver, his face set in grim lines eerily reminiscent of Ethan on the ridge. Maggie didn't argue. There was no time. She slipped out of the room, down the back stairs of the boarding house, praying no one saw her. She ran through the darkened alleyways of Willow Creek, the town's peaceful facade now feeling like a thin veneer over deadly danger. Reaching the livery, she roused a sleepy Caleb, inventing a story about needing to leave early, pressing coins into his hand. Working frantically in the dim lantern light, she saddled Zeus and 2 of the other horses. Her hands shook, but her mind was clear, focused. Just as she finished, she heard shouting from the direction of the marshal's office, followed by a single gunshot echoing through the night. Henderson's diversion. Heart pounding, Maggie led the horses out the back door of the livery stable into the alley. Henderson appeared out of the darkness, breathless, smoke curling faintly from the barrel of his revolver. "Just winged the marshal's signpost," he gasped. "Woke up half the town. Bought us a few minutes. Let's ride." They swung into the saddles, urging the horses out of the alley, away from the growing commotion, melting back into the darkness that fringed the town. They didn't head back towards the desolate wilderness they'd just crossed. Instead, Henderson pointed south, towards a different set of hills. "Where are we going?" Maggie yelled over the pounding hoofbeats. "Place I know," Henderson shouted back. "Old miner's cabin. Hidden. Safe for a day or two. Gives us time to think. Time to figure out how to use that proof you found, if we live long enough." They rode hard, leaving the false sanctuary of Willow Creek behind, plunging once more into the uncertain darkness, the chilling knowledge of betrayal, fresh and raw. Loyalty had crumbled, revealing the true, terrifying reach of Finch's power. The unraveling thread now felt like a hangman's noose, tightening around them. Chapter 19. Gathering clouds before the thunder. The frantic ride away from Willow Creek blurred into a desperate race against the dawn, fueled by adrenaline and the chilling knowledge of Marshal Barlow's betrayal. Henderson pushed them hard, leading them south, away from the main routes, into a broken, hilly country that offered more cover but made for punishing travel. The horses, sensing the urgency, responded gamely, their hooves striking sparks off hidden rocks in the darkness, their breath tearing in ragged plumes in the cool night air. Maggie rode automatically, her body aching, her mind numb with shock and exhaustion. The brief respite at Willow Creek, the fragile hope of safety, had been violently shattered. Finch's reach extended further than she'd imagined, poisoning even the supposed bastions of law and order. Barlow's telegram, Finch's inevitable instructions. It felt like a net closing in, constricting their options, forcing them deeper into the wilderness, further from any possibility of conventional help. Where was Ethan in all this? The question returned, relentless and agonizing. Was he lying dead on that high ridge, his sacrifice ultimately futile? Or had he somehow survived, only to find himself hunted not just by Finch's men, but potentially by compromised lawmen alerted by Barlow's telegrams? The uncertainty was a heavy weight, adding another layer to the grief that already threatened to consume her thoughts. Henderson finally called a halt as the first pale light began to streak the eastern sky, guiding them into a narrow, high-walled canyon almost completely hidden by a dense growth of pine and aspen. A small stream trickled through the canyon floor, and tucked back against the rock face, barely visible, was a small, dilapidated log cabin, Henderson's promised refuge. "Old prospector friend of mine built it years ago," Henderson explained, dismounting stiffly, his eyes scanning the canyon entrance warily. "Ain't been used in ages, far as I know. But it's sheltered, got water, should be safe enough for a day or two, give us time to catch our breath and figure out what the hell we do next." The cabin was rough, primitive. A single room with a dirt floor, a crumbling stone fireplace, a makeshift table, and 2 crude bunks built against the wall. It smelled of dust, decay, and old pack rat nests, but it was solid, hidden, and blessedly still. After tethering the horses near the stream where they could drink and graze on the sparse canyon grass, Maggie and Henderson collapsed onto the dusty floor inside the cabin, the adrenaline finally draining away, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep weariness. For a long while, neither spoke. The silence was broken only by the murmur of the stream outside and their own harsh breathing. Maggie closed her eyes, the events of the past few days washing over her in a dizzying, terrifying flood. The ambushes, the cross-country trek, the loss of Arrow and Silas, Ethan's sacrifice, the betrayal in Willow Creek. It felt like years crammed into less than a week. "That proof," Henderson said finally, breaking the silence, his voice low and gravelly. He nodded towards Ethan's satchel, which Maggie still clutched protectively. "The message you decoded, Finch's orders." Maggie nodded mutely, too tired to speak. "It's dynamite," Henderson continued, rubbing his eyes. "Direct proof Finch ordered murder, conspiracy, enough to hang him if it gets into the right hands." He paused, sighing heavily. "Problem is finding the right hands. Barlow ain't it. Who else can we trust? Territorial governor, army commander at Fort Shaw. How do we even reach him without Finch's network intercepting us or picking up our trail?" His questions mirrored Maggie's own desperate uncertainty. They held the key, the weapon that could bring Finch down, avenge Ethan, and potentially expose the entire conspiracy. But possessing the proof and being able to use it were 2 vastly different things. They were isolated, hunted, with limited resources and powerful enemies anticipating their moves. "We need a plan," Maggie said, forcing herself to sit up, to push past the exhaustion. Giving up wasn't an option, not after everything. Running won't work forever. Finch will keep sending men. Barlow will put out warrants, maybe. We'll be hunted from both sides. Henderson nodded grimly. "So we fight back like Carter wanted?" He sounded skeptical. 2 of us against Finch's whole operation? How? Maggie thought of Ethan's meticulous notes in the leather-bound book. He hadn't just documented Finch's suspected crimes. He'd mapped out connections, potential weaknesses, names of associates, schedules, locations. He'd been building a case, piece by painstaking piece. "Ethan's notebook," she said, pulling the satchel closer. "It's full of information, names, places, routines. Maybe there's something in there we can use, a weak link in Finch's chain, someone we could approach, someone who might have reason to turn against him." It was a long shot, relying on the notes of a dead man and their own desperate interpretation. But it felt more proactive than simply waiting for Finch's men to find them. They spent the rest of the day huddled in the dim light of the cabin, poring over Ethan's notebook and the decoded message. Maggie read aloud Ethan's precise observations, his deductions, his unanswered questions. Henderson listened intently, occasionally offering insights based on his own years working the routes, his knowledge of the personalities involved. Station masters, freight agents, saloon owners, gamblers, even certain seemingly respectable businessmen in Harmony Creek or Redemption Gulch who might have dealings with Finch. Slowly, painstakingly, a picture began to emerge from the fragmented clues. Finch's operation seemed centered around controlling information and transportation along the overland route. He manipulated mail schedules, facilitated targeted robberies of valuable cargo and payrolls, likely using men like Croft and the ambushers, and used his position to gather intelligence for powerful unseen backers, perhaps railroad barons seeking to undermine stage lines or political factions vying for territorial control. The Blackwood deal Ethan had uncovered evidence of seemed crucial, possibly involving illegal land speculation or resource claims tied to Finch's old rival, a deal so sensitive Finch was willing to eliminate a federal agent to keep it buried. "Whispering Canyon," Henderson muttered, tapping the decoded message. Finch set the transfer point there. Transfer of what? Money? More stolen documents? Or maybe that's where the proof Carter carried was supposed to end up after they took it off his corpse. And the payment order for Croft? Maggie mused. Why stop it? Was Croft getting greedy? Or maybe Finch suspected Croft was becoming a liability after the first ambush failed. The threads were tangled, complex, hinting at betrayals even within Finch's own network. Could they exploit that? One name kept appearing in Ethan's notes, often accompanied by question marks. Elias Thorne, a prominent merchant in Redemption Gulch, ostensibly respectable, but Ethan had noted rumors of shady dealings, connections to Finch through supply contracts for the stage line, and unusually large, unexplained financial transactions passing through his mercantile. Thorne, Henderson frowned. Yeah, I know Thorne. Slick fella. Always smells of expensive cigars and desperation. Finch uses him to move goods, supplies, maybe other things too. Thorne owes Finch money, last I heard. Gambling debts. A man indebted to Finch. A man potentially caught in Finch's web, perhaps unwillingly. Could Thorne be the weak link? Could he be persuaded or pressured into testifying against Finch, especially if faced with evidence of the conspiracy? Redemption Gulch, Maggie breathed. It felt like walking back into the lion's den. Finch would have eyes there, informants. Thorne himself might report directly to Finch. Too risky, Henderson stated flatly. Walking in there is suicide. Thorne will sell us out to Finch in a heartbeat to save his own skin or pay off his debts. Maybe, Maggie conceded, but what if Thorne doesn't know the full extent of Finch's operation? What if he thinks it's just smuggling, maybe some rigged contracts? What if he doesn't know Finch is ordering federal agents and stagecoach drivers murdered? She looked at Henderson intently. Could we get a message to him, discreetly? Hint at what we know, offer him a way out, a chance to cooperate before Finch's whole rotten enterprise collapses? Henderson looked doubtful. How? Send a carrier pigeon? Maggie fell silent, thinking, how could they reach Thorne without exposing themselves? Then her eyes fell on the mail pouch, still sitting heavy and accusing in the corner of the cabin. The U.S. mail, the very system Finch sought to corrupt. The mail, she said slowly. Could we send a letter? Through the regular mail? From a town further down the line, maybe. Not Willow Creek. A carefully worded letter to Thorne. Something that hints at the danger he's in, mentions the Blackwood deal, maybe, suggests a discreet meeting. It would take time, days probably, but it wouldn't immediately reveal our location. Henderson considered it. Risky. Finch might control the postmasters too, could intercept it, or Thorne might just hand it straight to Finch. But it's a chance, Maggie insisted. a chance to plant a seed of doubt, maybe panic Thorne into making a mistake. It's better than charging in blind, and it's better than doing nothing. After much debate, weary and uncertain, they agreed it was the least dangerous option available, however slim the chance of success. They would rest one more day in the hidden canyon, let the horses recover fully, then ride south, avoiding settlements, until they reached a small town on a different stage route, far enough away, they hoped, from Finch's immediate influence. From there, Maggie would post the letter to Thorne. Then, they would wait. Wait and see if the desperate gamble paid off, if the merchant in Redemption Gulch would respond, betray his master, or simply tighten the net around them. As evening approached, casting long shadows across the canyon floor, a change began to occur in the sky. Dark clouds, bruised purple and gray, started gathering on the western horizon, rolling in slowly but inexorably. The air grew heavy, still, charged with the pre-storm tension that Maggie knew so well from her years on the road. The wind picked up, sighing through the pines, carrying the distant rumble of thunder. Maggie stood at the cabin door, watching the approaching storm, a sense of foreboding settling over her. The gathering clouds felt symbolic, mirroring the unseen forces converging around them. Finch knew they had survived Willow Creek. Barlow's telegram would have confirmed it. He wouldn't be idle. He would be marshaling his resources, sending out more men, perhaps even coming himself. The brief respite in the hidden canyon was ending. Henderson joined her, his face grim as he watched the darkening sky. Storm's comin'. Bad one, looks like. He glanced at her. Might cover our tracks, help us ride south unseen, or it might just make travel impossible. Trap us again. The thunder rumbled closer, a low growl that vibrated in the air. Lightning flickered silently behind the distant peaks. The storm felt like an omen, a precursor to a different kind of tempest. They had a plan, fragile and desperate as it was. They had the proof, dangerous and potentially useless. They had survived, but for how long? The gathering clouds held the promise of rain, of temporary oblivion, but also the threat of unleashed fury. The quiet period of licking their wounds, of deciphering secrets in the dim cabin light, was over. The thunder was rolling closer, and Maggie knew with a certainty that chilled her more than the pre-storm wind that the final, violent reckoning was coming soon. They were caught in the heavy calm before the inevitable lightning strike. Chapter 20. Against the dying light. The storm broke just before midnight, not with cleansing rain, but with a furious onslaught of wind and driving sleet that turned the hidden canyon into a maelstrom. The wind howled like a banshee through the pines, rattling the flimsy cabin door, threatening to tear the sod roof from the aged logs. Freezing rain lashed down, turning the small stream into a muddy torrent, plastering the horses' coats against their shivering flanks. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and violent, echoing deafeningly off the canyon walls, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning that momentarily illuminated the turbulent scene in stark, terrifying detail. Inside the cabin, Maggie and Henderson huddled near the crumbling fireplace where a small, smoky fire, built with precious dry wood found stacked in a corner, sputtered fitfully, offering more psychological comfort than actual warmth. Sleep was impossible. The fury of the storm outside seemed a physical manifestation of the danger closing in on them, a prelude to the human violence they knew must inevitably follow. Maggie stared into the meager flames, Ethan's satchel resting protectively beside her, the decoded message tucked safely within, along with his notebook. The plan they'd concocted, riding south, posting a letter to Thorne, hoping to sow dissent or panic within Finch's ranks, felt increasingly flimsy, almost naive, in the face of the raw power unleashed outside and the calculated ruthlessness they knew Finch possessed. Time was running out. Finch wouldn't wait patiently for a letter to be delivered. He'd be hunting them, using every resource, every informant, alerted by Barlow, enraged by their continued survival. "He'll know we headed south," Henderson muttered, voicing Maggie's own fear. He stared moodily into the fire, the flickering light casting harsh shadows on his weary, grime-streaked face. Barlow would have figured we wouldn't head back north or east. South is the only logical escape route towards different rail lines, different territories. So, Finch's men will be looking for us, even in this? Maggie gestured towards the door, where the wind howled and sleet hammered against the wood. Men like Finch uses? Henderson gave a short, harsh laugh. They ain't afraid of a little weather. Might slow 'em down, but it won't stop 'em, especially if the price is right. He poked at the fire with a stick. We were fools to think we could just ride away clean. Should have known Finch would have this territory sewn up tighter than a miser's purse. Despair threatened to engulf Maggie again. Were they just delaying the inevitable? Had Ethan's sacrifice, Henderson's risky loyalty, her own desperate gamble with the cipher, all been for nothing? "So what do we do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper above the storm's roar. "Wait here for them to find us?" Henderson tossed the stick into the fire, watching the sparks fly. He was silent for a long moment, the only sounds the crackling flames and the fury outside. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, intense, stripped of its usual cynical edge. "No," he said slowly, "we don't wait. We don't run south anymore." He looked up, his eyes meeting hers across the small fire, holding a spark of desperate, dangerous resolve. "We go back." Maggie stared at him. Back? Back towards Harmony Creek? Redemption Gulch? That's suicide, Henderson. That's exactly where Finch expects us least, maybe, but it's where his power is strongest. Exactly, Henderson agreed, a grim smile touching his lips. He won't expect it. He'll have his men scouring the southern routes, watching the railheads down there, but his own backyard? He'll feel safe there. Complacent. Complacent? Maggie echoed incredulously. Finch? After what's happened? He's arrogant, Henderson stated flatly. Men like Finch, sitting behind their desks, pulling strings, they start to think they're untouchable. He thinks Carter's dead. He thinks the proof, whatever Carter carried, died with him. He thinks we're just a loose end, easily swept up by Barlow or his hired guns down south. He leaned forward slightly. But what if we ain't running? What if we show up where he least expects it, armed with something he thinks is buried? The message, Maggie breathed, understanding dawning. The proof. Aye, Henderson nodded. We don't send a letter to Thorne, we deliver the message ourselves, not just to Thorne, maybe. What about Finch's other associates, the ones Carter listed, the respectable ones in Harmony Creek who might have dirtied their hands with Finch, but maybe draw the line at murder? What if they knew Finch ordered killings, ordered us eliminated? What if they saw proof in Finch's own coded words? It was an audacious plan, bordering on insane. Ride back into the heart of Finch's territory, confront his associates, use the decoded message to shatter his network of loyalty and silence from within. It flew in the face of every instinct for self-preservation. They could just kill us on the spot, Maggie argued, though her heart was beginning to pound with a dangerous mixture of fear and excitement. Hand us over to Finch themselves. Could, Henderson conceded. Or, maybe their own fear takes over. Fear of Finch, sure. But maybe more fear of being implicated in murder, of hanging alongside him if his whole rotten scheme comes crashing down. We offer him a choice. Go down with Finch or help us expose him and maybe save their own skins. He looked directly at Maggie. It's a gamble. Hell, it's probably a damn fool gamble. But running south feels like waiting to die. Going back, maybe it gives us a fighting chance. A chance to use what Carter died trying to uncover. Maggie thought of Ethan, sacrificing himself on the ridge. She thought of his quiet determination, his belief in fighting back. Running south felt like betraying that spirit. Going back, facing the danger head-on, using the knowledge he'd unearthed. It felt terrifying, yes, but also right. It felt like the only way to truly honor his memory, the only way to find meaning in the sacrifices made. "All right," she said, the decision settling within her, firm and irrevocable. "We go back, but how? When?" "Soon as this storm breaks," Henderson said. "It'll wash out tracks, ours and theirs. Gives us a window. We ride hard, stick to the back trails I know, not the main routes. Avoid the stations. Head towards Harmony Creek first." "Harmony Creek?" Maggie questioned. "Not Redemption Gulch? Thorn is in Redemption Gulch." "Too obvious," Henderson countered. "Finch might expect us to head for Thorn if we were desperate. Harmony Creek, that's Finch's home base. His office is there, his deepest connections. We hit him there. Sow doubt amongst his oldest allies first. Maybe someone panics, someone talks." He paused. "Besides, there's someone in Harmony Creek who might help us. Someone who owes your father." Maggie frowned. "Who?" "Caleb," Henderson said. "The liveryman back in Willow Creek. Used to drive out of Harmony Creek years ago. Your father helped him out once, big time, when Caleb got into trouble with Finch over a freight contract. Caleb never forgot it. He's got ears to the ground, knows the town's underbelly. Might be able to help us make contact discreetly." It was another long shot, relying on old loyalties, old debts. But it was better than nothing. The plan settled between them, audacious and fraught with peril. They would use the storm's aftermath as cover, ride back north into the teeth of the danger, bypass Redemption Gulch, and attempt to infiltrate Harmony Creek itself. They would use Ethan's notes and the decoded message not just as proof, but as a weapon, trying to fracture Finch's network of corruption from within, starting with potential allies like Caleb, and maybe others who feared Finch more than they were loyal to him. As the storm continued to rage outside, they spent the remaining hours preparing. They checked their weapons meticulously, cleaned and oiled them by the flickering firelight. They rationed out the last of their food, a few strips of jerky, a handful of hardtack each. They studied Ethan's notebook again, identifying potential contacts in Harmony Creek besides Caleb, memorizing key details from the decoded message. The air in the small cabin crackled with a new kind of tension, not just fear, but the electric anticipation of imminent, deliberate confrontation. They were no longer running. They were turning back to face the beast in its lair. Just before dawn, the storm began to abate. The wind died down to mournful gusts. The sleet lessened to a cold drizzle, and the thunder retreated into distant, sullen rumbles. A heavy gray light filtered into the canyon. Maggie and Henderson exchanged a look. It was time. They saddled the horses, the animals skittish after the storm, their breath pluming in the cold, damp air. Maggie secured Ethan's satchel carefully behind her saddle. The weight of its contents, the notebook, the decoded message, the ghosts of promises broken and sacrifices made, feeling immense. Mounting Zeus, settling into the familiar saddle, Maggie felt a strange calm descend. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was overlaid with a fierce, burning resolve. She thought of Ethan, of Silas, of Arrow, of her father. She thought of Finch, sitting warm and safe in his office, believing his problems were solved. He was wrong. Henderson swung up onto his horse, shotgun resting across his lap. He looked towards the canyon mouth, towards the north, towards Harmony Creek. "Ready, driver?" Maggie took a deep breath, the cold, rain-washed air sharp in her lungs. She looked at the dying embers in the cabin's fireplace, then out at the gray, dripping world. The light was fading on their chances of escape, but maybe, just maybe, a different kind of light was dawning. The harsh light of reckoning. "Ready," she said, her voice clear and steady. Together, they urged the horses forward, out of the hidden canyon, turning their backs on the false promise of the South. They rode north, into the storm-washed landscape, two determined figures against a vast, hostile world, heading towards a confrontation against the dying light, carrying lost signals and desperate hopes into the heart of the gathering thunder. Chapter 21. Silence on the blood-soaked ground. Riding north felt like swimming against a powerful, invisible current. Every instinct screamed for flight, for the relative anonymity of the southern territories, yet they pushed onward, back towards the heart of the danger, drawn by a purpose as fragile and persistent as a compass needle trembling towards true north. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean, but deeply wounded. The air was cold, sharp with the scent of damp earth, bruised pine needles, and ozone. Creeks ran high, muddy torrents carving new paths through the ravaged landscape, forcing them into time-consuming detours. The ground, saturated and soft in places, rocky and treacherous in others, made for slow, exhausting travel. Maggie rode Zeus, the big roan picking his way with careful intelligence, seeming to understand the gravity of their mission. She let the familiar rhythm of the horse beneath her soothe the ragged edges of her nerves, though the grief for Ethan remained a hollow ache beneath her ribs, a constant companion in the vast post-storm silence. His face, his voice, the weight of his last look, these things were as real to her as the damp leather reins in her hands. The decoded message, proof of Finch's treachery, felt heavy in the satchel behind her, both a burden and a spur. Henderson rode slightly ahead, his profile etched against the bruised gray sky. The storm hadn't softened his features. If anything, it had hardened them further, stripping away any lingering ambiguity, leaving only a grim, focused determination. He moved with an economy born of long, hard years, reading the terrain, choosing their path through the broken land, his shotgun held loosely but always ready. He spoke little, conserving energy, his communication mostly curt gestures indicating direction or warning of hazards. His loyalty, bought perhaps with Ethan's blood and his own belated sense of right, felt solid now, a necessary anchor in the storm-tossed sea of their circumstances. They skirted the edges of foothills, staying well away from any established trails or settlements, relying on Henderson's knowledge of old game paths and trappers' routes. Progress was slow, measured in aching muscles and the careful husbanding of their meager supplies. The jerky was gone, the hardtack reduced to crumbs. They relied on the water they carried from the spring, knowing the next reliable source was uncertain. Hunger gnawed, adding a faint, light-headed weakness to their exhaustion. As the second day of their northward journey wore on, Maggie recognized the terrain. They were nearing the high ridges where the ambush had occurred, where Ethan had made his stand. The knowledge settled in her stomach like a cold stone. Every instinct urged her to turn away, to bypass this place of grief and terror. Yet an equally powerful force compelled her forward, the need to know, the desperate, illogical hope that some sign might remain, some clue to Ethan's fate beyond the grim silence that had fallen after the gunfire stopped. She edged Zeus closer to Henderson's horse. "The ridges," she said, her voice barely a whisper, rough with disuse and emotion. "They're close, over that next rise." Henderson didn't turn, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, but his shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. "Aye," he grunted. "Best steer wide. No sense looking for trouble we ain't equipped to handle." His pragmatism grated against the raw wound of her grief. "We don't know what happened," she insisted, her voice gaining strength. "We saw bodies from a distance, yes, Finch's men. But Ethan, we didn't see him. What if he was wounded? Hiding, waiting?" Henderson finally turned his head, his eyes meeting hers, filled with a weary pity that infuriated her more than outright refusal. "Maggie, listen to me. 5, maybe 6 guns up there. Experienced killers, likely. Carter was good, damn good. But nobody's that good, not against those odds pinned down like he was." He sighed, the sound rough. "He bought us time. That was the plan. Surviving wasn't part of it, not for him." "But we don't know," Maggie cried, the words torn from her. "We owe him the truth. We owe him more than just riding away." Henderson held her gaze for a long moment, the silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken grief and the harsh realities of their world. He saw the pain in her eyes, the stubborn refusal to accept the probable, the fierce loyalty that mirrored his own recent costly choices. He sighed again, a deeper, more resigned sound. "All right, driver," he said finally, his voice low. All right. We take a look, but quick and careful. We find a spot, leave the horses hidden, go up on foot just far enough to see. No heroics. First sign of trouble, we're gone, agreed? A wave of gratitude, sharp and painful, washed over Maggie. Agreed, she whispered, her throat tight. They found a sheltered draw, screened by dense thickets of aspen still dripping from the storm, and tethered the horses, ensuring they were well hidden from view. Checking their weapons one last time, Maggie's Colt, Henderson's shotgun, and his heavy revolver, they started the climb on foot, moving cautiously, using rocks and brush for cover, their senses hyper-alert. The air grew colder as they ascended, the silence more profound. The ground underfoot was damp, littered with storm debris, broken branches, scattered leaves, patches where the rain had carved shallow runnels in the earth. As they neared the crest of the lower ridge, the scene of the final firefight came into view. Maggie's breath caught in her throat. The silence here felt different, heavy, expectant, stained. Spent cartridges littered the ground amongst the rocks, brass glinting dully from rifle rounds. The heavier casings from Ethan's revolver scattered near a large boulder that must have been his primary cover. Dark, ugly stains marked the rocks in several places, soaked into the patches of damp earth. Blood. A lot of it. Henderson moved forward slowly, shotgun held ready, his eyes scanning every shadow, every potential hiding place. Maggie followed, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack her ribs, her gaze sweeping the scene, dreading what she might find. They found the first body tucked behind a cluster of rocks, one of Finch's men, identifiable by his rough clothing and the discarded rifle lying beside him. He lay sprawled awkwardly, eyes staring sightlessly at the gray sky, a dark stain spreading across his chest. Henderson checked him quickly, professionally. Dead. Further along, near the main ridge crest where the watcher had been, they found two more bodies, also clearly attackers. One looked like he'd fallen from the ledge, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The other lay near where Ethan had concentrated his fire, shot cleanly through the head. Ethan had indeed, as Henderson put it, got some of them before they got him. But where were the others? The bandit leader had said 5 men up here. Where were the remaining 2? Had they fled after their comrades fell, or had they been the ones to finally silence Ethan? And where was Ethan? Maggie's gaze swept the area frantically. She scanned behind every boulder, peered into every crevice, her hope dwindling with every empty shadow. She saw the signs of his movement, the pattern of spent cartridges suggesting he'd shifted position, firing from different points of cover. She saw more bloodstains near the large boulder, indicating he'd likely been hit, perhaps multiple times, but there was no sign of his body. Henderson moved towards the edge of the ridge, looking down the steep slope where Ethan might have fallen, or perhaps tried to escape. Nothing. Only rocks and storm-tossed brush. Then Maggie saw it. Lying near the edge, half hidden under a bush, snagged perhaps during a fall or a desperate scramble, was Ethan's hat. The low-crowned, flat-brimmed hat he always wore, pulled low. She picked it up, her fingers trembling. It felt solid, real, a tangible piece of him left behind in this place of violence and silence. But it offered no answers, only amplified the aching void of his absence. Henderson joined her, looking down at the hat in her hands, then back at the blood-stained rocks, the scattered bodies of the attackers. His face was grim, his eyes holding a quiet respect. He fought like hell, Henderson murmured, his voice low. Took at least 3 of them with him. He looked around again, scanning the silent landscape. No sign of the other 2. Maybe they dragged their wounded off. Or maybe they took Carter. Prisoner? It was a possibility, perhaps even worse than death. Being taken prisoner by Finch's men, Maggie couldn't bear to imagine it, but it fit the scene. The fierce fight, the blood suggesting Ethan was wounded, the absence of his body, the disappearance of the remaining attackers. Had they subdued him and taken him away? To Finch? To Whispering Canyon? Or maybe he got away. Maggie whispered, clinging to the faintest sliver of hope. though the bloodstains argued fiercely against it. Maybe he was hit, but managed to slip away during the confusion, down the other side of the ridge. Possible, Henderson conceded, though his tone lacked conviction. But wounded, alone, hunted, his chances wouldn't be good. He looked back towards the hidden horses. "We can't stay here, Maggie. We've seen what there is to see. Lingering only increases our own risk. If Finch's men took him, they could double back. If he got away, he's long gone from here. Either way, our path lies north." Maggie clutched the hat tighter, the felt rough against her skin. He was right. Standing here, surrounded by the silence and the blood, wouldn't bring Ethan back, wouldn't change what had happened. Her duty remained, to the memory of his sacrifice, to the proof he'd unearthed, to the desperate plan they'd forged in the storm-lashed cabin. She took one last look around the desolate ridge, fixing the scene in her memory, the silent bodies, the blood-soaked ground, the empty sky. A final, painful farewell to the man who had changed the course of her life in the space of a few brutal days. Then, turning her back on the silence, she followed Henderson down the slope towards the hidden horses, Ethan's hat clutched in her hand like a fallen standard. They rode away from the ridge without looking back, the heavy silence of the blood-soaked ground settling deep within Maggie's soul. The ambiguity of Ethan's fate was almost harder to bear than certainty would have been. Was he dead? Captured? Or miraculously alive, wounded and alone somewhere in the vast wilderness? The not knowing was a fresh torment. But beneath the grief, something else hardened within her. Resolve. Finding those bodies, seeing the evidence of Ethan's fierce resistance, knowing he hadn't fallen easily, solidified her determination. Finch would pay. For Ethan, for Sans, for Arrow. For the terror inflicted on innocent passengers, for the corruption and violence he represented. As they urged the horses northward again, putting the grim ridge behind them, Maggie felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The clouds were breaking up, allowing shafts of watery sunlight to pierce through. The air felt cleaner, though still cold. It felt like a change, a transition. The storm had passed, the immediate pursuit had hopefully been evaded or eliminated, and the path ahead, while still fraught with peril, now led directly towards the confrontation, towards Harmony Creek, towards Jedediah Finch. They rode with renewed purpose, pushing the horses steadily. Suddenly, Henderson, riding point, reined in sharply, holding up a hand. Maggie drew up beside him, instantly alert. Henderson pointed towards the damp earth just off the game trail they were following. Fresh tracks. Not the scattered prints of deer or coyote, but the clear, distinct tracks of shod horses. Several sets, heading north, and recently made, clear in the rain-softened ground. "Company," Henderson breathed, his eyes scanning the trail ahead, his hand tightening on his shotgun. "And heading our way." Were Finch's men still ahead of them? Had another group somehow gotten word, circling around to intercept them on their route back to Harmony Creek? Or was it someone else entirely? The silence was broken once more, replaced by the immediate heart-pounding return of imminent danger. The reckoning was coming faster than they knew. Chapter 22. Hearts at the Horizon. The sight of the fresh tracks sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through Maggie, momentarily overriding the crushing weight of fatigue and grief. Hoofprints, clear and distinct in the damp earth, heading north, directly on their path towards Harmony Creek. Not old tracks either, made since the storm, perhaps only hours ago. How many? She breathed, her hand instinctively going to the Colt Peacemaker tucked into her waistband. Henderson dismounted, crouching low to examine the prints, his eyes narrowed, reading the story left in the mud. He moved with a quiet intensity, his earlier weariness replaced by the sharp focus of a hunted animal scenting danger. 4 riders, he determined after a moment, his voice low and grim. Movin' steady. Not pushin' too hard, but not dawdlin'. Experienced men know how to conserve their mounts. He pointed to the depth of the prints, carrying weight, supplies maybe, or just heavy men, well armed. 4 riders. The number felt ominous, echoing the ambushes they had already survived. The men Ethan had fallen fighting. Were these the remaining 2 from the ridge, reinforced, or a completely new group sent by Finch? Could be anyone, Maggie offered, though the words felt thin, unconvincing even to herself. Ranchers? Prospectors? Henderson shook his head, his gaze sweeping the trail ahead, then scanning the surrounding hillsides. Not likely. Not this far off the main routes, not moving together like this, not after a storm like we just had. Ranchers would be checking their herds closer to home. Prospectors usually travel alone or in pairs, and they stick to known areas unless they're truly desperate or foolish. He straightened up, dusting mud from his hands. These ain't random travelers, Maggie. They're looking for something. Or someone. Us. The unspoken word hung heavy in the cold morning air. Finch's men, alerted by Barlow, already closing the net. The brief sense of possibility, the audacious hope of turning back to confront Finch, seemed to wither under the immediate, tangible threat. "What do we do?" Maggie asked, her voice tight. "Try to circle around them? Hide?" Henderson considered, his gaze calculating. "Circling around in this broken country. We risk losing time, maybe blundering into worse trouble. Ground's too open in stretches. They might spot us from high ground, hidin'." He glanced back the way they'd come, then towards the north. "Only delays things. They're heading the same way we are. We'll run into them eventually, or they'll find our trail." He looked at her then, his eyes holding a grim determination that mirrored her own fragile resolve. "We keep going, cautious-like. Stay low, use cover. Try to get eyes on them before they spot us. Figure out who they are, what they're about. Maybe they ain't looking for us specifically. Maybe it's something else." It was a slim hope, but better than passively waiting or running blindly. Maggie nodded, her hand resting reassuringly on Zeus's neck. The horse shifted beneath her touch, sensing her tension. The decision felt right, however dangerous. Running felt like defeat. Hiding felt temporary. Moving forward, facing whatever lay ahead, felt like the only way to honor the sacrifices made, the only way to keep faith with the desperate mission they had undertaken. They mounted again, moving off the faint game trail into the rougher terrain alongside it, using dips in the land, clusters of pine, and rock outcrops for cover. Progress slowed to a crawl. Every snapped twig, every dislodged stone sounded unnaturally loud in the tense silence. Maggie rode beside Henderson now, her senses strained, her eyes scanning constantly, searching for any flicker of movement, any unnatural shape against the landscape. The sun climbed higher, burning off the last remnants of the storm clouds, revealing a sky of piercing, indifferent blue. The beauty of the landscape, the sharp, clean air, the distant snow-capped peaks, the intricate patterns of rock and resilient vegetation, felt almost mocking in its contrast to their perilous situation. Maggie found her thoughts drifting again to Ethan. Would he have appreciated this stark beauty, even in the midst of danger? She remembered the slim volume of Emerson in his satchel, a man who carried poetry alongside a revolver. The contradictions of him continued to haunt her. Had he found some measure of peace in his final moments, fighting for a cause, protecting others, balancing the scales of his past? Or had it been only terror and pain? The not knowing was a constant ache. She forced her attention back to the present, to the tracks they followed cautiously. They were definitely heading north, angling slightly towards the east, towards Harmony Creek. Whoever these riders were, their destination seemed intertwined with Maggie and Henderson's own. After another hour of tense, careful progress, Henderson signaled a halt, motioning Maggie towards the cover of a dense thicket of chokecherry bushes on a low rise. He dismounted silently, handing her his reins. "Stay here with the horses. Keep 'em quiet. I'm gonna creep ahead, get a look from that ridge." He pointed to a higher vantage point about 100 yards further on. Maggie nodded, her throat too dry to speak. She watched Henderson melt into the landscape, moving with a surprising stealth for a man his size, using every rock and shadow, disappearing from view as he began the careful climb. Waiting was torture. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call sounded like an approaching threat. She kept her hand on her colt, straining her ears, scanning the visible terrain. The horses shifted nervously, sensing her anxiety. She murmured soothing words, stroking Zeus's neck, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. Minutes stretched into an eternity. What if Henderson didn't come back? What if he walked into a trap? Was she capable of going on alone? Just as the knot of fear in her stomach tightened almost unbearably, she saw movement on the ridge. Henderson reappeared, scrambling back down with the same cautious speed, rejoining her behind the chokecherries. His face was grim. "Found him," he reported, his voice low, breathless from the climb. "Camped down in the next valley. Small cook fire going. The 4 riders, all right, and—" He hesitated, his expression darkening further. "They ain't alone." "More men?" Maggie asked, her heart sinking. "Not exactly," Henderson said, frowning. "They got prisoners." "Prisoners?" Maggie stared at him, confused. "Who?" "Couldn't get close enough to see faces clear," Henderson admitted. "Too risky. But there were 2 figures tied up near the fire. Looked like women. One older, maybe, one younger, and something bundled up. Small. Could be a baby." Sarah. Mrs. Pendergast. The baby. Maggie felt the blood drain from her face. Finch's men hadn't just been hunting them. They must have somehow backtracked from Willow Creek, or received word via telegraph faster than anticipated, and intercepted the women after Maggie and Henderson had fled. Or perhaps Barlow, under Finch's instructions, had simply handed them over. The thought was sickening. Sarah, who had endured so much with quiet strength, Mrs. Pendergast, who had shed her pretensions and found a core of resilience, and the innocent child, pawns in Finch's ruthless game, captured, their fate now hanging by a thread. "Why?" Maggie whispered, horrified. "Why take them prisoner? Why not just—" She couldn't finish the thought. "Leverage, maybe?" Henderson speculated grimly. "Against us? If they know we're still out here? Or maybe Finch wants information from him. What Carter told him, what we might have told him. Or maybe he just wants all loose ends tied up, neat and tidy, and killing women and a baby outright gives even his hard cases pause." He shook his head. "Whatever the reason, they got him. And they won't be treating him kindly, that's for sure." Rage surged through Maggie, hot and fierce, momentarily eclipsing her fear and grief. Finch wouldn't just eliminate his enemies. He'd torture innocents, use women and a child as bargaining chips. The sheer, calculated cruelty of it solidified her resolve like tempered steel. There was no more conflict, no more doubt about the path ahead. They couldn't just ride on to Harmony Creek and hope to confront Finch later. They had to free Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast, now. "We have to get them out," she said, her voice low but vibrating with intensity. Henderson looked at her, his expression a mixture of grim understanding and weary resignation. "Maggie, there's 4 of them down there, armed. Alert, we're 2. The odds—" "I don't care about the odds," Maggie snapped, cutting him off. "They have Sarah. They have the baby. We can't just leave them." She thought of Ethan, sacrificing himself for their escape. Leaving the women felt like spitting on that sacrifice. Henderson held up a hand placatingly. "Easy, driver. Didn't say we leave 'em. Just saying. Going in guns blazing is suicide. We need a plan, something smart." He fell silent, thinking, his eyes scanning the terrain towards the valley where the camp lay hidden. Maggie forced herself to take deep breaths, banking the fire of her rage, channeling it into cold, hard determination. Henderson was right. Reckless action would get them all killed. They needed a plan. "The horses," Henderson said finally, "their horses are tethered near the fire grazing. Ours are back here, hidden." He looked at Maggie. "You still got that way with horses? That quiet touch?" Maggie nodded, understanding beginning to dawn. "All right," Henderson continued, outlining a desperate, dangerous strategy. "Nightfall ain't too far off. We wait till full dark. I circle around wide, come up on the camp from the opposite side of the valley, cause a diversion, loud, draw their attention. Like you did for us at the cave, Maggie breathed. Something like that, Henderson confirmed grimly. While they're looking my way, you slip down there. Quiet as a ghost. Get to their horses, cut 'em loose, stampede 'em if you can. While they're scrambling after running horses in the dark, you get to the women, cut 'em free. Then we all run like hell back to our own mounts and ride out of here before they know what hit 'em. It was audacious, relying on split-second timing, darkness, confusion, and Maggie's ability to move undetected amongst armed men and spooked horses. A single mistake, a misplaced footstep, a nervous whinny could bring disaster. "Can you do it, Maggie?" Henderson asked, his gaze searching hers intently. "Get in, cut the prisoners loose, get out, all while bullets might be flying." Maggie thought of Sarah's frightened eyes, the baby's innocent face. She thought of Ethan's sacrifice. She thought of the cold determination that had settled within her. "Yes," she said, her voice firm. "I can do it." They settled down to wait, hidden in the chokecherry thicket, the tension mounting as the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant, fleeting colors. They checked their weapons again, conserved the last of their water. They didn't speak much, each lost in their own thoughts, steeling themselves for the coming ordeal. As darkness finally fell, thick and moonless, Henderson gave Maggie's shoulder a rough squeeze. "All right, driver, 10 minutes after I leave. Wait for my signal, shotgun blast, then you move. Stay low, stay quiet, Godspeed." He slipped away into the gloom, vanishing as silently as he had appeared earlier. Maggie was left alone with the waiting, the pounding of her heart almost deafening in the stillness. She took deep, steadying breaths, visualizing the camp layout Henderson had described, planning her route, picturing the movements needed. Fear was a cold knot inside her, but the image of Sarah and the baby gave her strength. An eternity seemed to pass. Then, shattering the night silence, came the roar of Henderson's shotgun from the far side of the valley, followed immediately by shouts of surprise and alarm from the camp below, then the scattered crack of rifle fire. Henderson's diversion had begun. Taking one last steadying breath, Maggie drew her knife, quieter than the Colt, and slipped out of the thicket, melting into the shadows, moving downhill towards the flickering light of the campfire, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the vast dark horizon of what lay ahead. Chapter 23. A Promise Whispered to the Setting Sun. The roar of Henderson's shotgun blast ripped through the night, a violent punctuation mark ending the tense silence. Immediately, shouts erupted from the valley floor below. Confusion, alarm, then the sharp, angry crack of rifles firing wildly towards the source of the attack. Henderson's diversion had begun, a deliberate drawing of chaos onto himself. Maggie didn't hesitate. Every nerve fiber screamed with adrenaline, pushing aside exhaustion, grief, and fear, leaving only the cold, sharp edge of purpose. She moved like a shadow, melting away from the chokecherry thicket, down the slope towards the flickering campfire that marked the enemy camp. She kept low, using the uneven ground, the scattered boulders, the deep pools of darkness between patches of firelight for cover. The sounds of the firefight on the far side of the valley, Henderson's booming shotgun answered by frantic rifle fire, provided a terrifying soundtrack to her stealthy approach, masking the soft scuff of her boots on the damp earth. Her target was the cluster of horses tethered near the edge of the firelight, the mounts belonging to Finch's men. Disabling their pursuit was crucial. She reached the perimeter of the small camp, her heart hammering against her ribs. 2 men were firing sporadically towards Henderson's position, using rocks for cover. A third stood near the fire, reloading his rifle, shouting instructions. The fourth? Where was the fourth? Her eyes scanned the shadows near the prisoners. Tied to a stunted pine, huddled together were Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast. Sarah clutched her baby, whose frightened whimpers were thankfully swallowed by the gunfire, and standing guard over them, half hidden by the tree's trunk, was the fourth man, his rifle held loosely but ready, his attention divided between the prisoners and the firefight across the valley. Maggie cursed silently. Getting to the women meant getting past the guard. Stampeding the horses first might draw his attention, but it could also endanger the prisoners if the panicked animals ran their way. She had to deal with the guard first. Taking a deep breath, she circled wider, using the distraction of Henderson's intermittent firing. She crept up behind the guard, moving with a silence born of desperation and ingrained knowledge of how to move unseen in the wild. He shifted, turning slightly, peering towards the firefight, giving her the opening she needed. She surged forward the last few feet, knife held low and ready. Before the guard could react, before he could even register her presence, she struck. Not a killing blow, she wasn't a murderer, but a swift, hard strike with the heavy pommel of her knife to the base of his skull. He grunted, collapsing without a sound, crumpling into the shadows at the base of the pine tree. Maggie froze for a heart-stopping second, listening. The other 3 men were still preoccupied with Henderson's diversion, shouting and firing across the valley. No one seemed to have noticed the guard falling. She darted to the prisoners, slicing through the ropes binding Sarah's wrists. Then Mrs. Pendergast's. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. "Maggie!" "Quiet!" Maggie whispered urgently, cutting the ropes around their ankles. "We have to move. Now!" Just as the women struggled stiffly to their feet, one of the men by the fire shouted, "Hey, where's Jed? Jed!" He peered towards the tree where the guard had fallen. No time for the horses now. Escape first. "Run!" Maggie hissed, shoving the women towards the darkest part of the valley slope, away from the firelight, back towards the direction she had come. "Stay low! Towards the thicket where we left our horses!" She grabbed Sarah's arm, practically dragging her at first, while Mrs. Pendergast stumbled gamely behind. The baby started to cry louder now, a thin wail cutting through the sounds of gunfire. "He's down!" The shout came from the camp. "Jed's down! Someone's in the camp!" Rifle fire abruptly shifted, bullets whining past Maggie's head, thudding into the earth nearby as the remaining 3 men realized they'd been infiltrated. Henderson's shotgun roared again from across the valley, a defiant counterpoint, drawing some of the fire back towards him, but the men in the camp knew the immediate threat was now among them. "Split up!" one of them yelled. "Find them!" Maggie pushed the women harder, scrambling up the slope, praying for the cover of darkness, for the sanctuary of the hidden thicket. Behind them she could hear men crashing through the brush, searching, firing blindly into the shadows. They tumbled back into the relative safety of the chokecherry bushes, where their horses waited, their sides heaving, hearts pounding. But where was Henderson? Had his diversion succeeded only in trapping himself? As if summoned by her fear, a figure emerged from the darkness further up the slope, stumbling, leaning heavily on his shotgun, used like a crutch. Henderson. He lurched towards them, collapsing near the horses, clutching his left shoulder, his face pale and contorted with pain. "Henderson, you're hit!" Maggie cried, rushing to his side. "Flesh wound," he gasped, waving away her concern, though blood was already soaking through his shirt. "Caught a stray. More worried about them." He nodded back towards the valley. "They know we got the women. They'll come hard now." "We have to ride," Maggie said urgently, helping him towards his horse. Quickly they mounted, Maggie on Zeus, Henderson painfully pulling himself onto his own mount, Sarah sharing a horse with Mrs. Pendergast again, clutching the baby. They burst from the cover of the thicket, urging the horses up the slope, away from the valley, heading back towards the faint game trail that led north. Behind them, angry shouts and sporadic gunfire echoed, but the pursuit seemed disorganized, hampered by the darkness and the confusion Henderson had sown. They rode hard, pushing the horses relentlessly, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Finch's men before dawn revealed their trail. Miles melted away in a blur of pounding hooves, gasping breaths, and the cold night air whipping past. They didn't stop, didn't speak, united by the single-minded focus on escape. Maggie rode close to Henderson, keeping an eye on his slumped posture, ready to offer support if he faltered. His resilience, his unexpected, costly loyalty, filled her with a fierce gratitude that transcended their disparate backgrounds and earlier suspicions. Finally, as the sky began to pale once more, Henderson signaled a halt in a small, sheltered meadow where a tiny creek offered water. They slid from the saddles, utterly spent, the horses trembling with fatigue. Maggie immediately went to Henderson, gently easing his torn shirt away from his shoulder. The wound was bloody, but didn't look deep. The bullets seemed to have grazed him, tearing through muscle, but missing bone. She cleaned it as best she could with precious water and antiseptic from the kit, bandaging it tightly with more strips of cloth. He bore the pain with stoic silence, only his tightly clenched jaw betraying the agony. Sarah, meanwhile, had sunk to the ground, cradling her baby, weeping silently now from sheer relief and exhaustion. Mrs. Pendergast surprisingly knelt beside her, murmuring comforting words, awkwardly patting her shoulder. The shared ordeal had forged an unlikely bond between them. "You should have left us," Sarah whispered, looking up at Maggie, her eyes filled with guilt. "You and Mr. Henderson, you risked everything. We don't leave people behind," Maggie said simply, meeting Sarah's gaze. The words felt true, solid, an anchor discovered amidst the chaos. It was a principle Ethan had died upholding, a principle Henderson had bled for, a principle she now embraced as her own. Henderson, leaning back against a tree, watched them, his expression thoughtful. "Finch won't stop," he said quietly, his voice raspy with pain and fatigue. "He knows the women are alive, knows they might talk. He'll be even more desperate now." "Let him be," Maggie said, her voice low but steady. She walked over to her saddle, retrieving Ethan's satchel. She pulled out the decoded message, the brittle paper seeming to pulse with dangerous energy in the growing light. "He thinks he's hunting us. He thinks he's tying up loose ends." She looked from the paper to Henderson, then towards the northern horizon, towards Harmony Creek. "But he doesn't know what we have. He doesn't know we know about the Blackwood deal. He doesn't know his own words are the proof that can hang him." Henderson looked at the paper, then at Maggie's determined face. The skepticism was gone from his eyes, replaced by a grudging respect, perhaps even a glimmer of hope. "Harmony Creek, then?" he asked softly. "Still the plan?" Maggie nodded. "It's the only plan. We take the fight to him. We use this." She held up the decoded message. "We find Caleb. We find anyone else who might stand against Finch once they know the truth. We unravel his network from the inside." She thought of Ethan's meticulous notes, the names, the connections. They weren't going in completely blind. "It's crazy, Maggie," Henderson said, but there was no heat in his words now, only a weary acknowledgement of the overwhelming odds. "He practically owns that town." "Maybe," Maggie conceded. "But he doesn't own the truth, and he doesn't own us." She looked at Sarah, at Mrs. Pendergast, their faces pale but resolute in the dawn light. They had survived. They were witnesses. Their very presence was a testament against Finch. "We do this for Silas," she continued softly, "for Arrow, for the passengers who trusted us, and for Ethan." The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken grief but also with fierce pride. His sacrifice wouldn't be meaningless. His fight wouldn't end on that lonely ridge. As the sun finally broke over the horizon, casting long shadows across the meadow, bathing the distant peaks in golden light, Maggie walked a few steps away from the group towards the edge of the trees. She stood facing the rising sun, though her thoughts were turned towards the west, towards the ridges now miles behind them. She clutched Ethan's hat, the one she'd retrieved from the blood-soaked ground, holding it tightly in her hands. The path ahead was impossibly dangerous. Failure seemed almost certain. Confronting Finch in his stronghold felt like walking willingly into a furnace. Yet standing there, with the survivors huddled behind her, the damning proof in her possession, and the memory of sacrifice stealing her spine, Maggie felt a profound, almost peaceful certainty settle over her. This was her trail now. Not just driving stage, not just surviving, but fighting for something more, for justice, for reckoning, for the memory of those lost along the way. She raised her head, the early morning sun warming her face, though the grief remained a cold ache within. She couldn't promise victory. She couldn't promise survival. But she could promise purpose. She could promise courage. She could promise that Finch's reign of terror wouldn't go unchallenged. "I'll see it through, Ethan," she whispered, the words carried away on the morning breeze, a promise spoken not just to him, but to herself, to the silent witnesses of the wilderness. "I'll see justice done, whatever the cost." She turned back towards the others, towards Henderson leaning wearily against the tree, towards Sarah cradling her child, towards Mrs. Pendergast watching her with newfound respect. Their journey wasn't over. In many ways, it was just beginning. But as she met their eyes, ready to lead them onward towards the uncertain confrontation waiting in Harmony Creek, Maggie knew she was no longer just a stagecoach driver caught in the crossfire. She was a force shaped by loss, hardened by resolve, carrying the weight of the past and the fragile hope of the future, her heart fixed firmly on the horizon, ready to face the coming thunder. Epilogue. Where the road leads home. 2 years. Sometimes, measured by the relentless turning of the seasons across the vast, indifferent canvas of the plains and mountains, it felt like a blink. Other times, measured by the quiet weight of memory carried under a relentless sun or a sky full of cold, distant stars, it felt like an eternity. Maggie O'Neill still drove stage. Not out of Harmony Creek. That place held too many ghosts, too much poisoned history. Not even for the main overland line, whose reputation, despite Jedediah Finch's eventual downfall, still felt tarnished to her. She drove a smaller, independent line now, further north, traversing routes that cut through pine-studded mountains and across high, wind-swept meadows where the air tasted cleaner, sharper. The work was still hard, the hours long, the dangers real. Bad weather, rough terrain, the occasional desperate highwayman. But it was a life she understood, a life that resonated with the grit baked into her bones. The Concord coach felt familiar beneath her hands, the rhythm of the 6-horse team a steady beat against the landscape's yes. But she was different. The 23-year-old girl who had nervously taken the reins from her broken father, driven by duty and a fierce, naive pride, was gone. In her place stood a woman, quieter perhaps, her gaze holding depths that hadn't been there before. The faint lines around her eyes speaking not just of sun and wind, but of things seen and endured, of choices made at gunpoint, of losses carved deep into her soul. Harmony Creek. The name itself could still bring a tightness to her chest, a faint taste of dust and betrayal. Going back there with Henderson beside her, fueled by grief and a desperate, righteous anger, had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. It hadn't been a blaze of gunfire, no dramatic showdown in the dusty street. Finch was too insulated, too protected for that. Their weapon had been quieter, more insidious. The truth, carefully deployed. They'd found Caleb at the Willow Creek livery, his initial shock at seeing them alive quickly turning to grim understanding as they laid out the story, the decoded message, Finch's own words ordering murder, spread between them in the hay-scented dimness. The old liveryman's loyalty to Maggie's father, the simmering resentment towards Finch held for years, had proven stronger than fear. He hadn't offered guns, but something more valuable, information, connections, whispers directed into the right ears. Henderson, using his own knowledge of the town's undercurrents, had approached a couple of Finch's known associates, not the hardened killers, but the respectable businessmen Ethan had noted, men whose complicity likely stemmed from greed or fear rather than outright malice. He hadn't shown them the full message, just enough. Hints of the Blackwood deal, whispers of federal investigations, the suggestion that Finch was eliminating witnesses, leaving his associates dangerously exposed. He'd planted seeds of doubt, watered them with fear. Maggie, guided by Caleb, had sought out Martha Finch, Jedediah's wife. A quiet, nervous woman Maggie remembered vaguely from town gatherings, always overshadowed by her husband's bluster. Maggie hadn't shown her the decoded order for murder. The shock might have been too much, driving her deeper into denial or panic. Instead, she'd spoken of Ethan Carter, the federal agent. She'd spoken of the targeted attacks, the danger, the possibility of ruin for everyone connected to Jedediah if his dealings came fully to light. She'd appealed not to justice, but to self-preservation, to a wife's fear for her own future, perhaps even for her husband's soul, however tarnished. It had been like chipping away at a stone wall, unsure if any crack would appear. For days, nothing seemed to happen. They'd hidden in an abandoned shack Caleb knew outside town, supplied with food by the liveryman, waiting, listening to the town's pulse through him, acutely aware that Finch, alerted by Barlow's telegram, could discover them at any moment. The tension had been unbearable, the silence punctuated only by the fear that their desperate gamble had failed. Then, the wall hadn't just cracked, it crumbled. One of the businessmen Henderson had approached, perhaps spooked by Maggie's quiet conversation with Martha Finch, or perhaps finally realizing the depth of the mire Finch had dragged him into, had gone to the territorial marshal. Not Barlow, but a senior official dispatched from the capital after Barlow's initial, suspiciously vague telegrams raised flags further up the chain. This marshal, unconnected to Finch's local influence, had listened. He'd seen Ethan's meticulous notes, which Maggie provided. He'd seen the decoded message, authenticated perhaps by treasury codes known only at higher levels. Finch's downfall hadn't been loud, but it had been absolute. Arrested quietly, his network of informants and compromised officials suddenly turning silent or offering evidence to save themselves. Elias Thorne in Redemption Gulch, implicated by the Blackwood deal mentioned in the message and Ethan's notes, had apparently tried to flee, only to be found dead in his office. Suicide, the official report said, though darker rumors circulated. Croft, the station master at Rock Creek, vanished without a trace, likely warned by Finch's collapsing network. The conspiracy, built on whispers and fear and greed, dissolved once the keystone, Finch himself, was removed. He never stood trial. Word filtered back months later that he'd succumbed to jail fever while awaiting transport, a convenient end that surprised no one familiar with the ruthless politics of the territory. Justice, Maggie had learned, rarely arrived announced by trumpets. Sometimes it crept in through the cracks, fueled by fear and self-interest as much as by righteousness. It wasn't the clean, satisfying vengeance she might have craved in her anger, but it was an ending. Finch's power was broken. The threat was neutralized. The price had been paid. Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast had been quietly escorted out of Willow Creek by the territorial marshal's men long before Finch's arrest, put on a train heading east, back towards the lives they had left behind. Maggie had received a letter from Sarah months later, filled with gratitude, news of her healthy, growing son and the quiet acknowledgement of the indelible scars left by their shared ordeal. Mrs. Pendergast, Sarah wrote, had returned to her family, quieter, perhaps humbled, forever changed by her brush with the raw edge of the frontier. Their paths had diverged, their shared nightmare receding into memory, transformed into stories they might someday tell their grandchildren, or perhaps lock away forever. Henderson had lingered in Harmony Creek only long enough to see Finch arrested. He'd stood beside Maggie as the disgraced man was led away, his face impassive, yet Maggie thought she saw a flicker of grim satisfaction in his eyes. Then, without ceremony, he'd simply ridden out, heading west this time. "Reckon I pushed my luck long enough in this territory," he'd said, offering Maggie a rare, rough handshake. "Take care, driver. Stay watchful." She hadn't heard from him since, but she sometimes imagined him out there, a solitary figure drifting through the vast landscapes, perhaps finding a measure of peace in anonymity, his own accounts finally, bloodily settled. And Maggie? She had stayed long enough to give her testimony to the territorial marshal, handing over Ethan's notebook and the coded message, feeling a profound sense of relief mingled with emptiness as the burden passed from her hands. She visited her father's grave, tidied the simple wooden marker, and spoke to him quietly for a long time, telling him things she'd never been able to say when he was alive, about the driving, the fear, the choices, about another man named Silas, whose life had ended under her care. She wasn't seeking forgiveness, only understanding, a quiet reconciliation with the ghosts of her own past. Then she too had left Harmony Creek, turning Zeus northward, seeking new routes, new horizons. Driving stage was still in her blood, the call of the open road, the challenge of the ribbons, the connection to the horses. It was the life she knew, the life she was good at. But something had shifted. The fierce pride, the need to prove herself, had softened, replaced by a quiet competence, a deeper understanding of the land's beauty and its brutality, and a profound respect for the fragility of life. She still carried Ethan's satchel, though the notebook and message were gone. Inside now were only his volume of Emerson and his hat. Sometimes, on quiet nights at lonely way stations, she would take out the book, reading the marked passages, trying to understand the man who found solace in transcendentalist philosophy while carrying the scars of war and the tools of violence. Sometimes she would hold the hat, running her fingers over the worn felt, remembering his quiet intensity, his unexpected gentleness, the sacrifice etched on his face in those last moments. His fate remained unknown. The territorial marshal scouts had eventually found the other 2 bodies on the ridge, confirming the death toll among Finch's men. But of Ethan Carter, there was no trace. No body, no blood trail leading away, nothing. He had vanished as completely as if the wilderness itself had swallowed him. Maggie held on to the ambiguity, refusing to extinguish the last illogical ember of hope, though logic told her Henderson was right. She preferred to think of him not as dead, but as lost. Lost signals in the dust, a ghost on the open road, his final resting place known only to the wind and the sky. His legacy wasn't a grave marker, but the broken conspiracy, the safety of the survivors, the quiet strength he had somehow kindled in her. Today, the sky above the northern mountains was vast and clear, the air crisp with the promise of autumn. Maggie guided her team along the winding mountain road, the familiar weight of the reins in her hands, the rhythmic hoofbeats, a steady song. Below, the valley spread out, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. It was beautiful, peaceful, yet Maggie knew the calm was deceptive. Danger could still lurk around the next bend. Hardship was only ever a broken wheel or a sudden blizzard away. The West gave no guarantees, offered no lasting sanctuary. She reached the crest of the pass, pulling the team to a brief halt, letting them blow, letting her own gaze sweep across the panorama. She thought of the promise she'd whispered to the setting sun back at the spring. I'll see it through. I'll see justice done, whatever the cost. Had she fulfilled it? Finch was gone, his network shattered. Sarah and Mrs. Pendergast were safe. Perhaps that was justice enough. The cost had been steep. Silas, Arrow, Ethan, parts of herself she hadn't even known she possessed until they were stripped away. She touched the brim of her own hat, a gesture unconsciously mimicking the way Ethan had worn his. The scars remained, etched onto her soul like tracks on the land. But scars, she knew now, weren't just signs of wounds. They were proof of healing, testaments to survival. The road ahead was uncertain, winding towards an unknown horizon. There might be love again someday, perhaps, or maybe just the quiet companionship of the road, the loyalty of good horses, the satisfaction of a job well done against the odds. Whatever came, she would face it. She was Maggie O'Neill, stagecoach driver. She carried ghosts, yes, but she also carried strength, resilience, and the enduring memory of courage found in the heart of the fire. The setting sun cast long shadows behind her, but her face was turned towards the light, towards the endless miles stretching before her, towards wherever the road might lead home. The end.